A very good morning to you. Welcome to the Cooper Associates County Ground, day 3 of this Rothesay County Championship match between Somerset and Essex. Somerset very much in control of things at the moment. Essex in their second innings, 59 without loss, still trailing by 252 runs. We are awaiting the appearance of the umpires. I can see one of them, Ian Blackwell, coming down the steps of the Andy Caddick Pavilion. And we should be ready to go. And I'm Stephen Lamb, Vic Marks is with me, and what we've been discussing and wondering about is whether Lewis Gregory will be making an appearance this morning.
Yeah, well, there's all sorts of speculation. I think someone probably needed to knock on that umpire's door. We've got digital clocks on They've got about 30 seconds to get this game underway on time, but I don't think they'll quite manage that. And the umpires are there. Now we've got to scan the Somerset team who's coming out and to see whether there's Lewis Gregory. I suspect there won't be. We're hunting for Lewis Gregory. I've got a feeling that James Rue's going to be in charge.
We're hunting for a man with a limp.
They all seem to be moving pretty smoothly at the moment. We either need a man with a limp or a substitute we haven't spotted. I can see Archie Vaughan giving his cap. He's going to open the bowling from the river end, the end where it sort of tends to turn from more often against the left-handers.
Interestingly, we did see Craig Overton out there on the practice strip bowling this morning.
Yes, well, there was suddenly quite a lot of speculation, gossip. Well, who's the perfect replacement? Craig Overton. And he must be here for a reason, because he's supposed to be on paternity leave. He wouldn't possibly give that up. Anyway, he was at the ground, and there was a buzz around the gate man, from the gate man, and one or two people who he was chatting to say, "Oh, here Overton might be bowling playing," but I don't think that is the case. However, as I cast around, I don't think I can see Lewis Gregory out there. I'm just trying to think who's doing the sub-fielding, but I'm pretty sure he's not there. I would imagine that James Rue, I think, was in charge during the period when Gregory was off the field. It would have been quite neat, but as you've been explaining to me, any substitute would have had to have been made before the third innings of this match started. In fact, we saw Gregory in the field. Here comes Vaughan with the first ball of the day, and it's sedately played away. So we've had lots of gossip about. Just trying to see who's actually doing the subbing. I haven't quite established that yet.
We actually started a minute late.
Well, I knew we would. Where were the umpires? All the players and both sides were ready to come out. But anyway, not to worry.
The substitute yesterday evening, as they turned down a single, was Josh Shaw, so it could be him.
It could be.
I haven't spotted him yet.
No. Alfie Ogborn came on for an over or two. We'll work it out in the end.
Interesting that they're starting with spin. No.
Well, I think they'll have spin and seam to start with. And I think they've gone for Vaughan against the left-handers from the end where one senses it's more likely to turn, i.e. from the river end. But we'll wait and see. The other thing that we saw was a very unusual sight, which was... Ooh.
That's a good throw from Jack Leach.
Well, he sort of. He hit the stumps, but the batsman was practically at the river by the time he did so.
Accurate, though.
Yes, it was accurate. Excuse me. The other snippet was we saw Tom Abel bowling. He hasn't bowled for a while, and everyone's been fretful of him bowling with dodgy hamstrings. The likes of Abel or possibly Lammonby might have to come into play today. That's just turned a bit, but he's played it nicely. He waited for it and just guided it down. He'll pick up a couple.
Yeah, because assuming that Gregory doesn't bowl, then we've just got the two front line seamers out there, Pretorius and Ball.
Yeah, so they're at mid-wicket and mid-on. I'm just going around and hunting for the sub.
Going to be a single here for Dean Elgar.
That might be the sub. Josh Shaw. That's him.
Yeah,
so we've established the sub, but he's not the replacement. He's not a replacement for Gregory. I don't think we'd have heard about that if that was the case. He's simply on as the sub. We'd be welcome at some point, and I'm sure we'll get one, a bit of an update on Lewis Gregory's health or his injury. It was a nasty injury. He was really hobbling when he came out to field last night, ended up at slip. But James Rue's clearly in charge. He's having a chat with Jake Ball, who's going to start from the Marcus Prescott again.
Yeah, he bowled from the river end yesterday evening with the new ball.
Yeah, there was one chance. Someone said it was a simple chance. I don't think it was. It was a very firm and surprisingly uppish drive from Elgar that came back at shoulder height pretty quickly, and he just parried it. Couldn't hang on.
Well, it's always harder when you're in your
Well, he's still, especially for a fast bowler, because you're still regaining your balance. I suppose a slow bowler's got a better chance because he's not following through so vigorously, probably. And it takes a bit longer for the ball to get down to the other end. Anyway, it's going to be ball, 2 slips in the gully. Pitch now, no longer showing any greenery. It was a little bit of green on the first day, and as ever here, it just gets brown once the sun comes out. And it sort of gets a bit slower. We did see the ball turn for Leach yesterday, and a few from Ford, who bowled very well. It tends to turn more slowly, though, as the game goes on. So no one's taking anything for granted. Anything could happen. We've seen that in this game so far, haven't we?
Well, there was certainly less turn yesterday evening than there had been earlier in the day.
And I don't know why that was, but it may have been. Sometimes when the batsmen play well, it doesn't seem to turn so much. Sometimes you wonder whether the roller sort of helps to deaden the pitch a bit. I don't know. But they played this pair pretty sedately, comfortably last night. Walters actually looked in terrific nick. Elgar never looks like he's in absolutely vintage form, but when he does go to drive, he hits it very hard, but gets into some strange positions. But he's been doing that for about a decade or more.
Many variations.
Yeah.
Enigmatic.
Well, he's a great battler. I mean, there's a good example, that one. I mean, that is not in the MCC coaching book. Not that I don't think anyone looks at the MCC coaching book anymore. Not sure even I looked much at the MCC coaching book.
Yeah, it's not an elegant defensive stroke.
No. It's not how you look there that matters, is it?
No, he's been a great player over the
Well, he
years.
must love the game, doesn't he? He played, he captained South Africa. He must have played, I don't know how many, 60 tests or 70 probably for South Africa. But he still wants to keep playing. And he's enjoying himself, I'm sure, at Essex.
39 years of age now.
Oh, he's that old, is he? Yeah.
86 tests.
86 tests.
5,347 runs. Highest score of 199. Bless him.
Yeah.
Average of 37.9.
Well, that's pretty handy, isn't it? Especially when you're batting at the top of the order, where it's never easy, of course. Well, it's more difficult there, by and large. It's a handsome record. But he must love the game, keep playing.
Well, he was a worthy replacement for Alistair Cook, wasn't he, when Cook finally decided to call it a day.
Yeah. So he must, he played here. It must have been about 15 years ago he played here, or roughly, because he was quite a youngster then and showed a lot of promise and was very welcome in that dressing room too. I think happy memories of him being here.
His first class debut was for the Northerns against Free State at Pretoria in February 2006, so it's 20 years ago.
20 years.
More than 20 years ago.
I think he has achieved veteran status. It's quite a juggling act then for James Rue. He's a bowler short. And as yet, there are no inroads. And that also explains why he wants to get a spinner on straight away. He wants to keep a little bit of seam options, or to have some seam options. So he's only really got Ball and Pretorius as frontliners. Lammonby might bowl a few overs. As I say, we saw Abel bowling, which we haven't seen for about 2 years. He's got other spin options. Obviously, he's got Leach, but
we saw one over from Josh Thomas,
yes.
The last over of the day yesterday.
Yeah, but you wouldn't think he bowled many overs. On target. He's been on target throughout this match, Archie Vaughan, but no misbehaviour.
Yeah, we haven't seen the outside edge passed as yet. Early days, though.
Yeah. I mean, most wickets come from batsman error, building up pressure, a bit of batsman error, but actually Jack Leach did bowl 1 or 2 absolute corkers. So, drag down a bit, but it's only going to be a single.
Josh Shaw is out at deep extra cover. Solid defence again from Dean Elgar. It's a beautiful morning here in Taunton.
Yeah.
Clear air, bright sunshine.
Beautiful sky, isn't it?
Above the Somerset stand there and the apartments behind. I'm sure it will be pleasant for the solitary man on the roof, enjoying the view of the cricket.
I expect the window cleaners you saw this morning are enjoying it too, Stephen, in the church next door.
Yeah, 1 or 2 of them will be high enough up. It's amazing. I
hope that's it. I think Walter hits a long ball, but they struggle to reach them. He's giving him a bounce at first ball, and that's partly because he should have been caught in the first innings, hooking a bouncer down at long leg. There's a man there hovering. It's a long way down there. It might be Josh, I'm not sure, who needs to be on alert. Been playing the 100, you instinctively want to go after those sort of deliveries.
Good looking drive for no run, fielded by Josh Thomas at cover. Yeah, I dropped in, it being a pleasant morning, and given that I've had this view of the wall at the back of Gimlet's Hill, I thought I'd have a look at the other side of the wall. There is the church tower. I don't know if we pan down, I wonder whether we'll be able to see any window cleaners.
Hanging on, the grim light.
No, it doesn't quite accommodate that, I don't think. But as I strolled through the churchyard, somebody asked whether I knew where I was going.
It's a polite way of saying, what are you doing here?
Indeed. So I explained myself. I thought that's the best way to do this. And they were all interested in cricket.
Oh, right. So you had a rundown of the latest state of the game.
Yeah, they think Pakistan are very poor.
Right. Well, they were very poor, it seems.
And one of them asked...
Oh, he swatted at that without hitting it.
Can get into trouble with that sort of stroke.
Well, it's the only area where he's looked potentially vulnerable.
And yeah, one of the window cleaners asked me whether the Somerset man was going to come back into the Pakistan side, and of course he meant Babar Azam.
Yeah. Well, he was.
And my answer was yes.
Well, he was obviously not fit. He's captain now. they've missed him enormously. And they'll be desperately hoping that Babar is fit for the next Test match, which starts next Thursday.
Indeed. And the other thing they mentioned, Vic, was that they know that the scorer is a regular attendant at St James Church, and they meant Polly Rhodes.
Oh, right, yeah. Well, Polly's, of course, retired now, but...
Yeah. Appeal here, but it didn't have a lot of conviction about it.
No, I don't know. It could only be thought there might have been an inside edge or something, but I think that was full of optimism. But it was a play and miss. He hasn't started with all the authority we've seen yesterday, where in both his innings, 2 innings yesterday, he was pretty commanding at the crease and scored quickly. A bit cagier in this innings. Understandably, given the deficit, I suppose. But he's still there.
Extraordinarily, having just mentioned Polly Rhodes,
yes,
I've got a text from her.
She sometimes listens, better be careful here.
It doesn't refer to the conversation we've just had at all. It's interesting, actually.
Oh, go on then.
It says, "Morning, Stephen, Polly here. As far as I understand it, for this tranche of championship matches, the ECB had said that the replacements aren't going to be done. They were saying it was being done too much." And I've actually got, which Polly has very kindly sent me, the 2 changes that have been made to the replacement player regulations. This is going to get rather complicated.
Well, I'll leave it with you and see.
Watch this next ball first. Yeah, so this is from the ECB. 2 changes to the replacement player regulations trial have been confirmed for the remainder of this season's Rothesay County Championship. Both changes recommended following a collaborative process, blah, blah, blah. They are injury or illness replacements must now be activated, or the match referee notified that an affected player is undergoing an injury or illness assessment before the 3rd innings of a match. Now, that was our understanding.
Yeah.
Anyway, and it's obviously too late for that now because this 3rd innings started yesterday evening. And the second point, after this ball from Archie Vaughan, which is high in the air and handsome.
That has gone quite a long way. It went very high and quite far. There's nothing wrong with that delivery, by the way. But he's decided time has come.
It's in the Trade Nation.
It's in the Trade Nation, which is closed, I think, at the moment. At least there's no one sitting in it. So there's now a bit of a ball hunt for, I think it's Miguel Pretorius out there. And it's not necessary. Oh, he's found it. He's found it. It's in about 5, 6, 7 rows back.
That would be row F.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah. I mean, it was a big hit. It went very high and went perfectly far enough. There's no man out there. He's almost inviting the shot. He just needs Vaughan. That particular delivery that he's decided to lambaste to turn. And then it might go straight up in the air. It's quite a long way too, because when he hits it, he hits it. Here we go again. Is he going to try again? I doubt it.
No, left alone. But no turn there. That just went straight through. The second alteration, approval of a replacement player will not take into account the relative quality, experience or record of the player being replaced and the replacement player. It will be based on skill set only.
Well, there was an issue, wasn't there, at Lancashire, where someone got injured and they wanted to replace him with Bailey, who's quite an experienced seamer. And because he was far more experienced, it was decided that that was not an appropriate replacement, which, and again, it's tricky if you decide that. As it happens, Overton would have been the perfect, identical replacement for Gregory. He's good enough.
You can't get much more like for like than that.
Well, apart from physical attributes, yes, they're both stalwarts. Both got about the same number of wickets, I suspect, in first-class cricket, and a similar sort of batting average too.
I think there was a case here against Nottinghamshire a few years ago when a replacement was required because a bowler was injured. Let's watch Jake Ball.
That's well struck, isn't it? It's a sweet drive. It's not absolutely classical, so there's a bit of bottom hand there, but it's right off the meat of the bat. And skidding for 4, half volley, but beautifully put away.
Yeah, swap that round. A replacement was required when a batsman was injured, and Samit Patel was the man who was the replacement, but it was ruled that he couldn't bowl.
Oh, right.
Because the batsman wouldn't have been able to.
Yeah, well, the replacement rule has come in essentially this year, but previously there's been the concussion replacement scenario, hasn't there? That's been going for a while.
Yeah.
If someone gets concussed, you could get a replacement.
Yes, and that's how this second change reads. In fact, in the case of a significant life event or concussion, a replacement player may continue to be activated at any time during a Rothesay County Championship match.
Okay.
Polly, thank you very much.
So someone needs to go and hit Gregory on the head, really. So, no, I don't mean that. You know.
And if
no, I definitely don't mean that, because one of the problems with this rule is that there is scope for skullduggery, so you've got to sort of encourage legitimate activity. I mean, there was the famous one in the rugby, wasn't there, where they cut fingers to draw blood, or there was bogus blood flying around everywhere. Anyway.
I don't know whether you're in the ground or not, Polly, but if you're not, you'll be glad to know that your flag is hoist and looking very good in the morning sunshine. It's a little bit wound round the flagpole at the moment, actually, but it's much more substantial than the Essex one, which looks tiny by comparison, as that is hit down to the long leg boundary.
Well, you can understand why he's tried him with the bouncer. There's not much pace in this pitch, and this time Walter, it's a huge boundary out there, but he hasn't actually hit it down, but he hasn't hit it up either. It bounced way before any fielder was around, and it went like a tracer bullet to the boundary. He's a serious cricketer now, Walter. You know, every format he's obviously had a very fruitful period in white ball cricket for franchises around the world, as well as in the 100. But watch him play now in this format, and he looks the business, doesn't he? As a unusually tall but very composed opening batsman.
Yep, and he's into the 40s. This opening partnership continuing to flourish. We're going to have a change at the river end. Archie Vaughan making way for Miguel Pretorius.
Well, there'll be more work for Archie Vaughan, no question about that, as it will be for Jack Leach. I suppose the notion is here that, well, the ball is already 25 overs old, but it seems going to get it to do anything. Well, it's a bit harder. I don't think they would have taken Vaughan off simply because Walter hit him for 6 in the last over. He's capable of dealing with that. There was nothing wrong with the delivery. He hit for 6. He just decided that it was time to break free. The ball went nicely onto the middle of the bat and disappeared into the stand.
So Pretorius for the first time today appealed for LBW. I think it may have been a little high.
He was excited by that. More excited than actually Rue, who usually gets quite excited. But you're right, it just felt it might be a bit high from around the wicket. Let's have another look. Well, it's a pretty good shout, but I think height might be an issue. It's above the knee roll. Anyway, it's not out. Yeah. Didn't hit it though.
Oh, beauty. Absolute beauty. Henry Nicholls agrees at first slip. Hands above his head, clapping.
Yeah, can't have been far from off stump. Well, it was quite a way, but he played it that.
Just to finish the subject of the window cleaners, although we might come back to it, you never know.
You and your window cleaners, Steve. Go on.
Well, I was very, very impressed. There were several of them at St James's Church, and it's not an easy job because the panes of glass are really quite small and old.
And so, were they on some sort of scaffolding?
No ladders.
On ladders? How far up were they then?
Not terribly.
Okay. How are they going to do the top windows?
I don't know whether they're going to get there. If there is a top window in that spire, that would be a very long way up.
Yeah.
Spire tower, I should say. Although there is a little spire.
Yeah, at the top there.
Next to the flag, Somerset flag. This is a good start for Pretorius.
It is a good start. He's barely laid back on ball. He won't worry about it because he's so phlegmatic. He's seen it all, but he's given his left thigh a bit of a rub.
Yeah, that clearly hurt. Walks rather gingerly back to his crease. Dean Elgar gives it another rub. That one comfortably enough. Anyway, I didn't find any stray cricket balls in St James's Churchyard. I did have
well, I've retired a long time ago. Oh, right. Well, they must have cut the grass then, have they?
It looked pretty trim.
Well, the thing is, we hardly play any cricket here in August, that's why. It's well within range, though. Well, it's a fine opening over. He's given Elgar some problems there, but Elgar is still there. He's getting a round of applause, but no wicket.
He looked more threatening in that over from the river end than he did with the new ball yesterday evening.
Yeah. That's true. I mean, I haven't done an analysis of it, but actually throughout this summer, some bowlers are less comfortable with the new ball. It's a bit slippery, and he hasn't bowled much with the new ball. He's more used to a ball that's 15 overs old or something.
Coming on at this sort of stage.
Yeah. Whether that's got anything to do with it, I don't know, but it's possible.
He runs here.
Yeah, he's going to sprint round Josh Shaw, I think.
I wonder whether he got bat onto that. I think he did.
There's nothing from the umpire, I don't think. So Walter starting to accelerate.
Martin Saggers has switched ends, hasn't he? Because it's the third innings.
Yeah. Swap ends.
Ian Blackwell in profile at the moment at square leg. Oh, what bowled.
That's a rare player miss there. It must have left him, I think. He's in such good nick that I think it must have moved. In fact, he's going to tap on the crease to let everyone know that it's clearly deviated, and it just has a bit. So he could have nicked that. A little bit of encouragement there for Jake Ball.
Inside edge maybe about that.
Yeah, but yeah, not the middle of the bat, but no problems really. It's going to be a busy day for the spinners if wickets don't come reasonably quickly here. He's not got a lot of artillery. James Rew with Gregory absent. So it'll test him, particularly if there aren't any wickets falling. Oh, he's got him. He's got him. Well, that's off the inside edge, I think, onto the stumps, and he's posed a few problems. Jake Ball more today than he did yesterday. Walter starting to look dangerous, but a loose drive, and I think we'll have a look in a second, but I think it's just taken the inside edge, and there's a great sense of relief and joy because Walter in this match has looked a formidable opponent, but he's gone now. Let's have another look. I think it hit something, probably the inside edge. Anyway, the bells fell off.
I think you're right.
And he's got quite a celebration, Jake Ball, nowadays.
We'll get a better view from here, I think.
Yeah.
That must be inside edge.
Yeah, it must be a bit of inside edge onto the stumps. And this will help us to expect. We've got cameras at every angle here, all masterfully organised. That doesn't tell us much, but I promise you there was an inside edge of it. It hit the middle of off. So that is a very welcome wicket for Somerset. It brings in Wesley, who obviously didn't last very long in the first innings. He's on a pair. It's sort of a bit of inside edge, bit of pad perhaps as well, but it's hit the stumps quite hard.
I think it was pat onto pad onto stump.
Yeah, not quite as unfortunate as Lammonby's yesterday morning, or the first morning. Anyway, so that'll cheer Jake Ball up. It's hard work for seamers come day 3 here.
Yeah, and Walter is the man he missed yesterday evening, the caught and bowled.
No.
It was Elgar, was it?
Yeah. But nearly right there.
Well, 50% chance.
Yeah. Anyway, here's Wesley on a pair. Watch out for the ones.
Yeah, I'm thinking about the other drop, which was Walter. That was Goldsworthy in the first innings.
Yeah.
And that was off Jake Ball.
Yeah.
That's my excuse.
That'll do.
Yeah, just the 2 dropped catches by Somerset, 1 in each innings.
It hasn't been. There's a little shape there away. It hasn't been a particularly busy time in the slip cordon. I can't remember many slip catches at all. There's not much carry. A few have dropped short. But it's not necessarily that type of surface. Anyway, a wicket has fallen. That'll sort of cheer up. Well, I was going to say it was going to cheer up Archie Vaughan, who's no longer bowling, of course, but in the Walter was going to counter-attack, which would have given Vaughan possibilities, but he had just walloped him for 6. We had a very good first over from Pretorius.
I don't think, looking down the scorecard, that there have been any slip catches at all in this match. There have been 2 to James Rew and 1 to Michael Pepper behind the stumps.
Yeah, and there haven't been any drops either, I don't think. We've been 1 or 2 nicks that haven't carried.
Can Pretorius keep the standards from the first over up?
It's got a slightly. You've got James Rew's decided to stand up. You've got a short mid-on there, unusual position, but I can see why, because he just occasionally he punches it in the air, as he did to Jake Ball. But it's a slightly unusual position. I remember Matthew Hayden getting out there in the 2005 Ashes when Archie's dad was putting people there. I didn't quite know where that was coming from, but it's a run.
It's another moral victory for the bowler.
Yeah.
Field will switch around now for the right-hander. First time we've seen one in this innings. Delighted to say that we have Peter Wanless, the Somerset president, coming up to join us in round about half an hour's time for a chat. So it'd be great to see him.
Yep, well, he's always lively. And it's a day where we would welcome the odd reinforcement. There's no, I mean, it's impossible to replace Trigo, but the fact is he's not here today. He's going to try and smash someone around. I think it's Thornbury.
Okay.
Ooh,
oh, well bowled.
Oh, it's a no ball. I'm glad he didn't nick it.
said well bowled a moment too soon.
Well, it was still well bowled, but his foot was clearly over.
Yeah.
I presume it's over, as you wouldn't have called it. It was a lovely delivery. Let's have a look at this. I think, yes, that's just left him off the pitch. And I think Pretorius and quite a few of our Somerset's bowlers are more comfortable, actually, against right-handed batsmen. Pretorius in particular, he kind of bowls to his slip cord and tries to move that ball away, and that one did go away.
Played more safely by Wesley. The other guest we'll be welcoming a little bit later on today is the West Country sports writer Richard Latham.
Old favourite.
Yeah.
He was reporting when I was playing. Dear old Richard. That's how old he is.
He loves his cricket. He loves he loves all his sport.
Yeah. Well, he's become quite a regular, I'm pleased to say, isn't he?
Indeed. So he'll be joining us a little bit later. That's a good-looking straight drive.
But I bet you his car doesn't go as fast as Pete Trigo's. Well, actually, Trigo seems to have moved beyond a car into some sort of, looks like practically an army vehicle.
Yeah, it's. I didn't know Mercedes made cars like that.
Well, it was it's almost like a Land Rover, wasn't it? But
an outsized Land Rover.
An outside, of course.
And naturally, with many exhausts.
Yes, he's gone from Thunderbirds to sort of World War III.
Oh, beauty again. This is a terrific spell from Pretorius.
Yeah, and Wesley, obviously he's looking like a man not in complete control. He got that second ball duck in the first innings when he wafted at a wide one from Gregory. And at the moment, batting is not a straightforward operation, but he is getting a little bit of a movement. Pretorius, he's beaten the bat not only of Wesley's but also Elgar's in this little spell so far.
Clipped firmly for 4.
That's his area. I mean, he played a little bit of Test cricket, didn't he, Wesley? And he played enough to show that that's where he likes to hit the ball. Very strong through the leg side, but sometimes that strength can also be a bit of a weakness particularly against top quality bowling when you're taking the ball off the stumps, which might have happened once or twice in his Test career. It wasn't a long Test career, but for a while he batted at 3 for England, about half a dozen, maybe not, 4 or 5 games. He definitely played, I think, when England beat the West Indies in what will, I'm sure, be, if any sense prevails, the solitary day-night match played in England at Edgbaston. Late in the season, everyone went home at 8 o'clock anyway. It was freezing. And the game was over in about 2 days.
5 tests.
Yeah.
193 runs, highest score 59, average 24.
Right.
And when did he make his Test debut?
I think it was all in one summer, perhaps, I feel.
England against South Africa at the Oval in 2017. Yep.
Yeah, all that summer. He played all that summer and then...
Yep. The last test,
that
same
was
year,
it. Yeah.
at Lords against the West Indies.
Yeah.
Yeah, Pete Trigo's exhausts.
They're in the wrong place, aren't they? On the side of the side of the vehicle.
It's extraordinary. I've seen just in the last year or so, he was a BMW with 4 exhausts, and then he went down.
Good job. This is not the BBC, isn't it? carry on.
Then he went down to 3.
All right.
3 in the middle. That was the car he had. I'm going to take your advice, Vic, and sort of advertising brands. Went down to 3 for the early part of this season and has now gone back to 4. And oddly, it's 2 on each side. There are none at the back at all. But they're substantial exhausts.
Yeah.
Jake Ball, can he strike again? Single here to backward point. Be worth a little bit of Lammonby, the left arm.
Maybe, yeah. I mean, if there's a little bit of swing, it's worth a try. I think also now that, I mean, he would also be thinking, got Wesley in, right-hander, Leach. Jack's just, I don't think he's about to come on, but he's just going through his action once there at mid-on, in the knowledge that he's going to be busy.
Absolutely. He and Archie Vaughan, and we may see a bit more of Josh Thomas as well. Just the 1 over from him yesterday evening. Well stopped.
Excellent fielding.
Pretorius.
He is a whole-hearted cricketer, isn't he, Pretorius? And he's much admired down here.
Well, and so heartening, that innings he played yesterday.
Well, yeah. Well, heartening and indeed surprising, given what we've seen this summer. But
although we did know,
yeah, that's what it's all been a frustration. He's been creeping down the order. Leach he's overtaken him in the batting order. But
the elusiveness of form.
Yeah.
But hopefully, having rediscovered it yesterday, then the floodgates will open over the rest of the season.
Well, he might come ahead of Jack Leach in the next game. I don't know. We'll wait and see. Although he might have bowled so many overs today, he might have a rest. I don't know. No doubt. Well, we'll wait and see. I imagine Craig Overton's paternity leave will end when Somerset are in Hove, I think, in the next round.
Next week.
There'll be doubts about Gregory's fitness, of course.
Desperately frustrating for him not to be out there.
Yeah.
Because he was responsible for that dream start.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yesterday.
And he does get wickets in seams, doesn't he? Streaks. Oof.
Taken standing up by
Yeah.
James Rue. First ball of a new Pretorius over.
You see it so much more often now, which I quite enjoy in the sense that it demands, therefore, that there are more. You're a wicketkeeper, aren't you?
Of sorts.
Of sorts, yeah. But it demands so much more of the wicketkeeper. So you've got to be a proper wicketkeeper to be able to stand up like Rue's doing now. And we saw Jamie Smith, who doesn't always keep for Surrey, of course, but he's, from what I gather in the Test match recently, he's stood up a little bit. Has he stood up in this match? I don't know. Yes, he would have done to Robinson in particular.
Yeah.
It's back in vogue to try and keep, because batsmen are starting to bat against the sort of medium pacers, like Cook and Porter we've seen in this match. They've started to try and negate them by batting out significantly out of their crease.
Crouching James Rue as that's played comfortably enough into the covers. I'm not sure whether I would have had the courage to stand up to Miguel Pretorius. Even in my pomp.
No.
Such as that was.
You mean that's past, is it? No. I did keep him when, I don't know if it's a first-class game, I can't remember now, but I kept for a session at Oxford all those years ago. Because our wicketkeeper was doing an exam that didn't finish till lunchtime. Well, we used to have quite a well-known sort of amateur, Andrew Wingfield Digby.
Oh yes, wingers diggers.
Opening the bowling. Got quite a lot of wickets for Oxford. Yeah. In fact, he got 99 first-class wickets, which included Viv Richards and Colin Cowdrey. But he was no great pace. And our regular wicketkeeper, well, he stood up to him. He might stand up for an over with he had the new ball, but then he'd stand up. I stood back. Most emphatically stood back.
I may have said this to you before, Vic, but there was Wingers Diggers was involved in a very lengthy dismissal in terms of what went down in the scorecard, because it involved Dudley Owen Thomas and Rory Kincaid Weeks.
That's right. Yes. Yeah.
I think it was Owen Thomas who was caught Kincaid Weeks bowled Wingfield Digby.
Yeah.
Good shot. Pretorius is down. I think he's okay.
Well, he tried to stop it initially, but he doesn't. When he hit, he looks dogged for a while, but when he goes on the drive, he gives it a good crack. He times the ball well, punches it. He's got strong forearm still. Olgar, he's still there. 46 not out. Got an half volley, and he had to work hard to get it past the field there, but he got it to the left of mid-off. And so he's going to be a big obstacle today, I suspect. He's been there for 45 minutes. He's in now, battling away. He's looked more secure than Wesley, that's for sure, at the moment. But
Rue is not going to stand up to Jake Ball for the moment.
Well, I think that's probably right, too, because the way Wesley's playing, look, if you stand up, no matter who you are, it makes any nick trickier, because you're so close. If it's a big nick, you haven't got time to adjust.
It's a reflex thing, isn't it, almost?
So if you think a nick is on the cards, I think initially it makes sense to be standing back, because you've got a far better chance of catching it.
Yeah, indeed.
It might change if Wesley gets in and then he starts using the crease. But just at the minute, you're more comfortable with him standing back, I reckon.
Nice looking stroke. I did keep wicket to an international once.
All right.
Missed a difficult catch off him, actually. Johnny Ngenda, who played for East Africa in the 1975 World Cup.
He was pretty quick, was he?
He was quick.
Right.
And
what were you doing standing up then?
Well, no, I was standing back.
Oh, right, okay.
But let's watch this proper delivery now and proper take from James Rue. But no, he was quite quick, and there was one delivery. In the old-fashioned expression, he slipped himself.
Oh, right, yes.
He bowled an absolute corker, and I got a hand to it. It found the edge, and I got my left hand to it, but couldn't quite hold on, which was a shame, because if I had, it would have been a thrill. Going to be single here.
That's four. He's very strong there. That's the one place you don't bowl to Wesley. Well, I have this, I've mentioned this before, I'm sure too, abiding memory. Just after I'd finished playing, I remember playing in some sort of charity game, but quite a serious game down at Torquay. And I think I was captaining the kind of team that was playing against a Somerset 11. And they recruited for our team, no one, I think Kenny Benjamin, Malcolm Marshall. Marshall played. And keeping wicket was a 16-year-old from Devon, Chris Reed. And in the first over, I think Harvey Trump, oddly, was opening the batting for some. Anyway, in the first over, and Malcolm Marshall, was just wonderful to have around. And he wasn't quite at full pelt, but he was bowling sort of properly. And Trump got this nick to a ball that was travelling, and Reed, I've never forgotten it for a couple of reasons. Reed took off like a goalkeeper, one-handed, right hand outstretched, and it stuck. fantastic catch. So I always remember that catch. And then I remember the absolute joy of Marshall, who was so thrilled by that he'd managed to create that, and to see someone like Chris Reed take such a phenomenal catch. He's so thrilled that he'd been able, sort of unwittingly, to create that opportunity for Reed to show what he was worth. It was just a lovely moment of not only Reed doing something brilliant, but Marshall with 250 test wickets, etc., just admiring that little moment.
It tells you a lot about Malcolm Marshall, doesn't it?
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Oh, terrific.
But sadly, your opportunity just got there and it dribbled onto the grass.
Although I did, bizarrely, talking of Chris Reed, come back to that after this from Pretorius. That's a good-looking drive for no run. I did play in my Cricinfo days. I played at Trent Bridge, although sadly not in the open air because it was raining that day, so we had to play indoors.
Right.
But it was against some of the Notts players, and I bowled a delivery, a rank long hop, to Jason Gallion, who whacked it. And Chris Reed, there was no need for a keeper because we were in the net. Chris was at mid-on, and he just nonchalantly leant down and picked it up one-handed. Ergo, J.E.R. Gallion caught CMW Reed, bowled S.E.H. Lamb. all three initials for all of us.
You didn't keep to your cousin Tim at any point, did you?
I don't think so.
No, okay.
I think that was George Sharp mainly.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, it's Northants.
Yes.
And then obviously he played at Middlesex as well, Tim, didn't he?
Yes. Would that have been... No,
beforehand, I think.
John Murray, maybe?
Maybe, yeah.
Is that... Oh,
that's another one, you see, that didn't quite carry.
Yeah.
Well, Tim's rabbit, although he wouldn't proclaim it, was Gower.
Yeah, well, indeed it was.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's bounced a good 3 or 4 feet in front of Nichols there at first slip. The pitch here is, it's lost a bit of pace. It never had much. Soft hands, I suppose, from Elgar as well. Moral victory, but no wicket. I think it's almost time for one of the spinners to come back.
Yeah, I don't know exactly how many times Tim dismissed Gower, but it was
It was quite frequent. Yeah.
It was. To such an extent, and forgive me, because this is a story I'm very fond of, if I have told it before.
No, don't worry about that.
Gower emerged yet again at Northampton, probably expecting the worst.
Yeah.
And Tim was at long leg.
Yeah.
And Gower rolled him an orange and said, "Go on, get me out with that then."
Right. Yeah.
That is a true story, I promise.
Yeah, no. Sounds perfectly credible to me, knowing both parties.
Yeah. I did get David to confirm it.
Yeah. Yeah. Elgar's got his 50, by the way. We sort of
rather glossed over that.
Yeah. He jabs down on it occasionally. Now he's just going to go off and either get some fresh gloves, I think.
50 from 95 deliveries.
Okay, well, he's...
Elgar, 7 boundaries.
Yeah, 104 for 1. Somerset made that one breakthrough from Jake Ball, who's bowled for 50 minutes from the pavilion end. He's bowled pretty well. And I think he's going to keep going. Or is he?
Well, Jack Leach has removed his sweater.
I tell you what, we've talked about Lammonby. And I think he's going to have a bowl.
Excellent. I think that's a really good call.
Well,
the left arm?
Well, it's worth a try. I mean, it may only last a couple of overs, 2 or 3 overs. But if the ball does swing, he has... Well, we've seen him occasionally just pick up a couple of wickets out of the blue. And I think he's quite keen to bowl. He bowled quite a lot as an under-19er for England, I think. He played England under-19s. Hasn't bowled that much for Somerset, and mostly when he has bowled, it's been with a white ball. It'd be interesting to see what sort of field he has, because Wesley is very strong through that onside. He loves it. So whether they're not giving him too much protection. Man, that long leg is very square. Here we go. Let's see how he gets on. That's where he hits it.
Oh, he almost got there. Long chase, and that's so frustrating for the fielder.
Yeah.
Rolled over, and the ball rolled over with him. Josh Shaw, substitute fielder, out there in place of Lewis Gregory.
Yeah, well, that's not the place to bowl to. In fact, they're going to bolster that leg side. I think that's fair enough. What you would hope, if he can get it to swing, is that just occasionally he misses one of them. But that was two leg side anyway. But that's just the area he likes it. That's better.
Oh, well bowled. That's in the right place to cause danger. Tom Lammonby. I walked past his coffee shop this morning.
Oh, well, he'll be disappointed to walk past and just said he went to talk to window cleaners instead of having a coffee at the Lammonby's.
I have been in there. Not this morning, but it's very nice coffee.
I'm sure it is. Yeah.
The 9:15 it's called.
Well, I was on I think the first morning, I was on the train, met up with his dad, and we walked down from the station together, and I obviously peeled off to make sure I was here in time to find out who was playing and what was happening. And he said, well, I'm just popping off for a coffee first. And I thought, I know where you're going. I don't know if he has to pay.
I wonder whether the 15 after the 9, I wonder whether that's to do with the number on the back of Tom's shirt.
Well, is it called 15-9?
It's I think it's 9:15.
9:15. Well, the reason will be because he's got it. I think he's got it with the guy who used to be the chief scrum half, or played. It was one of the chief scrum half, one of the Maunders.
Okay.
Who is? He's no longer, I think, at the Chiefs, but for a while he was one of the scrum halves at Exeter. And they're old mates, or they're same contemporaries around Exeter. So I imagine that's how, and that's how it's come. He's in partnership with. There are two Maunders of that vintage, and this is the younger one. So that must be that. So it's an interesting enterprise. Tom's dad was a very good cricketer from Perth originally. And he's one of those guys who came over to play club cricket as a youngster in a very good grade cricketer, no doubt, and who started by playing club cricket as a young Aussie, but who stayed, I think. Well, he obviously stayed.
Well, 9:15 does make exceedingly good coffee.
Well, okay, this is clearly not the BBC.
And that's a pretty good over.
Yeah. Well, it's worth a try, partly because he's short of bowlers anyway. But if the ball does swing, there are possibilities for a Lammonby, and it's worth trying out. And actually, my recollection is that not so much this year, but last year in the Metro Bank, when James Rue was captain, he used Lammonby stacks, and he got a whole host of wickets. So I think Rue kind of appreciates what he can offer, maybe more than some of the others, I don't know.
Yeah.
But it's definitely not necessarily for a long. If nothing happens, you wouldn't have him on for a long time, but he might beat the bat once in that over. So it's worth a try.
So still Pretorius, and indeed Peter Wanless.
Do you want to stay for a while?
Who's behind me. Let me. I'll nip out for a moment.
Oh, okay.
Vic, and if Peter doesn't mind,
you get lumber with me for a while, and then
and then we'll swap over.
No, you're staying here until lunchtime, aren't you? Yeah. Well, here's our president, Peter.
Terrific. I will make way
to raise morale. Generally, no doubt. Well, that's a fairly modest shirt for you.
Because the shirt is modest because the jacket is extraordinarily outrageous.
Oh, right, of course.
To the point where I lost my nerve in walking between the Colin Atkinson Pavilion and here.
Well,
so I had to tone the shirt down a bit, otherwise it would all have been too much. Yes.
Well, you need to be recognised as the president. You know, you're one of the ciphers that picks up the mood around the stands.
Yes, it's a very strange and interesting role, being the president of a cricket club. I thought if I dried up, we could talk about what you.
I've never known you dry up. Anyway, go on.
I've printed off a list of all the presidents that Somerset Cricket Club has had since the dawn of time. There've been 30, and also all the presidents of the other counties, because there's an interesting history and interesting people.
Well, I'm looking at the first page, which is the originals, and well, it seems you really ought to be a lieutenant colonel or something like that, because most of them were.
That's right. Yeah. He's Pretorius. Yeah. Yes. So the role of the president. Well, yes. I was going to say that presidents are typically more like you, Vic, than they are like me. Quite certainly in more recent times in Somerset, but definitely in the other counties, they're very often extremely distinguished former players who are associated with the club, and it's a role with no formal power and responsibility or accountability, but the opportunity to get involved with and interfere in anything and everything, which you'll have seen me do over recent times. So, you know, what's not to like about a role like that? But
well, it's a nice contrast to your working life in a way, I suppose, when you had a bit more responsibility, I guess.
Yes, so I come from the West Country, and I'm just watching Pretorius again. Wesley, and I was brought up from the moment I was born to be a Somerset cricket supporter. My mum and dad were both members forever, and they have a brick in the wall down at the Gimlets Hill, and so I had kind of no choice about it.
Where were they living? Were they living in the county?
So my dad was from Bar. Well, he started his he was evacuated in the war down to near Bath, and began his kind of working life there. My mum, who is was the best cricketer in our family. She came from Lancashire, Southport.
Oh, right.
But they got married and they were both teachers in Wiltshire. So I grew up in Chippenham, but brought up to support Somerset, and we used to go and watch cricket, particularly the Bath Festival. Yeah. But also, Street, Glastonbury, Bristol Imperial Ground, Weston-super-Mare, and maybe once a year, if we were lucky, we might go as far as Taunton. But very rarely would we come as far as here. But it was, knocked into us. You will support Somerset, and here's Lammonby, and over and there, and. For the very early years of my life, Somerset continued their undistinguished failure to get anywhere in anything. And then all of a sudden, as I was doing what were then O-levels and A-levels, we had this fantastic team of which you were a part. That was a kind of wonderful period in the club's history, and that kind of locked me into being a fan. And here's Lammonby again. something happening
Sorry,
there.
they're all playing dot balls because they're quite interested in what you're talking about.
Okay, and that's kind of the... And so my whole working career, I lived and worked in London and the South East, but always kept this kind of love of Somerset and connection with Somerset.
You were Wyvern, was it?
I never...
That's supposed to be the exiles thing.
Yes, so I've heard about the Wyverns subsequently, this kind of lively, and I mean there are hundreds of them, I believe, back in the day, who had all sorts of fundraising and social functions, and then crashed that one for all.
Yeah.
But no, I wasn't in that loop. I was kind of working really hard and in government for a succession of government ministers as a civil servant in the Treasury and then in the Department for Education.
So where are we now, in the 90s?
Yeah.
Or the noughties?
So I started in 1988. I kind of got my lucky break when I was interviewed by a Treasury minister who had a chip on his shoulder about everyone in the Treasury apparently having Oxbridge degrees and being very, very intelligent and didn't really relate. He didn't really relate to me. That was John Major, and I was about literally the 15th or 16th choice for a private secretary role working for him, and we had a chat about county cricket. And that was it. I got the job, and it was my lucky break. And once you have the opportunity,
had you done any research beforehand to recognise that John Major was a cricket nut?
I knew that he liked cricket, but I didn't expect that to be the main subject of the interview. He genuinely was obsessed with cricket and Surrey. Still is, yeah. And so that's 1988 to 1989. I worked with him, and one of the first things he said to me was, "Peter, we're going to put your name down for the MCC." And I said, "No, I'm not sure about that." And he said, "No, you'll thank me for this in years to come." So I applied for the MCC, and I think he seconded me actually, and I was proposed by my friend in the Treasury at the time called Nick Macpherson, who is now Lord Macpherson of Earl's Court, who ended up being the permanent secretary at the Treasury. And anyway, I forgot all about this membership, really. Carried on working hard in Treasury and in Department for Education. And 23 years later, my membership came up for assessment, and it had these very great luminaries proposing me. And so at that point, around about the same time, I became an MCC member, and I also became the chief executive of the NSPCC, the big children's child protection charity, a job which I did for 11 and a half years, and then reasonably recently. I loved that job, but I thought it's time to do something different, perhaps not quite so full on 24/7. And I had, as I say, lived and worked in London in the South East, coming up and down the A303 to watch Somerset whenever I could. I'd got involved a little bit with the club originally through the former chair of the club, Andy Nash, and so I've moved down here. Now I'm 100% committed to Somerset. We live about 10 minutes from the ground. I've been to every day of county championship cricket here this season. I mean, what a lovely way to lead your life.
Well, it is, and get exasperated as well.
Yes.
Sometimes. We've got Leach on now, first time today. It's an exciting finale we're all witnessing, isn't it?
It is. We've had some really good games here. This season, haven't we?
But with the championship so open, anything could happen. Anything could happen in this match, actually. We Somerset would start this day in such a powerful looking position, but I'm sure you, like me, have got memories of two where it didn't quite work out as we expected. Haunted by that Worcester game, for example, last summer.
I'd put that one to the back of my mind. I was thinking more recently. I mean, we've had 2 this season where we were 100 runs ahead on the first innings
and lost.
Yeah, well, but 300 runs ahead on the first innings. Yeah. That really would be a challenge, wouldn't it?
Yeah, but you've got to win, haven't you? You've got to win.
We've got to win. Yeah.
But we've had some great cricket. We had some very good pitches, actually, because they've done a little bit more, haven't they? We haven't had quite so many of those dead games.
I bumped into Craig Overton in the car park earlier because that's something that...
Was he coming or going at the time?
He was going.
That's good, because we were worried, because he's supposed to be on paternity leave. What's he doing here, we were thinking.
I'd seen him warming up on the outfield, and so I thought I'd better go and have a word with him, and I must congratulate him appropriately. As the former chair of the chief executive of the NSPCC, I must show the importance of children, even though I'm slightly feeling I wish Craig was out there bowling. So I congratulated him on the birth of his child, and we had a bit of a chat about the state of the game, and he suggested that he thought the pitch was pretty flat and we were going to need to be patient today, but the others were doing rather well without him. And I said, well, don't let that stop you coming back when you're ready.
Well, of course, when I turned up, the gateman was having a chat with the people in front of me for checking the bags, and then I bumped into one of them. He said, well, he says Overton's going to be playing. There was, because as an injury substitute. Yeah. I thought, oh, that would be clever. Well, that buzzed around here for a while, but obviously it wasn't going to happen. But
you have to be careful of some of the things you say in this space, don't you? Because it is very important that he takes his paternity leave. But I did wonder if Lewis Gregory's got recent experience of having young children, if perhaps he could be a replacement for Craig and do the paternity leave, and Craig could come
I see.
Bowl a few overs.
Yeah. He's very sympathetic, so I'm sure that's good lateral thinking.
Double substitute. Yes, I didn't suggest that. Anyway, when I went back to the people that I sit with to watch the cricket, and I said, I've just been having a chat with Craig Overton. Of course, they immediately said, oh, what's the name of the baby?
Oh, right.
And I thought, I didn't ask that. I said, well, what did you ask him about? I said, well, I asked him about cricket.
Yeah, do you think it'll turn by 5 o'clock?
Oh, men.
If it wasn't your previous occupation, I mean, that would be okay.
Well, it is we're not missing too much. There's a bit of a quiet.
Well, Lammonby's, if he can get the odd ball to swing, it's a worthwhile experiment, and he has picked up wickets, and he's also short of seamers, of course.
Yes.
Well, we saw Tom Abel bowling and practicing. We were slightly nervous about him bowling.
That's a long time, isn't it?
Well, it's a long time since he's done it, and he was quite a good change bowler who made things happen, but he's got those hamstrings we're worried about.
Yes. I did see that little clip which the club put on social media of James Rew's
left arm spin.
Yeah, which turned appreciably, didn't it? But Ben Folkes came on to bowl for Surrey and was then out for a few weeks because he got injured bowling. So I'm not.
No, we got enough left arm spinners. Apart from Jack, there's Josh Thomas who can do it.
Yeah.
Lewis Gregory can do it. I think we'll keep him with the gloves on.
So it's all very well having lateral thoughts, but you can take it a bit too far.
I was having a lateral thought as I came in, but I don't know whether I want to go there really. But I was been thinking about, as we discussed ad nauseam at various places, the 100, the implications of the 100, and how it all affects August and all that stuff, and the shortage of cricket at the ground. This is just a random thought, and I wasn't going to mention it, but is there any future in putting a ceiling on how many players from each county would be, so that each county could only provide a maximum number, say 4 or 5, in which case you could probably have a championship match or two during the 100, because it wouldn't be so unfair. I'm not sure it'd be legally possible, but suddenly, and also it might stop this 2-tier sort of setup of franchise owning. It was just a random thought that came to me as I was walking from the station.
Yeah,
I mean, they probably wouldn't work, but you've got the sort of lateral thinking mind that would point out why it would or wouldn't work.
You need to sort of, in business, you sort of work these, you do game theory, don't you, to work these things through. What would be the behavioural implications of doing that? So if
people like Surrey very stroppy, presumably.
Yes, and
and us for that matter.
If we were only able to enable 4 or 5 Somerset players to go and earn some serious money and have that exposure in the competition, which shall not be named, would that make it more or less likely that our other players would want
go elsewhere?
Go elsewhere because they would have a better chance.
Well, it might do, but it would also mean that there would be a limit to. I mean, it's a totally random thought. There would be a limit, or it would prevent quite a few players leaving in. Well, just take Surrey as a random example and going to Surrey because Surrey have fulfilled their quota. So. Yes. There wouldn't be the same impetus to, if I get a contract, sorry, I'm quids in, I'll probably get in the 100 team, blah, 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 blah. Yes. I don't know. It was
another thing which they have changed a little bit is how many international players you allow into the competition. So if you genuinely, if you're going to market this competition as absolutely the best against the best, then increasing still further the number of people.
It's currently 4, isn't it?
Yeah. So if you said each franchise could have 5 or 6, then that would be another way of more players staying being with available. The counties and us seeing.
I mean, we don't want to get too political, but it's I mean, for us, it's a real struggle, isn't it? How to cope with the fact that here we are, sort of in the outpost, denied much major cricket during the prime time of the summer. Yes,
and yet we have last year and this year we're in danger of making an extraordinary success
of the 50 over
our ability to bring these young players through. So one of Somerset's fantastic strengths, of course, is the pathway and this conveyor belt of talent that comes through, and we're exposing these very young players to competitive cricket in front of reasonable crowds.
But nonetheless, it undermines the competition. And if we're ruthless about looking at our 50 over campaign, there were encouraging bits, but the team was held together by Lammonby, Goldsworthy, Thomas, who are already now quite established.
Yes. Which puzzles me a bit then, the team that we picked for the last game against Lancashire, because I agree with you. I think the teams that have done really well have built their teams around the more experienced players, and where the experienced players have been up for it, teams have done really well. When Surrey came down here, they were saying that they had not quite such a successful season in the past because their top players that were left hadn't always felt that was where they wanted to be.
Didn't want to play in the 50
Whereas I feel that you would never say that about Lewis Goldsworthy or Tom Lammonby, or Jack Leach.
Jack plays, and It's a puzzle. In various meetings we spent far too long discussing that this impossible jigsaw of trying to get a schedule that really works. Yes. It's always been the case, isn't it?
And we have games which people want to play and players who are up for playing them, and it's not always the case everywhere else, I think. But as I say, the president is a decorative as opposed to an accountable role.
Well, that's why you dress like you do, isn't it?
Right. So it's at the moment, we are in the process of electing a new chair for the club, and that is a really, really important job. So the chair is the person who is ultimately accountable for the future of this club. Yeah. And if there were ever a vote at the ECB about whether to abandon county cricket or reduce the number of T20 games again or whatever, that's the individual who has to go in and argue our case. So the ballots for voting to elect a new chair have just gone out, and I'd really encourage people to interest themselves in that, and because that's a crucial appointment, and it's nice to have a. I mean, I love the role of being president, as I say, because you can interfere in everything. You can come to lots of cricket, and you can. But at the end of the day, it's not the accountable leadership role that the chair is, or indeed Jamie Cox as the chief executive, who's responsible for running the whole show. These are the key people. So and in a way, that's what I have got away from in my role as the chief executive of the NSPCC.
Free to.
Having spent, I think I spent long enough being accountable and responsible for hundreds of thousands of children and thousands of staff.
So what's new coming here then?
now, a bit like this, could sort of express views, and sometimes people listen and sometimes they don't. But I love this. I love this club, and I can't stop myself thinking about it and its future, and especially now as a local person, what we do with this facility and how we make Taunton a vibrant and interesting centre of excellence for cricket, but also as a kind of community in place where businesses want to come and people want to bring up their children and all the rest of it. Lots of these things come together, don't they?
Yeah, and I think the chairman position, I think, thinking back to when I joined the club as a player all those years ago, the chairman was quite important, but the game was not so volatile. There weren't so many significant changes going on.
Yes.
There were so many complications, so many decisions that have to be made at the centre, but with influence from the counties. There weren't so many issues, and therefore you didn't necessarily have to have a sort of high-flying, capable chairman. You could have had someone who's a bit more going to say presidential.
Yes,
president.
Yeah. I mean, this is now.
Where's that gone?
That's just missed the stumps and.
Let's have a look at that.
Before.
It's beaten everyone. It looked like it kept
low.
Yeah. Let's have a look. We'll get a replay on this little screen here, all being well, and it looks like it's scuttled. It's turned and kept a bit low and gone through, beat the bat and gone through the legs of James Rue.
Maybe that'll unnerve Wesley a little bit.
Maybe. He's been around the houses, but he looked a bit ropey to start with, but he's dangerous once he gets in. But it did turn, that's something. One of Leach's virtues is actually his patience on these. There's a certain burden on a spinner on days like this, and he's quite good at handling that. He doesn't get too frustrated when the wickets aren't coming. He just hangs in there in the knowledge that they'll probably come if I keep control. There's a little bit of spin there too, but he's adjusted to it. It's turning, but turning quite slowly. See how he adjusted to that one. But yes, it's a nice time to be involved with the club, though, because it's sort of buzzing, isn't it?
Yes, we have this money that's come into the club, the sort of £20+ million, which it sounds like a lot of money, and it is compared with what we've had previously, but you can only spend it once. It's not enough in and of itself to be absolutely transformational, and so I think this creating a kind of vision for the club and sport in Taunton and Somerset and the wider West Country that other people can buy into and put their money behind is going to be really important. So having a chair and a board that have got that broader vision and ambition for what we might achieve here is really important. And then at the same time, because we operate in a context where we don't hold cards. Decisions can be taken by the ECB and some of the other bigger counties coming together. Should they choose to do so, it's you've got to be pretty clever in your diplomacy and the quality of your arguments. This is where Sir Michael Barber was, of course, such a good chair for the club, because he was one of these people that was extremely kind of wise and able to kind of negotiate and influence behind the scenes to protect, fixtures here and Somerset's position in the game, and that threat is always there as well, I think.
Well, it's always there. The fear, isn't it, is that it's another. He plays a miss. Trouble is, he doesn't worry about it after he's done it. That Elgar. The fear is, for clubs like us, I suppose, is the march towards a sort of two-tier system that is based on whether you've got 100 franchise or a test match, or a test match venue. They both go hand in hand mostly, don't they?
Yeah.
And we would obviously think we're in a better state than a lot of the other non-franchise holding counties, but it's still a problem, isn't it? If you haven't got a franchise, you haven't got that extra sort of income flooding in with the ability to attract players with bigger salaries and all that stuff.
And these people who are in the leadership teams and influencing around these other 8 franchises that have got fingers in pies elsewhere in the world. So if you're a player, you think, maybe if I've got a choice of playing at Somerset or playing at Hampshire, and I happen to bump into someone, sees me from Delhi and puts me a bit further up the pecking order for an IPL contract, or whatever it might be, and there is a risk of a kind of drift of talent.
Yeah, and
like
even
ours.
Not even overseas. If you get signed up by a team that hosts or has a franchise, the chances of you getting in that franchise are increased as well, I suspect. And I'm sure they're supposed to be separate entities in many ways, but there is that. And that always feels like a bit of a threat, doesn't it? Or if you're in that.
So the work that is done here to curate this sort of special Somerset culture of appreciation, like a close knit team that is also highly competitive, really matters, and our ability to continue to churn out and develop young talent is hugely important too, because I think it probably is a reality that we won't be able to hold on to everyone, and it's better that we have kind of competition for the places and really good at bringing people.
Well, I suppose we've had exits. Well stopped last year, but actually it was for, in a sense, a better reason, in that certain players were leaving to get opportunities to play, and you can't quibble with that decision. It wasn't necessarily that they were going to the big clubs; they were just wanting to play more cricket because they were. Ben Green wasn't in the Red Bull team very often, but it's a tough balancing act, isn't it?
It is, and we have a reasonable sized squad, but you look at the number of players who are on the books of. Well, Surrey lost 17 to the 100, so they've got a huge squad. But Notts, I think, have employ about 10 more.
Really,
men
many
players
more,
than we do here. So, it's the recruitment and the retention and the development. These are all really important aspects that make Somerset special, but are quite vital to our future.
Yeah. Well.
And people from the national game, the other counties, they need to come down here, and sort of seeing is believing, really. I think particularly when I've hosted other counties for some of these T20 games on a Friday night or a Sunday afternoon, and the whole place is absolutely buzzing, and they suddenly see that actually this is a very different dynamic from what it looks and feels like when you have 5,000 or 6,000 in one stand at Edgbaston.
Yeah. I mean, I know. Well, we don't want to spend too much time about it, but we talk about the possibility of a franchise here. But you'd have thought the big selling point is that you come here and you've got a unique atmosphere, and you've got the seats are all full.
Yeah.
And probably if we did have a franchise here, there might be a few more seats eventually.
Yes.
But you would have a guaranteed product that looks fantastic on television.
Well, Sky love coming here, don't they? I mean,
Well,
we definitely get a disproportionate number of... There's not as much blast cricket on the TV as there used to be, but they like coming here exactly because of that. I think
there's a buzz, and it shows on the television. Anyway, I think I should leave you because he's still here. I'm gonna go and lie down.
I'm gonna watch Jack.
And
Leach
Stephen's gonna come in. You really don't have. You've got you're Sir Peter Wanless. I mean, there's been that is. Oh, Richard Ellison is president for Kent.
He's based in Somerset.
Yeah. Well, I think he must probably still is. I'm not sure. I don't think so. But I'm only based on player reaction here. We'll have another look, but I'm pretty sure that was not a chance.
Pushed it back to Leach.
We'll have a look. We'll have a check, but I'd be surprised if that's a chance. No, we're all right. They'd have looked different somehow. I'll leave you in the very capable hands of Stephen.
Thank you.
Tell us more.
Always a pleasure.
Oh, there's a few other nights. Sir Clive Lloyd and Sir Peter Wanless. I mean, it's more or less the same.
Yes, there used to be a... Oh, here we are. Let's just in touch with that. A couple there. There used to be a gathering of all the county cricket presidents at Lords once a year, and most of the county presidents are former county cricketers, international cricketers of one kind or another. And there's a chap called Ian Lovett who used to chair Middlesex. There's another couple of runs here for Wesley. And he always made a speech which began by cataloguing the number of first-class runs and the number of first-class wickets that the presidents had collectively scored. And there was one year where there was Chris Broad, Keith Fletcher, Mark Ramprakash. I mean, thousands and thousands of runs, to which of course, I had contributed absolutely nothing. But there we are.
But you played your part.
I was a super fan.
I remember contributing 4 to a partnership of 50. I think the last time we met, Peter, was at Sidmouth last year. There may have been an intervening one, but I particularly remember that because you just won a rather special raffle prize.
Yes, actually, so that was good. Now, normally, I was very used at the NSPCC to not enter. I wasn't allowed to enter certain raffles. There are various charity rules about these things, and even if I would win something, it would be the right thing to put it back into the auction to raise yet more money for the charity. But yes, at Sidmouth there were about 15 prizes, and they were numbered in random order, and I won prize number 6 or prize number 7, and it was a 2023 T20 Champions bat signed by all the Somerset team, and I thought, well, I'm not handing that back.
No, impossible.
That is. But what you have reminded me of is that I say it's signed by everyone. It's signed by everyone except for Lewis Goldsworthy. So I need to bring the bat in and find Lewis and get him to
complete the squad.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. But that was a lovely day, actually, altogether in Sidmouth. It was the 150th anniversary, of course, last year, and that was the game to celebrate. And it's a beautiful ground, and there were plenty of former players, and a good time, I think, was had by all.
Yes, it was wonderful. In classic Somerset, yeah.
Half centuries for Trigo and Hildreth.
They had a good partnership, didn't they? And a blinding Corton Bowl to finish the game by one Jamie Cox, who
indeed
I think had no idea the ball was coming back at him, stuck his hand out, and I thought, well, you can see why we appointed him, because he's still got it.
Yes, Corton Bowl Cox. Terrific. It was, and such a lovely ground as well, yes, down there on the seaside. Yeah, and we had a bit of a similar game earlier this week, of course, the Lewis Gregory testimonial. Did you get to that?
Yes, I didn't, and but
I can advise you that it went very, very well.
Well, I saw that we had over 2,500 people into the ground. In fact, probably more people in the ground than we've got today. So there's a lot. I mean, we need to think about that because the club needs to make money and generate interest
Absolutely.
in the game wherever it can. And for sure, there has, as you say, there was quite a buzz about that event, and a number of people have come to that game. Oh, that's out.
Yeah, this time,
Ball behind.
wicket number 2. The other opener's gone. Fine innings from Dean Elgar comes to an end. 56, and Pretorius deserves that wicket. He's bowled really well in 2 spells this morning, and that's absolute justification for getting into the wickets column, because he's forced the batsman to play and miss every now and again. This time, as we'll see on the replay.
Yeah, it was a good ball, wasn't it?
He had to play
it. And yeah, it took the outside edge. And Vic was saying one of the great things about Elgar is that he'll play and miss, but then forget about it. But he couldn't get out of the way of that one.
James Rue, regulation catch, the acting captain. And that's a relief for Somerset, because it was a typically nuggety innings, wasn't it, from Dean Elgar?
Well, we know that Dean Elgar is one of those players that he could bat all day, couldn't he? So to get rid of him is a major breakthrough. I was saying to Vic, I caught up with Craig Overton in the car park this morning. He was going back to look after his new baby, and he said we'd have to be patient because he thought the wicket was pretty flat, and the guys did an amazing job yesterday to bundle Essex out for as few as they did.
Well, it was an extraordinary start, wasn't it? The 3 wickets for Lewis. It's sort of a mixed day for him, really, followed by the injury. And let's hope he's better in short order.
Yes, it's always one of the things that the roles that the president does have is quite often to entertain the dignitaries, host the dignitaries from the other counties. And yesterday we were hosting the deputy chair from Essex, who is a woman called Vicky Ford, who was former Conservative MP for Chelmsford, and I knew her when I ran the NSPCC for a year and a bit during COVID. She was the children's minister, so we had that kind of connection, and she's quite a passionate Essex fan, and she was being quite loud in her support for Essex, but she had her head in her hands at that point when Essex were 2 for 3. Yes, we weren't perhaps being as hospitable to her as we might have been, but I didn't mind at all.
Indeed. Pretorius, I think he's been the bowler of the morning, Miguel Pretorius.
Yeah,
he's been aggressive.
Having a good game.
He's forced errors, the most costly one of which we've just seen, and having been unable to score a run for most of the season, he made it look easy yesterday.
Am I right in saying he scored more runs in his innings yesterday than he had in his 8 previous ones
Absolutely.
the rest of the season?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But isn't form a funny thing, that you can lose it and not know why?
Yeah.
And he came in yesterday, immediately put bat to ball, and back the form came.
I don't suppose he'd ever batted at number 11 before, had he?
Maybe he was peaked.
Yeah, perhaps that's what it needed, just to kind of irritate him a bit. And this is a very unfair thing to say, especially when he's playing so well. But there was just past the outside edge. Someone said to me, well, what's his batting style? And I said, well, it's kind of see ball, hit ball. It's just at the moment he doesn't seem to be seeing the ball.
Absolutely, but it suddenly clicked. There was a sweep and then 2 reverse sweeps, and that was off consecutive deliveries, and suddenly 12 runs on the board.
Yeah.
And he didn't look back.
He's an important part of this squad now, isn't he?
And it's an important time of the season for him to find that batting form as well,
Yes.
because we would expect him to play, provided he stays fit, in all 6 of these championship running games.
Well, yes. I don't know if anyone can play all 6, can they?
Well,
I mean, of course, legally they can, but in terms of the squad rotation, but we may not have many options, depending on fitness.
He would certainly play in most of them,
Yeah.
if not all.
Yeah.
And an away game coming up next week. That's down at Hove. It's by the sea again.
Yeah.
Another lovely ground.
Yes, quite an expensive time to be going and staying in Hove over the bank holiday weekend, but lovely place to watch cricket. Wonderful club.
Will you manage? Oh, this is in the
that's
air
out.
and taken.
Yeah, he just knocked that one straight up to extra cover.
The captain has gone, and that's a big wicket. Two in well, very quick succession. Dean Elgar and now Tom Wesley. And Essex, well, they were battling well, but they're in trouble now.
They are. Straightforward catch. Tom Abel, I think, took that one, didn't he?
Yep.
Yeah. Strange shot when you've been in for that length of time.
Jack Leach has a wicket. Yep. And Somerset, well, they're into a huddle and they're
on
possibly
the march.
On a bit of a roll. Will you be able to get to Lord's for any of the test next week?
Yes. So I was saying earlier that thanks to Sir John Major,
yes,
I
was
a
hearing
member of the MCC. So it's one of the nice things is you can just sort of pitch up. So I'm going to go on the Thursday, and sort of join my place in the queue of elderly.
Well, we might bump
people.
into each other conceivably.
Oh, you're going on
I'm going for days 1 and 2.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. And yes, I was interested in your chat with Vic about John Major because he is a genuine cricket aficionado, isn't he?
Yes. So I know him well, obviously having worked for him, and do meet him from time to time, including at the cricket. I was fortunate enough at the other Lord's Test this year to have been invited as a guest of the MCC president. I gave a speech. It's a bit like my being appointed to John Major's office 16th choice story. I think I was about the 16th choice for a Christmas speaker at the MCC members dinner before Christmas last year, and so they invited me to talk about my life in cricket, which was quite a fun speech to prepare and write, because my cricketing experience.
Here's Matt Critchley's first ball from Jack Leach, which is played sensibly enough.
It's thin, but I have a few sort of funny stories from down the ages. Anyway, I think as a thank you for that, they invited my wife and I up for a day's cricket in the president's box there, and that was quite something. So John Major was there, and at one point I had John Major on one side of me and Mick Jagger on the other.
Oh, fantastic!
That's not bad, is it?
That is superb. I love it.
Yeah.
Did you? How was Mick to chat to?
I left it. I didn't talk to him. He was deep in conversation with Sir Geoffrey Boycott.
Okay.
Who was also there.
Well, Mick Jagger's been going along to cricket for many years, hasn't he, as well?
He seems to be everywhere. He was at the Football World Cup, and I didn't get an invitation to that.
I think his brother Chris quite often turns up here.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It's not far away. 128 for 3, Essex. Those 3 important breakthroughs all this morning. There's plenty of time left in this game. And Somerset, just after the last half hour or so, will be really fancying their chances. It's not inconceivable the game could end today, but we mustn't look too far ahead.
No, as Craig said, patience will be required.
You mentioned the windfall, the 20 million. Is there any thought? It's a beautiful ground here, and I can remember it looks really very different. I think the Colin Atkinson Pavilion, when I first covered a game here, I think that's the only building that was there then, back in the mid-1980s. But it still looks lovely. It's nice that there are separate pavilions and that sort of thing. Are there any plans on the table for redevelopment?
Yeah, there's all sorts of thinking going on. I mean, to give an indication of some of the thinking, some people will have seen Joel's Bar, which is a new bar which has opened up behind the Somerset stand on the left as we look, and that serves the ground, but it also looks out into Taunton. And I think there's quite a lot of thought that you've got potentially this kind of beautiful riverside walk behind these stands, but let's see what that's no run there. But the ground is tucked away, and there've been all sorts of interesting discussions about could we create some facilities or some new developments on that side of the ground which opened the ground up to more people seeing and experiencing what might be here.
Okay.
And then this independent quarter, which is a lovely bit of the town off to our left, try and help that. But then we've also, that Firepool site that which we're looking at on has been not used for what's four, isn't it?
Through
Nice
extra
shot.
cover. Yeah, lovely stroke from Matt Critchley. Batted very well in the first innings.
Yes.
And that's a sign of the form he's in.
Could you create some sort of a walkway? I mean, in big picture terms, a Wembley way from the station all the way across the Firepool, down through the ground and into the town. And these are imaginative and interesting ideas. They cost way more than £20 million.
That's the trouble, isn't it?
And they need you to have a kind of local authority or a developer or a kind of a hotel chain. You need to bring people together with the same kind of vision for developing a particular bit of this town in this particular bit of the West Country, because the whole thing can't be carried on Somerset's balance sheet. But so there are ideas big and small, from, as I say, adjusting some of the facilities we've got at the moment to try and make the ground feel more accessible and more of an asset to the town, through to bigger ideas.
And that's mainly then at the other end of the ground from where we're sat, because obviously we're in the most modern building here, the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion, which is a lovely new building.
Yes, and we've got the iconic church views and everything, which we couldn't and wouldn't want to do anything about. So, there are no shortage of ideas. Another thing which we're going to have to think about is the pressure on the wicket here. And I was saying earlier, I grew up watching Somerset in all sorts of places other than Taunton, and we know we've got lots of supporters who would love to see Somerset playing somewhere other than here. And I've had a very enjoyable summer watching the 50 over competition on out grounds as well as at Somerset. But
I was lucky enough to spend the day at Cheltenham, actually.
Right.
Would have been day one of this round of championship games, and that's a lovely atmosphere up there at Cheltenham College, with the old buildings around the place,
isn't it? But it's an interesting one, because if you talk to our counterparts at Gloucester, it costs them an absolute fortune to play there, and everyone loves going to watch the cricket at Cheltenham, and it would be devastating if that festival stopped. I mean, particularly if you compare watching cricket there with the Bristol ground isn't necessarily the nicest place to watch cricket, putting it politely. But the economics of playing cricket other than at your home ground are really challenging, as well as the kind of quality of the pitches. And of course, our training facilities lots of them are here on this very confined space as well. So other options for using the money could be about relieving the pressure on this facility by enabling some other things which currently take place here to take place somewhere or somewheres else. But again, you need to find the partners, don't you? I mean, when I used to love going to the Bath Festival back in the day,
the Rec.
The council in Bath were putting a lot of money into supporting that. One of the games I went to in another county this season, I know there were people paying the cricket club for the privilege of hosting that game there. So you got to find the cash from somewhere, and even though the club's got this money to spend once, it's not enough to transform everything.
Turn and bounce there for Jack Leach. That would encourage him.
Yeah.
It wasn't quite, it was just outside the off stump that it started, but I doubt whether Charlie Allison would have particularly liked the look of that. Got two new batsmen, basically, because those 2 wickets of Elgar and Wesley fell in quick succession. Charlie Allison, 21-year-old. He was one of the 3 quick wickets in the first innings. That's a good-looking stroke for no run. Actually, in the one-day game I covered, the poor old Ian Botham stand got a bit of a pummelling. There were several 6s hit that landed on the roof, and I feared for the future of 1 or 2 of the tiles up there.
All right.
But that presumably will be one of the areas for redevelopment.
Yes, yes. It's that side of the ground where there's the potential. I mean, that is looking tired in there, and those facilities are old. And then we've got the Trade Nation temporary stand over there, and some space. So these are the options which people need to think of. But it's not just it's redeveloping the ground, but then also what do we use it for, and how do we raise revenue in all the times when we're not playing cricket here, which needs thought too.
Yes, the outgrounds. It was actually fascinating. The book that came out that Richard Walsh coordinated for the 150th last year. I got the period between the war and 1975 or so.
Yeah.
And it was fascinating for me because it was an era which I didn't know all that much about. I obviously didn't cover it. But there was a lot of use of outgrounds in those days. Yeovil, Weston-super-Mare, as well as Bath that you mentioned.
Yes, I've seen cricket, all of those, Bristol Imperial, Glastonbury Street, I remember. So after the war to 1975, let's have a look at the presidents.
Yes, that's a great list.
Major G.E. Longrig.
Yes.
The Bishop of
Bunty,
Bath and
Bunty
Wells.
Longrig.
Right.
And he was captain, I think, in the first season after the war.
Okay, so
I'm pretty sure about that. I think he was captain before and became captain, or remained captain, after the 5-year interval.
Right. Now is no, but I think Bunty Longrig may be different from Major G.E. Longrig.
Right. A relation.
Because Bunty Longrig was also president 1968 to 1971.
Yeah, that would be the one.
Right. There have been 30 presidents. My son enjoys telling me that I am the second most successful president in Somerset's history, for which I can claim 0 credit. But the most success, this is in terms of trophies, the most successful is Colin Atkinson, who was the president for a very long time, between 1976 and 1991, but also the chair and a huge figure around the club in all sorts of
I do remember interviewing him actually, because I came down here when Peter Roebuck was appointed captain, and he was president then.
Right.
And he obviously we have the Colin Atkinson Pavilion opposite, and he also took Somerset. He was captain when they got to Lords for the first time.
In 1967.
That was it.
Yeah. I've got the programme for that. My dad got the. I don't know if my dad was there or not, but I've got the programme from that occasion.
Yeah, it was Kent, wasn't it, who actually won the game. But there was plenty of enthusiastic Somerset support up there on what I gather was a very beautiful September day.
Oh, those are the days. September finals at Lords.
Yeah, it's a long time ago now. And in fact, Somerset did win what, as things stand, was the last Lords one-day final in 2019.
Yes, I was there for that.
Tom Abel lifting the trophy, I remember. Jamie Overton was man of the match in that game.
Right, and there's that great picture of Trigo and Hildreth, isn't there?
Yes.
Of that, after that game.
Yes.
Yeah, I think we won with more than 10 overs to spare at the end. I think. But right up until the winning run, I didn't think we were going to win, because it's seen us find heroic ways to lose so many times. It was quite a shock.
Yes, that wretched bridesmaids title, which was consigned to history that day at Lords, and it was Hildy who hit the winning run.
Yes.
That was a great day. And T20 a couple of times since.
Yes. And almost like a season ticket at T20 Finals Day for the last however many years. 6 years, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's
we've got a great team.
Enviable record.
If for anyone, that's a
sharp single.
Sharp single, yeah. For anyone who hasn't yet got an almanac, a Somerset almanac for this year, my article in there is about last year's quarter-final, where I was hosting lots and lots of people from Warwickshire who were very noisy in their appreciation of how well their team was doing right up until about 4 or 5 overs to go, and delighted that they were finally going to be able to go to their own party, T20 Finals Day at Edgbaston, because they'd kept losing in the quarterfinals. And then, much to my delight and their regret, this little enclave of Warwickshire celebration in a corner of the Colin Atkinson Pavilion was horrified to see Sean Dixon smash the ball all over the place and see us win. It was a great day.
And it was a phenomenal innings. And we saw something similar, in fact, from Craig Overton, didn't we, in the quarter-final this year? Which they seem to be dead and buried again.
Yeah, almost, you could say even more so. That really was remarkable. I wasn't at that game. I couldn't make it all the way up at such short notice to Headingley, but I was watching it on the stream, and I actually ran downstairs with my laptop and made my wife watch the last 7 or 8 balls. I said, "You got to see this."
Well, I mean, I hope your successful presidential record in this regard continues and indeed expands.
Yes, it's all nudging and influencing, and who knows? But I don't really think there's any connection at all. We've got a great cricket team.
Well, it's nice to think, though, isn't it? We think up here that we've taken wickets in the commentary box.
Right.
Somebody goes off and there might be a flurry of wickets or no wickets at all, and then another commentator will come back in and of course we've got nothing to do with it at all. Jack Leach still bowling from the river end. There's turn if he can get that maybe just a fraction fuller, then there could be trouble in the offing for Matt Critchley. 133 for 3. I was wondering, it was looking from Essex's point of view as though, half an hour or so ago, that they might get through to lunch with just the one dismissal, but then those 2 in quick succession, Elgar and Wesley, reinforced Somerset's strong hopes of winning this game.
They're a strong side on paper, aren't they, Essex? I mean, if they get their heads down, then it is going to be challenging to get. They've got some good players.
Critchley on 6 facing Leach. I mean, certainly there is more turn now, Peter, than there was yesterday evening. We felt a bit, it turned in the first innings, then the pitch seemed to go to sleep a bit in the last session yesterday when Essex followed on, possibly to do with the roller, we weren't sure, but there's more sign of turn just in the last few overs.
Yes, your point about it being quite slow, you can see the appreciable turn, can't you? Maybe it's... does that make it a bit easier to play? I'm not sure. Jack fired a couple through in the first innings, which took wickets.
Absolutely.
In Leachy we trust.
Yeah. Well, Sam Cook got an absolute beauty.
Yes.
I think that would have
bit wasted on it.
dismissed batters higher up the order.
Yeah.
Most of them. So we're going
Archie
to
Vaughan.
have a change. Archie Vaughan actually opened up earlier on today from the river end. Hasn't taken a wicket as yet. 9 overs for 25. And you mentioned an important election coming up, a long-term successor to Sir Michael Barber.
Yes. So this is the chair of the club is the most important and accountable individual. The staff who are employed by the club report to the board of directors, if you like, and the chair of the board of directors is at the apex of all of that, and is the person who goes and participates in the main votes of the most important bits of business. So it's really important that we get someone there who has vision and we can trust, and the best interests of the club. So there's a very interesting individual being proposed by the board for election.
Okay.
Called Matt Berryman. And the voting papers have gone out. So if you're a member and you haven't received an email about that, do please contact the club, because it's really important, I think, to be associated with this decision. It is slightly like an election in North Korea or Iraq, in that the board recommends the individual, and you can either say yes or no. It's a bit of a kind of brutal form of democracy. But I do think it's a really important. We are fundamentally a members' club, so I think it is right that the members express their view on this particular appointment, because it is so important to the club.
It's an extraordinary general meeting, isn't it?
Well, it is. It's kind of extraordinary for a number of reasons. It's extraordinary because it's taking place outside the annual general meeting, and it's extraordinary because actually all the voting takes place before the meeting itself. So by the time you get to the meeting, one will know the outcome. Yeah, which is it's a bit strange, but I think it's more appropriate than requiring the people who happen to be able to be in a particular place at a particular moment in time to put their hands up in front of everyone else.
It's going to be more comprehensive, isn't it?
Yes, so hopefully we can get plenty of people looking and considering Matt's credentials and getting behind the club and taking us forward to the next stage.
It's very much how the MCC do things as well. There are committee recommendations, aren't there, for posts?
Yes, that's right.
So Archie Vaughan, what is it? This is going to be the last ball before lunch, I think.
Yeah, we're just ticking over to 1 o'clock now.
Yeah. Colin Atkinson is 1 minute behind the electronic scoreboard, the analogue clock.
Well, we need the new chair to sort that out.
Yeah, absolutely. That clock I gathered from a member a couple of years ago. Here's the last ball of the session. And that's well fielded. Yeah. Slightly inadvertent maybe at short leg, but they are going to troop off for lunch. I was told that clock was originally on top of the old scoreboard at that end of the ground.
Right.
And that when the Colin Atkinson Pavilion was built, which was back in the 70s, I think, wasn't it? Late 70s, the clock was moved and has sat there on top of the Colin Atkinson Pavilion ever since. Anyway, that's a mere detail about the ground.
135 for 3. Not a bad session for Somerset. Progress.
Terrific one. And yes, Essex still trailing by 176. So with 3 top order batsmen gone, there's still plenty more work to do. And it won't be done in a hurry, I fancy, but they're going to have to keep plugging away.
Well, good luck to the team.
Sir Peter, it's tremendous to see you.
That's great.
Thank you so much for coming up.
Thanks, and thanks for remembering to do some commentary during our conversation. It's very easy to get carried away here, isn't it? And I apologise to those people who've been kind of following the stream and thinking if they can't see the pictures. Actually, there was some really good defensive bowling going on most of the time we were talking, wasn't there?
Absolutely, yeah. And I look forward to you must next time if you get Lewis Goldsworthy to complete the signatures on that bat. I think you should bring it up next time.
I will do.
Come. Terrific.
Right.
Many thanks Peter. And we're going to have a break as well. Vic and I will be back after the interval.
Here we go then. Second session of the day. Please welcome back transfers Ian Glover.
So welcome back. Lunch is over. Jack Leach has ripped off his cap and given it to the umpire. We've got Richard Latham here for, it might well be an hour, I should think, if we're lucky.
Half an hour.
And it's 135 for 3. Somerset buoyed by those 2 wickets just before lunch. Beautiful cloudless sky. Much to smile about, Richard.
I thought Somerset bowled really well this morning. Sorry. Thank you. I thought Somerset bowled really well this morning. Much better than yesterday. The seamers were more accurate. Heard a bit leg side, I thought, yesterday. And there wasn't much given away today, and that was always going to be important because it was always going to need to be patient today. But there were just signs. Jack Leach turned a couple, but Pretoria seamed a couple, which was good to see. And it's so far so good. I think they bowled well, and they're on schedule as far as I'm concerned. Because we would be happy, perhaps even with 2 wickets this morning. I think it should get more bowler friendly as the day goes on.
Well, that's what they'll be hoping. We're always a bit wary at Taunton because we have seen this pitch sort of die, get slower, and do very little. But there was, as you say, a bit of spin for Leach. Critchley is a key man, I think. I mean, he batted beautifully, actually.
Yeah.
Yesterday, he looked in supreme nick. He was timing the ball
right
easily.
From the start, yeah. That's why I think we all want to see this game over today, really, because from just what you say about the pitches here that tend to flatten out as the games go on, and we've seen so many final days here where it's been very, very hard to take wickets for either seam or spin. But I think if they bowl well this afternoon, there's every chance this game will finish today.
Yep, well. Bad news for the freelancers.
It might be for you. I get paid per match.
No,
so I think 2 days.
Actually, I think I do too. but I remember that always used to be the vibe in the press box.
Oh, yes,
if you're a staff man, you think, "Oh, fantastic! We've got a couple of days away from the press box." But the freelancers looked at it rather differently.
No, much has changed. And when I first started freelancing in 1993, one of the big earners was the phones we had at the ground.
Oh,
Everybody needed a phone, and within about 2 years, everybody had mobile phones, and all the income from that went.
Well, I mean, I remember that because I jumped over the other side in 1990. When obviously you needed desperate for a phone, and you turn up as a young pup, sort of who'd leapfrogged into quite a good position without doing all the hard yards as a journalist, so you were sort of vaguely conscious of that. And I remember turning up at Derby, in my first year, and actually they were fine, but I had to, no phone. You had to have a phone to communicate, and then you'd sort of tiptoe around. I can't remember who was the boss at Derby. It was quite a sort of harsh little press box, I think, at Derby.
People like Neil Hallam,
Gerald
Mortimer.
That's right, all those.
Yeah.
And I've got to pluck out because what could I possibly borrow the phone? You never quite knew what response you'd get.
Well, it was wonderful to be on the other end of that because Graham Russell and myself had 3 phones at Bristol City, 3 at Bristol Rovers, 3 at Somerset, and 3 at Gloucestershire. And I got to know as a very young freelancer myself all the top cricket writers because they all needed my phone.
Yeah, and they were all very nice to you.
Absolutely, so they all had to be nice to you. Absolutely.
Yeah, and not only was there the agonies of getting a phone borrowed successfully, but then you, as a young pup, a novice, you've got to send down your copy down the phone, and you're very self-conscious of what that might be considered pretentious garbage that you're sending down the other line, and you've got the old copy taker at the other end. Is there much more of this type of line?
No, I've forgotten that, and of course everything's emailed these days, so nobody knows what you've written, which is quite handy at times. But no, it wasn't. And if you've got a bad copy taker, you had to, we didn't know anything
spell
about
things
cricket.
out. That's right.
Somebody who knew nothing about cricket, you had to spell every fielding position like that. Yeah, happy days.
Yeah. Oh, it's tight, but it's not in the stumps. But again, they've been much better today, the seamers. You'd think the wicket is less helpful in a way. It's changed colour, but there's been a little bit of movement. And
I think if Somerset go on and win this game, praise be to the ground staff, because I think they spent a lot of time getting this wicket ready. I'm told weeks preparing it. And obviously they need to take 20 wickets. Everybody knew that. So it's been good to bat on, but there's been something in it for the bowlers, which is how it should be.
Yeah, I think that's an example of how easily you can score runs here. It's a sort of length ball, a little bit of width, and he's pushed it away with some elegance. I think that's more or less off the meat of the bat. Just open the face a bit. Yeah, it's very hard to get the balance right here. And I think they've managed it in most games, actually, this summer.
Yeah. I would agree with that. We've not been the sort of turgid summers we've had sometimes, so bat-dominated, especially as games have gone on.
Yeah.
And really, we were talking about it at lunchtime, Somerset should be well ahead in the championship because of the games they've been in great positions to win and haven't won.
Yeah. Yeah, 2 or 3 of those, but still, they're still well placed. Despite that, we were agonising about the Cardiff defeat. That was a defeat. You went well on all of them. Well, Yorkshire.
I think Glamorgan was the low point. There were others in the Sussex game here where the rain came and helped the Sussex team get off the hook. So they could easily have had 3 more championship wins. Oh, yeah,
and then there would be some clear blue water between Somerset and the rest. As it is, we're perched in second position, keeping an eye on what's happening around the country. Notts playing Surrey. Notts currently top of the table and looking pretty well placed against Surrey. They've got a lead of about 280 with 3 wickets remaining at lunch, I think.
I think most people would think Notts were a favourite still, being the champions, and also the fixture list they've got to come. I think they've still got to play Hampshire and Leicestershire. But I think Somerset will never have a better chance because they've got players back who were injured earlier in the season. If they can win this one without Craig Overton, and as we were saying that in statistics people keep repeating, they haven't won a championship game without Craig Overton since 2019.
Yes.
So if they could win one without him and then have him fresh for the next game, and hopefully going to play in the remaining fixtures, then that would be a huge boost.
It would. There's a lot of talk about resting players, but actually, I don't think Overton's missed a game, and it took his wife having a baby for him to miss a game this year, rather than a niggle here or a back strain there.
I'm not sure in your day that would have been a valid reason for missing a game, but or in my early days as a reporter.
No.
It was funny that I was at Cheltenham for the first day of Gloucester's game this week, so I wasn't here, and I texted Spencer Bishop and said, why is Craig not playing? And he said, his wife had a baby on Monday, and I said, what's that got to do with it?
Yeah, well, spoken like a... Oh, that nearly carried us thing. Yes, well, you've got to enter the 21st century sometimes.
I might.
I obviously took the precaution. Both my children were born in November, of course. Carefully planned. Well, I would pretend.
No, it is a different world these days, and I was only joking, and I thought that what worried me, I thought maybe there's been a complication, but I'm glad to say that isn't the case.
Yeah.
And Craig's been around. I think knowing him, he would have wanted to play, and I did say to Jamie Cox yesterday, what was the decision process, and it was obviously partly to do with the fact he played in the 100. He was going to miss maybe 1 game or 2 of the last anyway, because of just wear and tear, and so they thought let him miss this one as the baby's just been born, and hopefully he'll play in the rest.
Yeah, he's had a terrific season. Yeah, every aspect of the game.
And I think he's a future captain, personally. I think.
Well, he's captained a few games
Yeah.
and done it well,
Yeah,
hasn't
absolutely.
he? And also, what I have noticed is that if you looked up runs as captain, batting average as captain, it would be staggeringly good. Because I think he's got his hundreds when he's been captain.
I don't think that's coincidence. I
No.
think he's a player who welcomes responsibility, and also I think he would inspire other players. I think
Yeah.
he's that sort of character as well, and I don't think he'd suffer fools gladly in the dressing room, and I think he'd be a good strong leader. So hopefully we'll see it in the season or two's time. I don't know.
We might do. I mean, I sense a contrast. I think when I sort of came back and took over from Rosie as cricket chairman around about the end of the 90s. I mean, to be blunt, we were thrashing around to try and find who should captain the team. Marcus was probably playing for England. There was not an obvious candidate. And actually, I look at this side, and there's several who could easily. I mean, James Rew's doing it now.
Yep,
He's done it well already.
Yep.
Craig Overton, absolute confidence in him if Lewis Gregory's not playing. He's still got Tom Abel in the side. I mean, he could do it with Joe Root. I don't think he will come back, but in extremis he could do it for the odd game. And there's a lot of people out there who'd be perfectly happy to have leading the side out, and it didn't seem quite the case then.
Well, not only when you're talking about, but when Tom Abel was made captain at 22, I think that affected him adversely, without any question. It was a hell of a lot of responsibility on such a young player, and I think Tom would have made even more runs than he has if someone at that point had stepped up. One of the more experienced players had stepped up and said, I want to do it, but I don't think anyone particularly wanted to do it.
Well, the obvious around that time, maybe. I mean, I think, for example, James Hildreth was a terrific cricketer, lovely guy, but actually not particularly keen on taking on that role. It's a demanding role, of course.
Yeah, absolutely it is. But I think it weighed heavily on Tom's shoulders in his early
Well, he did well to survive that.
He did.
It was a real
tough period,
a big punt, and my memory is of that first season is that he was struggling for runs. Somerset was struggling. He dropped himself, and then someone got injured, I think, so he had to come back.
Absolutely.
And from thereafter, he actually got some runs, and we won a few games, stayed in the first division.
I think it was a Hampshire away game that came to a head, and I think there was talk that on the team bus coming back he had a poor game, and he was almost virtually in tears.
Yeah.
And I think that was after that, if I remember rightly, he left himself out. And yes, you're right, it was something to do with an injury that made him come back into the team as quick as he did. But maybe he was a stronger person as a result of it, and what we've seen since has been fantastic.
Yeah, it was a punt, though. It was a big punt. Anyway, he went on to do a fantastic job for 7 years, I think, wasn't it? It's a long time.
Someone said they'd seen him bowling before the game today, and that's interesting, isn't it? That because he was a useful bowler, or becoming a useful bowler when the injury got set in. I think it would be a real risk to bowl him because you don't want to injure him for batting.
Well, he's had issues with he's had some nasty hamstring injuries since when he's not a bowler ball in first class cricket. But he was out there this morning, just running in where they practice. Yeah. I think they haven't used him yet. I think Lammonby's the first go-to of that ilk at the moment.
Oh, goodness, I'm not saying they should risk Tom's fitness by bowling him in this game.
But he was having a bowl.
Yeah, that's the interesting thing. This afternoon's begun pretty much like the morning began, with not a lot of threat, but Somerset keeping things pretty tight, and that is key for these bowlers, I think, today. Yeah. Especially the non-spinners, people like Ball and Pretorius. They've got to bowl tightly, and Lammonby bowled 4 pretty decent overs, so we've not conceded many runs, and that's as important almost as taking wickets at the moment.
Well, you get wickets from even the modern, all players really, but maybe in particular, where's that gone? Extra cover. Players like scoring runs. They're more comfortable if they're scoring easily, and even if they're trying to save the game, you still like to be ticking over, and if you're not getting a run here, there and everywhere, you still get a little bit fidgety, I think, especially in this era.
I think there was three maidens on the trot today when Lammonby and Leach were bowling, and it just builds that little bit of, they're not comfortable in that situation.
And then you get that cheap, it's a cheap dismissal from Wesley.
Yeah, his second one of the match, incidentally. He had played a pretty poor shot in the first inning. Critchley is the man you want if you're in Somerset shoes.
Yes.
He looked so relaxed in that first innings and
came out and hit it from the start, didn't he?
Yeah.
He counter-attacked, and that led to that big partnership.
Yeah.
Somerset's bowling just wilted a bit under the pressure he produced, and you ended up getting a decent stand. Yeah. From 2 for 3, I mean, they were in disarray, weren't they?
That's an amazing start, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it very quickly turned into 102 for 3 or whatever, and it was too quick from Somerset's point of view. The bowling wasn't great, but it was partly because Critchley played so well.
Yeah, he sort of ignored the scoreboard, just batted.
We were talking about what might happen today, last evening, and the one thing you could have been pretty sure of was that Jack Leach would be pretty economical, whether he'd take wickets or not. His end wouldn't produce that many runs. And what are his figures now? Something like 13 overs for 17, or something like that. My eyesight's not that great, but
it's pretty good actually.
I've just looked at the nearest scoreboard now, confirmed it.
Yeah, well, no, he's in his 14th over, I think, and he's got one for 17.
Yeah, which is pretty typical Jack Leach. He's metronomic in his line and length. I just wish he'd ball a little slower at times, and especially when there's a few runs in the bank, to just get a bit of chance to bite a bit. You tell me. I mean, you would know much more about it than I do.
I think in recent times he has been prepared to vary it a little bit more. I mean, that's not an example of that, and I'm not sure I think he picks and chooses who he does it to. But I think he is more open. I mean, he's quite a conservative bowler, and there's a virtue in that because you just don't give any rubbish away or don't give any cheap runs. And the prime goal is to keep it on that length there. But I think he's a bit more prepared to look for a bit of variety than he used to be. And you contrast him with Liam Dawson, who's now actually given up red ball cricket, but Dawson came back, didn't he, in the test match last year and played one test. And it was an unfortunate test in a sense for him because it was one England were dominating but couldn't win. And Dawson bowled like a complete sort of metronome and didn't try anything. I think Jack is a bit more prepared to do that. At the moment, though, at Critchley, he hasn't given it much more. I think, actually, on this pitch, what we've seen, even when Harmo didn't get a wicket, but when he bowled slower, it did seem to turn a little bit more. So it's worth experimenting.
I think these pitches do respond a bit to bowling a bit slower. Having said that, I'm a huge Jack Leach admirer. He's done a wonderful job for Somerset. I'm glad England didn't pick him when I'm sure they should have. He should have had a longer England career than he's had. You always know with Jack Leach, you're going to get a certain level of performance. If the ball's doing a bit, then it'll take wickets. Yeah. And so, as you say, there's a value sometimes in boring people out. If you keep the scoring rate right down, they'll play a poor shot.
Yeah, and I mean it may not be over his career as an England player. We were talking about this the other day, and Pete Trigo made the obvious observation and query as to when England go to the subcontinent, where you need proper specialist spinners, and where Leach has had some success, obviously. You can't go there with makeshifts like a Lawrence or a Will Jacks, really, who have some merit, but they're not sort of 100% pro spinners.
I wouldn't just limit that to the subcontinent. You go to Australia with part-time spinners.
Yeah, I mean, actually, in this last Ashes series, spinners were irrelevant on almost both sides, to be fair.
games were so short.
Yeah.
That's something I'd say to you, Vic. I'm worried about spin bowling, the future of spin bowling in cricket, and I don't know if you are, but I think the way the game's developing so much more towards franchise cricket and the 100 and the T20 and the county cricket championship is being marginalised, and also that we don't produce the pitches that encourage young spinners.
Well, there is that. I mean, but I think still to win the championship, you need a proper spinner in your team, although you're right because of the schedule in that by and large the first 4 games in April, let's say, you don't really need much spin there, but in a sort of normal season, and you might argue in the last couple of rounds come September, late September, it's all a bit misty and moisty, can be
Dark.
It gets darker, and so the spinner may be less valuable then. But
and of course, that's when they used to come into their own. I always think of Max Waller in this respect. When Max first came into the Somerset team and was old enough to play, we thought we had a really promising leg spinner for the future on our hands. And he would get into the team in August or September when the wickets were dry, and young spinners would play then and would have some assistance from the pitch. But that, as you say now, that because they're so far away, it's almost winter when they play the end of the championship games. Yeah. You know, that doesn't help them either.
Well, I've been thinking about this, you see, and I talked to Jamie recently, but I think he's of the view that actually it's far from ideal, but we need to play championship cricket during the 100, I think. 1 or 2 games.
Well, how extraordinary to have a hot summer, a heat wave summer, and no Test cricket or championship cricket in the whole of that period where we had all those wonderful days, kids on holiday, and all that's being played is the 100.
Yeah.
Well, I don't get it, and I don't like it.
Well, I don't like that bit either. That's why I'm saying I think even though it comes with issues and problems, I think they should play some championship cricket alongside the 100.
But also, we shouldn't penalise teams as happened here for spinning pitches. Another thing I do not understand, that you can have a seaming pitch with a variable bounce on the first day, and as long as 14 wickets don't fall, everybody's happy. But if you have a turning, the pitch that does a bit on the first day turning, which produces great cricket, produces more varied bowling instead of a seam up or flipping day, we don't encourage spin bowling in any way. And in fact, we discourage it. And I just wonder where where Max Waller ended up bowling googlies in T20 and making a great career out of it, and was a fantastic T20 player and fielder, but he was never going to play championship.
No, I mean the odd thing is that even at Test level, all around the world, it's the finger spinner who plays Test cricket and the wrist spinner who plays white ball cricket. I don't quite know why that is. I think it's more difficult to be an effective wrist spinner in the longer game because that's a perfect ball almost.
Saw 1 or 2 of those this morning, and I think we'll see more of those as the afternoon goes on because the roller will wear off, and I'm very hopeful that Jack's going to really come into his own.
Well, I almost got the outside edge there. But yes, the point is that actually, look around all the, India, they play finger spinners, and Kuldeep Yadav, the wrist spinner, plays in the one-day games. Essentially, he plays the odd Test match, but not that often. Adil Rashid has been an amazing cricketer for England, actually, but it's essentially,
I like him a lot. I think he's
essentially that's been in white ball cricket, though. The mystery is. And the need for someone to get after a bowler who they don't know which way it's going to bounce. It's easier in white ball cricket for those wrist spinners, and everyone wants a wrist spinner in their white ball team. But not so much in Test cricket. You've got to be a really good wrist spinner to get in, because the batsman can sit on you and wait for the bad ball, and they're more likely to be the odd bad ball from someone who's doing the difficult art of wrist spinning.
I mean, when I played club cricket, most clubs had a...
Oh
no, goodness, that's a chance, isn't it?
I think so. It went quickly, but Overton would have caught it because he catches everything.
Amazing hands, Greg, yeah. But that looked like... And that's a clear case of Jack
gave it some air.
He's given him a right.
Oh, actually, it took the gloves.
Not sure. It's hard to see.
I think that flicked the gloves. We'll have a look in a second.
Yeah, it's possible.
Oh, that turned.
See, this is going to happen more and more, and I with any luck, Jack's going to take some wickets.
Oh, who's diving there manically? I thought it always worries me. Let's see, which replay is this? Is this the? This is the last one that has turned. Oh, I'm pretty sure he hasn't hit that. But the one before, I think there was an edge that flicked, quite a big edge that flicked part of James Rue. Is this the first one? There we go. And
so is it a catch to James Rue?
Well, I don't know about that, but it's I think, assuming he has hit it, and I think he has hit it. It's a chance that's gone via. It's just taken the fingertips of his glove and then ricocheted towards first slip, who couldn't quite hang on. Anyway, I think it is a chance that's gone missing. Not an easy one, but it's gone. But it is also indication that suddenly, 2 or 3 balls in that over turned a long way.
Very encouraging, but it's exactly as I think I said earlier. I think this afternoon will be the time when this wicket will be as difficult to bat on as it will be for the rest of the match, because sometimes they do flatten out as they go on. Yeah. But Jack turned just a couple this morning, and now I think he's going to start doing it more and more.
Yeah.
And hopefully Archie will as well.
Oh, yeah. It always seems to turn a bit more from that far end, I think. But Archie, he's been impressive so far in this match.
I think his bowling's improved immeasurably. He hit the scene, didn't he, with those many wickets in a game, and everybody thought he was an opening batsman was going to bowl a bit, and he had all those wickets, and then I think, but he's a better bowler this season, I think.
Yeah, I think so too, and we were talking about this the other day, and I think what the rest of us need to do is to look at him differently, and because we've sort of always thought of him as he bats beautifully, he bats a bit like his dad, the odd shot reminds you of, we've always thought of him as a batsman who bowls. Well, actually, I'm coming round to the view that you've got to look at Michael Vaughan and you've got to start comparing him with people like Farhan Ahmed at Notts or Carson at Sussex. You've got to look at him primarily as an off-spinner. And compare him there, and I think he compares quite well with all these other young off-spinners that are talked about. And then you hope that his batting progresses.
And he did have to open. He opened the batting, didn't he, a lot, and never made a fist of it. But that's a really difficult thing to do when you're starting out. He's still a very young player. I think he'll benefit. He'll get runs eventually at 7 or 8 if that's where he bats.
Yeah, and in which case, you would also expect him at some point to kind of creep up a bit from there.
But that gives him a chance to get a base. He's not playing with any confidence, I don't think, batting at the minute. He's not had a great season, and I thought the first innings shot he played was a bit half forward, a bit indeterminate. If he'd gone fully forward, I think he wouldn't have been bowled by it. But he's just in that situation where young players, they used to call it second season, didn't they? Do you remember something like Phil Slocum, who had a fantastic start to his Somerset career, and then sort of hit a sort of bit of a block, and I think that can happen a lot to young players.
He's done it again. I think it's a good. There's nothing wrong with those deliveries, by the way, folks. But he's decided, Critchley, that he's going to exploit the fact there's no one out there. And I think now they might have to have one out there.
Again, though, I'm not unhappy with that. You don't want them to feel they just have to play a few shots, and if they pick the wrong ball, Somerset will capitalise. And I still think Leach is the key. Yeah,
well, particularly there were crisp shots from Critchley.
Good player. He's entitled to play some shots. He's a decent player.
And he might upset the rhythm. It's a decision for Vaughan and indeed Rue is whether when Critchley's on strike you give him a bit of protection there. And I'd be tempted to, I think.
Yes, definitely.
But I think that's how we're going to adjust to seeing Vaughan as look at him first as an off-spinner, and I think he compares, as I say, pretty well with all the other young off-spinners that are knocking around, in the hope and expectation that actually he'll get he'll get back in the runs. We've seen him. We know he can score runs. He needs to probably. He looks tentative, doesn't he?
Yes.
I agree with you about footwork, lack of. He got a good ball in the first innings, but a really good player might not be middling that delivery that he was bowled by, but they get something in the way, and maybe they'd be LBW, but maybe they wouldn't have been.
Just a bigger stride. I mean, it's easy for me to say, but that's, I think, the difference with him. Confidence to not being confident.
Yeah.
It was a little bit tentative. That's a good word you use. Tentative is how he played.
But he is an asset because, to be fair, Somerset are quite prepared to play on surfaces that demand a second spinner, 2 spinners, and he's done that role well. And he bowled quite well in the Metro Bank too, I thought.
Yes, he did. I think his bowling's come on this season.
Yeah, he's steady too. He doesn't bowl much rubbish.
No.
Which is half the battle, or 3/4 of the battle, actually.
There was always going to be times today where that Somerset would need to be patient, and there's going to be a partnership at some point, and we had the opening stand, and then the 2 quick wickets, and now I think there's another little period where they've just got to keep it tight, and if one falls, another might well follow quickly.
Yeah. Right, I'm going to leave you in the safe hands, the wicket-keeping hands of Stephen Lamb.
A little bit of cloud cover coming over, which we haven't seen all day. It's been very, very clear skies, which I'm sure Somerset would have preferred a bit of cloud cover this morning. But at times, batting looks comfortable. But then, as we've just seen, Jack Leach turns one and then turns another, and suddenly you think Somerset got every chance of finishing this today. And as I say, I think it's a case of keeping things tight and getting through the periods where the batsmen are entitled to have a bit of control. And if they keep the run rate down, somebody will make a mistake.
Yeah, you can't expect it to be 2 for 3 every time, can you?
No, that was extraordinary.
Flabbergasting. What a mixed day it was for Lewis Gregory yesterday as well.
Yes.
Those 3 wickets and then the injury.
Yeah, we shouldn't forget that Somerset are a bowler down. And the way the seamers have bowled today, Lewis probably would have been quite handy. Certainly at his best, because it did seam around a little bit for Pretorius particularly.
I think we've mentioned this before. We've been told it's a hip issue which is being assessed.
Yeah, he fell on the ball, didn't he? I think he came coming across. I think it was from mid-on to field, and
it was a brilliant piece of fielding.
Yeah,
actually.
did a good stop, but didn't fall properly. First of all, we thought he might have done a shoulder because he just stayed very still. He didn't sort of, that's always a sign that it's not a great situation. But in fact, what it proved was that the hard part of his body, the hip, actually made contact with the ball on the ground, and he's got a very bad bruise from what I was told last night. Doesn't surprise me at all that he isn't bowling today, because I saw him leaving the ground last night. He looked very uncomfortable. James Roux said it was a badly bruised hip, and although I imagine he tried to get some treatment at home and did his best to be fit to bowl today, it was never very likely.
But importantly, it is bruising rather than any kind of fracture or other issue that might have cropped up, and hopefully he'll be fit for the next game at Hove.
Well, if anybody can conquer injury, it's Lewis Gregory, because he's conquered so many in his career, and I've got immense admiration for the fact he's still playing and bowling as he is, because that guy has been through the mill, back problems alone, over many, many years. And even this season, the pre-season press conference, he was at the front table, and I said, "You're going to be fit this season." There was a big smile. You're going to be okay to keep bowling. And he's always just that. He's not fragile, but you always think that he's never quite 100%, and he does get strains, and that was just an unfortunate accident yesterday. That could have happened to anybody.
Yeah, absolutely. I was so sorry actually in his testimonial that he was on a hat-trick and he didn't quite go through with it, but that would have been a wonderful thing to take a hat-trick in your testimonial. Oh, is that a drop catch?
I think that is a chance.
Diving forward.
Yeah, that looked like a chance again.
We'll have another look at it. Not sure which angle is best to see it, but it looked like it was a low chance. We're not going to see it from that replay. There's turn. There's been more. Either side of lunch, just it started turning more.
Just trying to see who that is. Is it Lewis Goldsworthy at point? Backward point? Not sure who that. I can't quite see from here. But it looked to me diving forward, he just got his hands underneath.
Yeah, I think it is Goldsworthy.
In which case it would be the second drop of the match, because it was an extraordinary drop yesterday. When you don't often see these days, where he got into exactly the right position on the boundary to take a top edge pull shot. And everyone seemed to do everything right, but the ball just slipped through his fingers.
Yeah. No, he did everything perfectly except the execution. But you're saying earlier, Richard, that when it does this much for Jack Leach, you do expect a breakthrough.
Well, you have to. I think. I mean, I've never played at any great level, but I can imagine as a batsman, you don't get any respite with Jack. You know, every ball's on the money. So if you're going to play some shots against him, you'll be playing him against a pretty good length ball most of the time. And can you be patient enough to just keep playing and playing and playing, or are you going to have a swing at some point? And that tends to be one of the ways that Jack gets his wicket.
That's defended pretty comfortably by Charlie Allison, who's going along at snail's pace, 6 from 46.
Old-fashioned cricket, and I love it. This is proper county cricket. Good bowling against defiant batting, and you can have all the T20 and 100 in the world as far as I'm concerned. This is proper cricket to me, and I just think it was a great day yesterday. Good day between bat and ball. Good contest. Pitch is perfect for making a contest between bat and ball, and hopefully Somerset will come out on the right side of it. But whatever, it's another good match at Taunton, and as Vic was saying earlier, I think the pitches here this year have been pretty good.
Yep, agreed. And this is no exception. So Archie Vaughan again. Won't be a run as that's tucked away down to the man on 45 degrees behind square.
If things carry on as they are, we might well see Lewis Goldsworthy bowling, and I'd give Josh Thomas an over or two. He bowled one pretty poor over last night, but he does give it a bit of a rip, and if anyone's going to turn it, it might be him. So they've got two other spin options, and we may well see them being used at some point.
Yeah, we actually saw Tom Abel bowling in practice this morning.
Yeah, that was very interesting, but as I was saying earlier, let's keep Tom fit to bat for the rest of the season.
Absolutely.
I wouldn't want him to get a side strain bowling to try and win this game. So it's wonderful to have Tom back. What an asset he is to this team, and lovely guy as well. And I want to see him make plenty of runs between now and the end of the season.
Well, it was especially encouraging, that 60-odd that he got on day one, because he'd been out for a while and he was in such good form when he got injured. And sometimes the form stays away when you come back.
Absolutely. I mean, early in this, he's been in the form of his life, and up to that injury, I mean, he was batting so well, and yeah, like you say, when you have a break, it's not always easy to come back and take things straight away. But I think he was in such good nick earlier in the season that the confidence must still have been there, and he's a very, very important player. And this Somerset batting lineup, with the addition of Nichols, is now looking far more sturdy than it's looked for a long time, and if Craig Overton was playing, you'd virtually be saying they bat down to number 10.
Absolutely.
And with the way Pretorius played yesterday, you might even say 11. The batting, I don't think now is the worry. I think the worry is, will they have a bowling attack to take 20 wickets?
Reverse sweep here for 4.
Again, don't mind that. Let them play a few of those. Vaughan's not turned it a lot. I'm a little bit disappointed that Archie hasn't got a little bit more out of the wicket, and that's why I said they might try one of the other spinners. I don't. You say let them play some shots. Of course, from the Essex point of view, runs are important. They need to dig into the deficit, and so they can't just afford to block. But it's a really good contest at the minute. I'm really enjoying it.
Yeah, it's been tremendous cricket in this game. Yesterday was hugely engaging, and today as well. Again, finer this time, and I think it's got the legs to go all the way. Bit of a chase for Josh Shaw. Oh, not quite.
There's been a couple of those for him today, not quite.
Yeah.
Coming into a subfielder, and he's had one or two little ones on the boundary where he might have saved it. But I think the other thing with Archie is even yesterday he was bowling perhaps one loose ball and over, and while you can always get hit off a length and swept, that wasn't a particularly good ball, and it was open to that shot. So it's important they keep things tight.
Yeah, the hope must be. I agree with you entirely about the batting. It looks as solid as it's done for a while in this game.
Well, Nichols is the sort of player they've needed for years, I think. He's not a pretty player to watch, but he's effective. And amongst the stroke players that they've always had in this team, if anything, they've always had too many stroke players. And not somebody, a Dom Sibley, say, Surrey, who will bat all day for you, and love to bat time.
That was where Nick Compton was such a positive influence in his time here.
Yes, you can think of people over the years who were that way as players, but more recently, when the top order's been fragile for several years, if you've got the likes of Tom Lammonby at the top of the order and Josh Thomas now likes to play his shots, you want someone in between them who sticks around.
There's Lewis Gregory over by the Andy Caddick Pavilion. I don't imagine we'll see him field again today. And that would be his daughter, I guess, in arms there.
Yeah, I would think so.
Excellent. Well, let's hope he's fit for Hove.
Yeah, well, it is important now, but all around the country there'll be injuries because this run of games now comes thick and fast, and there will be teams not fielding their strongest 11 in every match.
And that is the concern a bit with the bowling, isn't it? There's not much room for rotation.
Exactly.
Pretorius for one. Let's hope he stays fit and continues the batting form and bowled very well today.
I mean, I suppose if Lewis wasn't fit for the next game, Overton would come in, and that would be the change.
Yeah.
But what you really want is to add Craig to what their best bowling attack.
Ideally, you want to play them both, don't you? And this man, who's wheeling away into his 18th over of the innings. That's nicely driven. Only be a single, because there's protection out at deep extra.
So there were 311 behind, weren't there? 140 behind now. Does that sound right? And
yeah, 142.
142. So that we think you get it down below 100 and take it from there. But that's still going to take a bit of doing.
Interesting chatting to Peter Wanless earlier, Richard, about possible ground development at the far end of the this ground where the Lord Botham stand is, possibly the James Hildreth stand, possibly that whole end there, but it's hugely expensive. I remember a totally different ground when I first came here, apart from the Colin Atkinson Pavilion.
Yeah, there's been a lot of changes over there. Of course, the flats are the main change, but they came in the Richard Gould era as chief executive here, and that was a big change. That obviously the Gimlet area has changed. There's still the view if you go from the Colin Atkinson, you still see the church towers, which is nice.
It is.
They've kept that part of it, which I think is important. It's still a lovely ground. Maybe not quite as picturesque as it was when they had the old pavilion stand and the listed building, that sort of thing. But it was a lovely but old-fashioned ground. And these days you can't have an old-fashioned ground. You've got to have a ground that will make you money. and they've got the facilities here now are good, and this Marcus Trescothick pavilion that we're in is a great addition. It gives us a fantastic view for one thing.
Absolutely.
You can't live with the past as far as grounds are concerned, because pretty as they might be, they've got to have a commercial.
And you have got the past surrounding you, as you say, in the form of those churches. There's a row of 3 of them. And I remember the early television coverage when I was following cricket originally. It always seemed to be those churches that was the opening shot.
Yeah, it's the sort of, an iconic look at how the ground was. But luckily, as I say, even with all the building that's gone on, you still have that. I don't sit on the other side of the ground very often, obviously, because the press box is over here. But when I do, I still think that of a summer evening or something like that, it's still a lovely place to watch cricket from.
We were talking about Miguel Pretorius earlier. He's back on from the Marcus Trescothick pavilion end, and there's a waft at this. Didn't have to play at that, and
see, the mistakes will come if we keep it tight. The mistakes will come, and that was a mistake, batting mistake. So they've just got to keep the pressure on. I still think the pitch is doing enough to make Somerset feel very encouraged.
Yeah, that was a bit of an indiscretion by Charlie Allison. Do you remember your first visit here, Richard?
No, because my first cricket I watched Somerset was at Clarence Park in Weston-super-Mare, which is where I come from.
Yeah.
And I was about a 7-year-old, 8-year-old in the 1960s. Team included people like Graham Atkinson and Roy Virgin and Mark Mervyn Kitchen and Fred Rumsey and Ken Palmer and later Peter Robinson. A bit later on, Roy Kerslake was captain, and all those players. Bill Alley, of course, was very famous for supposedly being able to hit it onto Western Seafront from Clarence Park. I'm not sure if he ever did, but Bill would always hit a few sixes, and that was my introduction to cricket, and I absolutely adored it, and I've loved it ever since.
Yeah.
And of course, it was this sort of cricket. It was old-fashioned county cricket where Don Shepherd might troll in for Glamorgan and bowl 40 overs in a day and concede about 50 runs, and it wasn't wham bam a six every you very rarely saw 6, and so if you fell in love with the game watching it like that, I don't think you'll ever be in love with the 100 and the T20, because that the arts of the game are to me are all in the longer format. It
was good to see Fred Rumsey at Cheltenham.
Yeah, in a wheelchair, sadly, Fred, isn't he? But it was good to see him. I've seen him there before at one of the former players' dues previous years. But yeah, and he spoke, didn't he? And he sounded in good health.
He's very funny. He had some good stories to tell. 6 seasons he had here. Left arm fast. Yeah, made a big difference.
Yeah, was very highly thought of, and Ken Palmer bowling the other end. That was the opening bowling partnership that I watched for a number of years, I think. And Peter Robinson, God bless him, is obviously still with us and doesn't change at all over the years. Lovely man. He would be the main spinner. Brian Langford, of course, actually was those two were the spinners. And Roy Virgin, I sat next to at a dinner a couple of years ago. Delightful company, told wonderful, funny stories. But it was a different age, different era. I mean, they'd never put up with the facilities now that there was at Clarence Park, where the dressing room was basically like a toilet, So
you could get splinters in your feet, couldn't you?
It was basic, to say the least. And they all used to come out very heavily, wearing a lot of eau de cologne, and I've been showered and everything. I think they must have thought in there, oh goodness, better get myself clean before I get outside. It was pretty basic, and of course the outfield was used as a public park during the year, so people walked their dogs on it and all this, that, and the other. But for all that, I loved festival cricket, and I'm sorry it doesn't exist for Somerset anymore.
Yeah, well, it was special to be at Cheltenham the other day. It's got a very particular atmosphere.
Yeah, we were both there, weren't we? And I've always liked to get to Cheltenham once a year at least, because it is a special place to watch from. And unfortunately, in recent years, Somerset and Gloucestershire fixtures have tended to clash when Cheltenham's been on, as it has done this week. But I've always been a Somerset follower because of where I was born and all that. But I've always wanted Gloucestershire to do well as well. And Cheltenham is a lovely place to go and watch, and usually it's a fast-scoring ground. In fact, the current game there with the Worcestershire has been a pretty slow-scoring affair. But it's a small ground, and with the outfielders burnt dry as they are in so many places. I thought there would be a lot of runs in that game, and it hasn't proved the case yet.
Charlie Allison's big brother bowled very well.
He certainly did.
Cheltenham.
Certainly did. 3 wickets in no time, early on the first day, and I was very impressed with him. Tall guy, bowled really well.
Yeah, it took a little bit longer than Lewis Gregory did, but it was still very impressive.
I think he had about three for 5
in 8, I think it was.
Lunch, I think he bowled something like 7 overs for 9.
Yeah.
So he bowled extremely well.
You've got a change of ends for Archie Vaughan. He's coming on to give Jack Leach a bit of a break at the River End. Talking of facilities, the building that preceded this one was where Somerset changed for a long time, and that wasn't great, was it either? The old wooden pavilion.
The old pavilion, the old pavilion here. What we're talking about, the 80s, 70s, 80s? Before
70s.
Certainly 70s before it changed, and it was again, that was pretty primitive. And of course Bath as well, when they played at the recreation ground there, it wasn't exactly state-of-the-art facilities. So the players, I don't think, were ever as enamoured with festival cricket as maybe the supporters were. And at first I thought it was good that we took cricket was taken around the county, north of the county, south. So you play at Weston, you play at Bath, and of course going back many more outgrounds as well. But I think that's good for cricket. But and again, it's a thing of the past. It won't come back now. I mean, you're going to keep Cheltenham. The Scarborough still exists for Yorkshire,
and that probably is safe for the medium term anyway.
Yes, I think so. That both of them probably are. But certainly around the country, there's less festival cricket than there ever was. And even at Cheltenham now, there's only one championship game this season, a couple of Metro Bank one-day games. So it's dwindling, and it's partly because of the setting up costs, partly because of looking after the ground and making it ground fit for first-class cricket. There are reasons, but Gloucester get good crowds at Cheltenham, better than they get at Bristol.
Yep. Archie Vaughan then to Matt Critchley, who's having a good match with the bat. 25 not out to follow his half century.
I wonder if Jack Leach might change ends. He likes bowling the end he's been bowling from. Certainly prefers it, but there's been a couple of spells when he's bowled from this end that way he's turned it a little bit more, I think. And I was trying to think what games it was, but he normally bowls from the River End. But it wouldn't surprise me if he has a couple of overs from this end.
Yeah, he's always been willing to experiment in that way. So
it's a good test of James Rew as a captain as well. This is he may well be a future Somerset captain, and I thought he handled the bowl as well this morning. Oh, goodness me!
Maybe, well, I can't speculate too much, but you mentioned Craig Overton in that regard as a possibility.
I think Craig might be the next one, but James is 22. Further down the line, he seems to have the cricket brain and the personality to handle it.
And also, he could say at some point, this could be way into the future, you take the gloves, bro, I'll just be captain and get the runs.
Well, it's going to be very interesting to see how Thomas Rew develops. I mean, he's got all the talent, it's quite clear, and it's an exciting prospect to think they might both be in the Somerset team.
Well, it was a real thrill to see that 149 that he made in the championship match here.
He's an exceptional talent, and probably the of all the young players, he's the one now that you've got built probably most faith in that can make a career, and even an international career. Yeah,
it's always nice to have.
But he's still got to show he's got the same temperament as James, who's temperamentally is excellent. Talking last night to him, he's come on a hell of a lot talking after games. He was a bit shy to start with. He now talks with great authority. He's got the England experience behind him, which can be positive or negative, but I think in his case will be positive. He says he learnt a lot from it. It's come very early, but goodness, 4,000 runs at 22.
It's astonishing, isn't it?
Wonderful achievement.
Yep. The brothers Rew, many chapters and good chapters to come. An amazing backstory of the 149 I mentioned. That was a week after he took his maths A-level.
Well, in the past I would have used a story here that I got when he played here, and Rob Turner was here, the ex-Somerset player for ex-players.
Fine wicketkeeper.
Wonderful wicketkeeper, and I've known Rob since he was about 3 years old, because his brother's my best friend, his eldest brother. And
Would
his
that be
brother.
Richard?
Richard is the oldest brother.
Okay.
And Simon, of course, I know very well as well, and of course played here. But Rob was here, and Rob teaches at the school where Thomas goes. And the day he did well here, I met Rob after, and he said, yeah, but he's got a detention. I said, what? And he said, yeah, he didn't tell us he wasn't going to be around. He's missed my maths class. Rob teaches maths. He says, missed my maths class, so I'm afraid he's got to have a detention. So, and I thought in the past, when I was working for evening papers, and that, I would have loved to have used that as a little feature story. But, yeah, it's definitely true that apparently if you miss a class without giving people the notice that you're not going to be there, it's an automatic detention.
I wonder how it'll affect the A-level result.
Well, wonder, yeah.
Still, it doesn't matter.
But it puts it in perspective just how talented and just how young he is. At the start of the season, I always you're asked who you want to interview in the pre-season get-together down here for the press. And this year I asked for the Roux brothers, and James I knew, of course, already, and he walked in, and Thomas walked in behind him, and I thought, what? He looked about 14, and as you get older, the players look younger, but he looks extremely young. And you wouldn't know how talented a cricketer he is by looking at him, but he's got a wonderful talent.
Pretorius then. Talking of youthful promise, what are your thoughts on Josh Thomas? Two centuries this season.
I like the fact he can bowl. I think that's important for a young player, that he develops his bowling. He's got all the shots. I hesitate with young players to get too excited too soon, because you only put more pressure on them if you do that. But it was a very important 100 that he's just scored. That's going to give him immense confidence. And yeah, I think there's every chance that he will make a fist of being a top order batsman.
Which is something that Somerset have been, well, a settled opening partnership Somerset have not had really since Marcus Trescothick retired.
Marcus Narasapaya, I suppose people keep going back to, were probably the last really reliable, but how many they've tried since? Somebody said it's something like 50 different opening partnerships, might well be. They've tried a lot of different opening combinations, and indeed top order combinations, and it's remained a problem. And one of the things we were talking about, Tom Abel, said I think he'd have more runs if he hadn't been made captain at 22 and had that extra responsibility. But you also got to remember how many times he's gone in at 2 for 1 or 3 for 2, or or in the first certainly half hour of a match, even if he's batting at 3 or even 4. So he's been facing the new ball an awful lot, and that adds to the fact what a good player he's been.
Yeah. 50 partnership between these two, Critchley and Allison. Tom, of course, started life as an opener for Somerset, opened with Marcus Trescothick.
Well,
in the very early days.
He must have filled every position in the top 5 or 6. I think he should have played Test cricket. I think he's that good. But the captaincy thing weighed on him very heavily and set him back a bit. When you think he was the same age then as James Roux is now. So, would you want to make James Roux captain immediately? Certainly not. Let him develop as a cricketer first, and if he's a good captain, Tom only got it through nobody else wanted it.
Right.
As far as I could see at the time, James Hildreth was the experienced player in the team, and I don't think, as Vic was saying earlier, he particularly wanted it. I think Trigo may still have been around, and whether it wasn't for him, I'm not sure. But the experienced players, it didn't seem there was an obvious one who definitely wanted it. So it was thrust upon Tom Abel, and as Vic called it, it was an enormous punt, and it didn't work out because Tom lost his form, and because he was captain, it hit him so much harder.
Well, he had that very difficult early stage of it, didn't he? When he dropped himself from the side, but managed to come back. I remember Matt Maynard, because he was the head coach at the time. He spoke to all the players individually about what to do, because Chris Rogers had come just for that one season and decided it would be a one-off, retired at the end of it. But the feeling in the changing room about Tom was pretty much unanimous, that he was the man.
Well, but was that for the right reasons?
Exactly.
Was it because he was going to be a great captain, or was it because they didn't want to be captain? And it's not easy sometimes. I mean, captaincy it's more like a football manager than a football captain. I mean, there is so much more to cricket captaincy than there is to most team captaincies. And the fact was, it was given to Tom too early. I remember thinking so at the time, and that it was. I mean, he's such a lovely guy, Tom, and you imagine being really popular in the dressing room even back then. Such a personable bloke, and I just thought it was like, oh, good old Tom, he'll do it. It was a bit like that, or good young Tom, as it turned out.
Yeah.
But 22 years old, just making his way, and that wasn't a good decision in retrospect.
Very, very early. James Rew doing the job at the moment, but only because Lewis Gregory has this bruised hip, which is preventing him from being out there. Going to be 4 runs here, out to deep mid-wicket. Yeah,
Allison's starting to play a few shots now as well, but again, I'm not dispirited by that. I think that if they keep playing shots, a mistake will come.
He milled that one, okay.
It may just be that the chances that Somerset have let slip catches this match might, just come back to haunt them a bit. I thought Jake Ball should have taken one last night off Elgar. Lewis Goldsworthy certainly should have taken one off the opening batsman yesterday.
Walter, yeah.
Yeah, Walter, yeah. And then we've seen the one just now at point. Maybe a wicket-keeping or slip catch. We're not sure whether that went begging as well. But the fielding's usually so good that it's a little bit surprising to see one or two of those going down anyway. And in situations like this, sometimes that they used to say, and they always said, catches win matches. And I suppose drop catches can lose matches, or at least lose the chance of winning.
Exactly.
We are going to see Jack Leach this end, aren't we? Yeah.
Yep. Just to
so this will be interesting.
See what purchase he can get. It's the first time in the match that he has bowled from this Trescothick Pavilion end. Talking through his field with the acting captain. Looks like we're going to have a short leg. Josh Thomas has been looking after that department for most of this game. There is the rooftop of the apartments behind the Somerset stand, and a few cricket-minded souls, cricket-loving souls, just enjoying the view from up there. It's not a bad vantage point,
no,
is it?
Absolutely. Lovely vantage point.
Bit of late summer sunshine.
Beautiful day now. Well, it has been a beautiful day all day, and this weather has been so fantastic. As I say, I may be repeating myself, but it amazes me that of a summer like this, with the children on holiday, there's been no Test cricket and no county championship cricket played for so long.
Yeah, I mean, for as long as the 100 is in place, that I can't see that changing very much, and I don't like it either.
Well, it just makes no sense to me.
Sharp single taken by Critchley.
I'm not sure the 100 and competitions like it are going to develop cricket fans for life like county cricket did when I was young. I think it's an attention span thing. I mean, you spend a whole day watching, as I said, sometimes not that many runs scored, not that many wickets taken, and you still think this is something for me. I really like this. Which was the case with me, and I've loved this sort of cricket ever since. I'm not sure. See, when you've seen 1 6, or we used to see the odd 6, you think, wow, what a shot. When you see 10 sixes in every game, I remember covering a very early T20 game at Gloucestershire when Craig Spearman was batting for Gloucestershire, and he hit a ball into the tennis courts, and everyone went, whoa, whoa. And I think he went on to hit 8 sixes in that innings, and by the 8th one, they just went, oh, there's another 6. And it's repetitive. To me, it's too repetitive. As I say, it's only a personal view, but I don't think kids are going to watch that and then say, "Yeah, this is for me for it's a passion." If you like a passion,
well, it doesn't generate the tribal loyalty that you have here.
No, absolutely. There's that to it as well. The 100 in particular, I mean, it defeats me. Who supports who? Because if you live in Devon, Cornwall, or Somerset, your nearest team is Welsh Fire, and if it was the case that 5 or 6 Somerset players went to play for Welsh Fire, then you'd say, well, yeah, that's the team you're going to support. But the fact is, one goes there, one goes to Southern Brave, one goes to Oval Invincibles, one goes to, and so who do you end up supporting?
Yeah, absolutely. I think we're in the same dugout, Richard.
There'll have to bring some youth policy into this stream. Someone who can speak on behalf of people a bit younger than us.
Yeah, defend the 100. Halfway through about halfway through the middle session of the afternoon, we better let you go because you've got the main job to do, haven't you, Richard?
At some point, yeah. It's got to write a report for the ECB Reporters Network, who I work for. I do Gloucestershire and Somerset for them, and it's nice to know that cricket writing is still going on, because of course one big change, which quite changes with Vic earlier, all the national papers used to send to cricket, and now none of them do.
Yeah.
Or we've got Geoffrey Dean here for the Times, but they only send to a certain game each round of matches, whereas when I started, the Times, the Guardian, the Daily Mail, Daily Express, they would all have reporters at games.
And press boxes have their own individual brand of humour.
They used to have.
Not so much now, because they're emptier.
Not so much now, no. Yeah. Anyway, it's been a pleasure, Stephen.
Great to see you.
And let Vic come in.
Yeah, thank you so much, Richard. Lovely to see you in the box as ever. Richard Latham, who is Mr. West Country Sport, as you've been hearing. Archie Vaughan then. Spin at both ends, and Somerset again trying to break a burgeoning partnership here. 185 for 3. Essex still 126 runs behind, but they are gradually chipping away at that deficit. It's been sort of steady, not exactly exciting progress being made by the 2 batsmen out there. Charlie Allison is on 26 from 71 deliveries, and Matt Critchley were very similar, 28 from 77. Afternoon, Vic.
Hello, Stephen. Yeah, it's actually quality cricket here, and it may not be spectacular, but this pair of batsmen are doing a fine job. It might be quite exciting if you live in Chelmsford, I think. They've switched ends for the spinners. Jack Leach, of course, tells us he prefers bowling from the river end, but spinning a bit more. He's got it to spin a little bit more, Vaughan, when he's had a go from the river end. Got one in between bat and pad that didn't quite hit the stumps. Signs of aggression from Allison, especially against the off-spinner. It's easier for them to attack the off-spinner.
Slightly quicker ball from Vaughan, which is negotiated safely by Critchley, who's improved a lot on his rather brief appearance in the first innings, when he was one of those 3 incredibly rapid wickets to fall 28 not out.
Somerset rattling through their overs. They're 6 ahead. Just looking over, it's just over 68, and not that far from the option of another new ball, actually, but they would like to get a couple more wickets before they do take that.
Well, they had to be patient in the morning session, and it paid off in the end.
Yeah.
They need something similar here. They need to keep the pressure on.
It's a little, I don't know, that's a bit of an edge, but it's a soft edge, not really offering much or too wide of the slip fielder. He's grown in confidence. It was a bit tentative to start with, Allison. He's on a pair, of course. But now, field's spread a bit. He's playing a more expansive game. No one out on the leg side. And he's gone for the big one, and he's middled it, I think. That's cleared the boundary by some distance, I think.
Yep, signalled as 6 by Martin Saggers.
Now there's a decision, do I protect that boundary a bit more? I'm not sure you do just there. I think I'd let him have one more.
I wonder
At least.
May have gone into the car park, that one.
It's all right, my car's in Devon. I don't know where yours is.
It's in that car park.
Oh, right.
It's facing the other way. That was precautionary.
It's taken a while to come back. I wonder what state the ball will be in.
Or indeed my car.
Is it that side of the car park?
I think it is.
Oh, right. We can go and have a look out the window if you like. There's a windscreen still.
I think what's done is done.
They've got it back. He's having a quick inspection of the ball.
It does do some damage, doesn't it? Bouncing around on that tarmac. Is he okay with it? It's having quite a long look.
Maybe Somerset would quite like a different ball. This one hasn't got a wicket for a while. Pretorius is there with umpire Saggers, who himself was he liked a nice shiny ball. The ball is away swingers. He's having a chat with Pretorius.
And Jack Leach is possibly thinking, if I give it a
Giving
good
it a
polish, it'll be fine.
Hang on. Pretorius is going to give it a special little polish. Everyone stops. It's a big shot. It's a good shot. There was nothing wrong with the ball. It was quite tempting. He went through with it. He wasn't quite at the pitch, but it didn't do anything nasty, and he's middled it. Quite exciting. Field stays up. This time, more discretion.
Yes, you quite often see that after a 6.
He's kept the field up. Is he going to try to do it again?
Doesn't seem to be finding any particular purchase
No,
from this change of hands.
I think it does turn. Oh no, he's sent his mid on back a bit. There's Jack, not right to the edge, but not far. He's going to perhaps lob one up a bit. Yeah, he did a little bit, and he's looking for that one, but it's not there.
Nottinghamshire are 328 runs in front against Surrey. And in fact, they've just been bowled out. So that's what Surrey need, or 329.
Right, that's quite a lot of runs, it seems, in that game. Would be the biggest score of the match.
Warwickshire need 192 to beat Sussex. They're 11 without loss.
Mm-hmm.
Then Leicestershire are 215 in front against Glamorgan with 2 second innings wickets left. And Yorkshire 248 in front against Hampshire, also with 2 second innings wickets left.
Well, all round the country in the First Division, there's some good tight games then.
Yeah.
It's fair to say.
Yeah, you'd think that Warwickshire would be pretty firm favourites against Sussex to knock off 192.
Well, probably, but it's been a low-scoring match, but we don't quite know what's happening here all around the country, what sort of pitches they're playing on. The wickets have fallen more quickly elsewhere.
Yeah, and as you speak, Vic, they've just lost their first wicket, 13 for 1.
Okay, so you've trolled them from a distance.
Down the wicket and driven, didn't get it though, didn't get full hold of it.
Allison in particular is suddenly looking really quite aggressive.
Oh, that's inside edge.
Well, I don't know whether he's hit that. I reckon it'll be byes, but it's certainly spun.
It's just been pulled in fact.
Well, it's saved a couple. And we'll see what he signals. Yeah, byes. It's a lovely delivery, but he's got nothing for it. It's quite wide, that. It's turned a long way.
Yeah, that's...
but not enough to hit the off stump. Probably might have bounced over it, even if it had been online, I think. I mean, it's a lovely delivery.
Yeah.
But it's just 2 runs to the total.
Down the track, but deciding to defend eventually.
Yeah, well, I think he might have felt... Sometimes you sort of feel them coming, or you might see them as well. He just dragged his length back. He just had to get something in the way then, which he got his bat in the way. It's a nice little battle, this. Allison, ever more aggressive. Take one there, though. It's an easy single. There's wide gaps on that offside. They've got that man behind square, for Allison especially, who reverse sweeps. Otherwise, they've just got a wide mid-off, and that's it. So it's quite a hard field to bowl to, because if you miss your length on outside off stump...
He's brought in a leg slip.
Yeah, for Critchley, and then he's still got a man loitering at deepish mid-wicket, fiddling with the field, but he has got 3 men round the bat now.
Bit of turn there.
I think we've established it does turn more from that river end. Fulton's got a couple to go a long way from wide of off stump.
Defended again. End of the over. No breakthrough yet for Somerset in this session. Took a while for them to make the first in session 1. And still another 13 overs in this one to make a breakthrough. But if Essex can get to tea with these two still there, they're trailing by 114 at the moment, then they will still have hopes of making Somerset bat again.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We knew it was never going to be easy. But this is another good partnership. Allison, in particular, is playing some pretty cavalier cricket now. He's settled in, aggressive. It's a good contest.
Easy single here.
Yeah. No one back on the leg side for Critchley. There's an invitation there to sort of sweep in the hope that it's straight and he misses it. Slip in a gully. Critchley actually has become the more discreet of the players. Senior man, watching Allison play some quite exotic shots.
Yes, that six, that big six, has put a bit of distance between the two of them. Single coming up here for Critchley. Feels more and more like it could go into the 4th day.
Well, once it gets into the 4th day, we've got an interesting game on. I mean, if it finishes today, I think we can safely say that Somerset will have won. If it's still going well into tomorrow, who knows?
Still those 7 wickets required by Somerset, still 114 by Essex to make Somerset bat again. That's off a leading edge, but all along the ground, and there's a misfield. Much to the consternation of Josh Thomas, who's been pretty good, actually, in fairness, in any position.
Well, he's been in forward short leg most of the time. He hasn't had a catch yet, but he's spent a lot of time on forward short leg. And he might have been restricted by the fact he's got those big shin pads on inside his whites.
Yeah.
And now he's got to put the helmet back on.
I wonder if we'll see him turn an arm over
He might be glad to do that, to get those leg guards off. We might see him at some point just before tea, perhaps.
Yeah, we've got the new ball option just before tea.
Yeah, I think my guess is that
they would only be able to bowl 3 overs with it.
Well, I think yes, they might take it before tea, or they might wait until afterwards, having had a quick powwow with the Baines Trust to think, shall we take it? Well, I think they probably will. I think it's happened since between now and then. Where's he at that? He's at that for 4. That's hard to bowl against. I didn't have to cope with that very often.
So 200 for Essex becomes 204 for 3.
Oh, it's a standing reverse sweep. It looks fantastic when it comes off. It's a frustration for the bowler. Nothing wrong with the delivery, really.
Down the wicket this time. This is going to be 4 more.
Well, he's got the flavour now. Allison, this is great to watch. Not necessarily in the Somerset dressing room, but it's... I mean, he's taking the odd risk here, but that's a sweet straight drive. Using his feet. So 2 boundaries in a row. Down again.
Yeah, he's playing very positively at the
Absolutely,
moment.
yeah.
46 not out. Critchley still in the 20s. It's been left standing almost.
Well, he's sort of just standing and admiring the cavalier approach. Here he goes.
Reverse again.
He's done it again.
And turns his back on it. Knows where it's going, which is over the rope.
Well, that's his 50. He's 3 boundaries here. James Ruse having a chat with Henry Nichols. And he's going to go back. He's coming out of slip, going to a sort of backward point, almost on the 1. Meanwhile, Jack Leach has retreated, gone a bit squarer.
50 from 88 balls. Charlie Allison, 1 6 and 7 4s.
Well, he was slow to start with. Remember how many? He said he's got 6 runs off about 30 odd balls. So, Allison posing problems. Scoreboard for some reason has got Vaughan bowling at both ends.
That's hard work.
But they've just amended that. And he's been, through no real fault of his own, but he's become quite expensive. 18 overs, not for 65 now. 3 boundaries in that over from Vaughan, or off the bat of Allison, who's playing with great freedom. Now, he's going to try something different. It's not Josh Thomas.
It's Lewis Goldsworthy.
It's Lewis Goldsworthy. I think Goldsworthy is a different sort of bowler to Thomas. Thomas, I think I see as actually a more obvious red ball cricketer. I think he spins it much more than Goldsworthy. Goldsworthy has proven to be extremely canny with a white ball. And bowls in 2020 cricket with great bravery, actually, given the way people play now. He's played a big part in Somerset's T20 campaign with the ball.
And then captain in the 50 over.
Yeah. But he's not a big spinner of the ball, but he's something slightly different. Anyway, he's going to have a go. What's he got? He's just got the slip and just the 1 boundary fielder, actually, deep cover. And the rest are sort of in the ring. Short extra cover, I suppose, is in a catching position. See how he gets on. on target, more or less. I think what they're going to do is they'll take Leach back up the other end. Don't want Allison having too much fun.
Yes, he's dropped into the groove quickly, which is always good.
Yeah, there's not much venom on it, but he's landing it in the right place and just getting it to hold. That was sort of patted. He wasn't quite in the right position. He ended up patting it to extra cover with a crooked bat. I think he's wondering whether to take the attack or just sort of sit on him for a bit. And he's disdainfully sort of defending, really.
Yeah.
As if he's slightly bored by this process, but it's what I probably ought to do.
Last ball of the over is not going to be a run, so he's begun with a maiden.
Well, I think that's what James Roux wanted. There's been a bit of mayhem by Allison. He's taken the attack really quite brilliantly to Archie Vaughan. So Goldsworthy's come on and he's bowled him a maiden. And as we anticipated, Leach is going to go back up to the river end, which is where he likes to be. And if nothing else, I think it'll be more difficult to attack with quite the same vigour as Vaughan. Allison, will he be ambitious against Leach as he was against Vaughan?
Yeah, he's made the experiment, hasn't he, Jack Leach, of switching ends. Hasn't found anything to encourage him particularly.
Yeah, I think actually they switched ends to give Vaughan a chance. And he did. We saw him go between bat and pad 2 or 3 times, but no wicket. Just missed the stumps. Roux taking his time. It's a testing time for Roux. The partnership has suddenly expanded. Allison has taken the initiative. The deficit has decreased. In fact, is it under 100 now?
99 to be precise.
So it is under 100. That's always sharpens the mind a bit. So I'm thinking Roux is, well, obviously he wants a wicket, but he wants a bit more control as well. Just looking around the field.
Yeah,
he's got very much an offside field. He's got a 7-2, I think, a 7-2. He's given him the leg side. There's huge gaps at mid-wicket, and it's just the 2 men. There's a deepish mid-on and a backward square leg about 30 yards from the batsman. And he's got a packed offside field with a slip and a gully. 4 men almost in a line with a deepish mid-off, and then a boundary fielder on the offside. I think he's on the pitch. Yes, he is. It's quite a clever field in some ways. He's inviting him to hit on the leg side, where if the ball turns, he could be in trouble. The big shot over long on that he played is available.
It's a half stop.
It's a half stop
from Tom Lammonby in extra cover.
Hit it sweetly, but it's just the 1 run, but it's a sweet shot. Now, is he going to keep the same field for Critchley? I think he is.
Yeah. A little bit cramped for room as he played that stroke, but no issues.
He always seems to have a lot of time though, doesn't he, Critchley? It's been pretty impressively. He did get out of Vaughan in the first innings, sweeping. Judge's length. He's quite content, really, to play second fiddle to Allison at the moment, which is quite unusual, I guess.
Well forward.
And they could have had a single there, and they still could, but they're not going to. Now, be interesting to see what Allison does against Goldsworthy. Also, see what field they've got. Critchley didn't decided in that first Goldsworthy over that he wasn't going to go for any extravagant shots. Goldsworthy's sent Leach from orthodox mid-on to long-on. He might consider the sweep if he likes boundaries, Allison.
Defence initially.
Yeah, well, he might just defend full stop, but he hasn't shown much inclination lately to defend all the time. The sweep is on, but that's a safer option.
Just a single out to long on.
The sweep is on in that there is no one defending the leg side field. There's a short fine leg 20 yards from the bat as mid-wicket and the long on. But of course, if you miss it, you could be in trouble. That's the option they're being offered, and he's got away with that one. He's got away with that. Critchley will be annoyed. Find that.
Yeah, straight to Tom Lammonby at mid-wicket.
He won't get away with that, surely. He's only got one, though. I thought he might have got that a bit squarer.
Full pitch.
This over looks better on paper than it does in reality.
He's overpitched twice.
Yeah, 2 full tosses yielded 1 run.
That's better. That's more in the block hole. And again, there'll be a dot ball to complete the over. So just the 2 runs off the 2 overs.
Yeah, I mean, they want wickets, obviously, but they do want to regain a bit of control. He whistles through his overs too, Goldsworthy. I think he went for Goldsworthy rather than Thomas, in that he's actually, at that point, he was more concerned with control rather than getting the ball fizzing. I mean, Thomas, as I say, is not so accurate probably as Goldsworthy, but I think he's puts more energy on the ball.
And it's still to be Jack from the river end. This will be his 23rd over. Pretty tidy figures. Just the 1 wicket for 34. Bringing Critchley well forward.
I think Critchley's decided at the moment, I'm happy to sit on him.
And again. 30 from 98 deliveries. Matt Critchley. Given a bit more air and again defended. A single here. Now it's a deep extra. So Allison back onto strike. Striving away, Somerset, for their first breakthrough of the session. Nearing the end of it. Critchley wanted a single there, but sent back by Allison. to conclude the Jack Leach over.
Jack's got a long way to go. You know, he's at mid-on now, but he was at long-on, so it's quite a trek from long-on in front of the Marcus Gothic Pavilion to bowl from the river end. Goldsworthy's going to continue. Hasn't looked threatening, but has offered a bit of control. And so far, batsmen not inclined to take many risks. They've got Jack now more or less long on with a short mid-on. Critchley, I mean, he's defending with absolute authority, but I can't help feeling that he's thinking, oh, I'd like a bit more freedom. Look at that. It's absolutely, he's just defending and he's tapping it right in the middle of the bat, and it's going smoothly out to the fielders.
There's a bit of a flourish sometimes in the back lift, as though he's going to play an aggressive shot, but then it comes to nothing.
Yeah, he's going to scuttle a single here, and he could come back for two, actually, because they've a bit of a misfield, but they don't get back. So he's showing quite a lot of patience and self-restraint, Critchley. And Allison, well, now he's sort of following suit so far. Can he remain restrained? Doesn't feel so threatened by Goldsworthy, so he's sort of just happy to play him. Is he? Oh, he's not hit that quite as he should. It's not a very good ball, but he's hit it in the air over the short mid-on and short of the long on. That would have been a bit of a strangle. That'll test old Jack, but he'll get there, and it's just one. So, in a way, he's slightly flattered by his figures, I think, Goldsworthy so far.
Well,
he's got about 4 full tosses, but they've only conceded about 2 or 3 runs.
I think his first over was his best.
Yeah, so far. But the figures look fine. 3 overs, 0 for 5.
Yeah, that's okay from James Rue's point of view.
Yeah, I mean, he desperately wants a wicket, but he's only really thinking that he's going to get one, possibly at Leach's end. But even there, it's sort of played pretty sedately. You feel Allison is a more likely victim simply because he's been playing with more freedom. It's a very odd onside field now. They've got a long on. Oh, actually, I think Pretorius was dozing a bit. Yeah. He's coming in a bit.
Yeah, I think he's
to a deep mid-on. He's come up a bit.
That's more where he was in the previous over. Steered down to backward point. Won't be a run. Josh Thomas on station there.
He's warming up. Perhaps he's going to have a go. Perhaps he's had the word just before the new ball's available. I've tried Goldsworthy. Who, yeah. Think you take his leg pads off when he bowls? You'd think he would, wouldn't you?
And he's
definitely warming up.
That's quite a serious warm up. That's a warm up that indicates he's been given a nod.
Yeah, he's got to take those leg guards off. Surely. Abel and Rue in conversation there.
Wonder what kind of a difference the new ball will make, if any.
Well, it can go either way. I mean, sometimes it does lead to it. Because the new ball's hard and it races off the bat, there's an increase in the scoring rate, but there's probably, hopefully, from a Somerset perspective, more jeopardy for the batsman. But you sense that they are speeding towards that new ball. Maybe it's not a bad time to take it just before tee, so there's an edge there, but it doesn't go anywhere. Just avoids, I think, Abel in the gully. Pinches the bowling. Is it going to be he's taking his sort of mega shin pads off, is Josh Thomas.
Looks like he's wearing shorts at the moment.
Yeah, I think he'll probably roll his whites down. I don't think
Be a bit of a circus act otherwise.
So he's going to have another bowl, presumably with quite a conservative field. But it'd be interesting to sort of compare and contrast Thomas to Goldsworthy.
Yeah, we've just had the 1 over from him so far, which was the last of the day yesterday.
Yeah.
So not much to go on, really. A little bit more of an opportunity here, although it's only 2 overs away from new ball time, potentially now. In fact, Jake Ball is loosening up, which is a
well, it looks
bit
like
of a
they
sign.
want to take it before tee.
Be a comfortable single here. I don't think they'll get any more than that.
No.
But then if Josh Thomas takes a wicket, it could
Well,
change the calculation.
Yeah, but it's quite a big if at the moment.
Another single here. To the leg side this time.
It's all very gentle, actually, since Allison had that assault on Vaughan, which prompted a change of tactics. Vaughan was removed and Jack went back to the river end, but field's fairly spread. Ball's not doing much.
Double Nelson for Essex. 2-2-2 for 3.
To be fair to the 2 Essex batsmen, I think they're kind of in a responsible way thinking it's important for us to be here when they take the new ball. I'm not expecting a new ball to go turn around corners or do anything too elaborate, but it poses a different threat. He's quicker through the air there, Thomas and Goldsworthy. But he hasn't actually got the thing to spin much.
Yeah, I suppose they want to be there, A, for the new ball and B, for tea, which are pretty close together.
Yeah.
So another over completed. Josh Thomas is second overall, 0 for 10. 1 over yesterday evening and 1 this afternoon.
Jack, he's got a long walk to...
Yeah.
all the way up. He's bold. I think he thought they might find someone else to go it long on. He has to stride up about 60, 70, 80 yards.
I wonder whether he's asking James Rue the question. He certainly said something.
I'll get there in a minute. I don't think James Rue was saying, over 8, Jack, over 8. Actually, both the overs pretty quickly, of course, Somerset.
Yeah, they're 6 over, so they're quite safe in that regard. He's got quite a lot on his hands, James Rue, under the helmet, behind the stumps.
Yeah, yeah.
Leading the side.
Will change with a couple of wickets, but at the moment, this pair looking very assured. They've actually toned down their aggression, or Allison has. Changed the sort of feel of the innings, and then Somerset fell back on trying just to regain a bit of control, and they've been patting back Goldsworthy and Thomas, not taking any risks against them, just thinking they'll never get me out of my bat properly. And Leach is the more obvious threat, but nothing much untoward happening from his end either now. And Critchley playing with real restraint. For someone who he likes. Oh, that's a slightly dodgy run, but it's slightly dodgy. he's comfortably in.
Yeah, Leach had a bit of a chase to pull that in.
Yeah. It's only dodgy if they really had a bit of hesitation.
Watchful defence this time from Charlie Allison.
Well, this takes us to 80 overs. This 2 more balls. I hadn't noticed that vigorous. Oh, I can see, actually, I think Jake Ball.
Yeah, he has
going
been
through the warming exercise, and he'll have to be Pretorius.
Who's on the other side at mid-on. I haven't seen anything from him as yet. Maybe missed it though. Looks like that may have turned a little bit, but
Turned
started
from
off,
wide though, didn't it?
Started off outside the off stump.
Okay, so let's see. Jake Ball's trotting in as if he's gonna grab the new ball.
Miguel Pretorius has taken his cap off.
Yeah, but that's to scratch his head.
Yeah. we can complicate expectations, can't we?
Yeah. Jake Ball's taken his cap off and he's giving it to the umpire.
Which is of greater significance.
Probably. Right, well, another phase of the game. Essex have done well this afternoon, haven't they? They lost those 2 wickets just before lunch. Quick succession.
Nothing since.
Yeah. They get through this session wicketless.
That is a new ball. That is glistening in the sunshine.
Yeah. Is it going to do anything? Is it going to make any difference? Is it going to pose a different challenge, clearly? Is it going to increase the run rate? They could easily. Here we go.
Well, a run off it immediately, down to long leg.
I mean, it's not just, I mean, the pacemen will obviously have the new ball, but there is always the hope from a fielding side point of view that a new ball will assist the spinners because it'll bounce a little bit more, or maybe have a bit more life in it as it hits the surface. You get one to turn.
Played comfortably enough by Allison.
Well, once he's got in, he's looked quite an exciting player, hasn't he? And in the last 20 minutes, actually, he's played with quite a lot of discretion as well.
It was that brief flurry, wasn't it? With the 6 into the car park, then a couple of boundaries in the next over, and then he's rather reverted to how he was playing before.
Yeah, they've just decided to be a bit more aggressive. There's a big gap now. They're not having a sweeper on the cover boundary. They've got a gully in. And suddenly Allison is determined to be watchful.
Well, they know that there are only 3 overs left before the tea interval, and would be thinking in terms of being there for the evening session.
It wouldn't totally surprise me if Leach didn't take the new ball. He's done it quite a few times, particularly overseas. I'm only saying that partly because I just looking at Pretorius, and it doesn't look like a man who's necessarily bracing himself for the next over.
No, all he's done so far is scratch his head.
Well, and done to polish the new ball.
Yeah.
But we'll see. Leach has experience of Bowling with a new ball, and that's raced away. It's a bit of width, and he's cracked that behind square on the offside.
And there's the new ball travelling faster than the old one.
Yeah, and if you middle it, it races off. And I think that must be a 100 partnership. They shook hands for some reason. I think it is.
Yep. Yep, 127 for 3 when they came together, 229 for 3 now.
Yeah, so there was a shake of hands in the modern manner. And that ball's been dented a bit. Somerset looking a little bit flat now. It's a long time since they've had anything to celebrate. Long, hard session. No rewards.
So that's the first over with the new ball completed. I'll soon have the answer to who's going to take it at the other end. Jack Leach and Miguel Pretorius both walking in that direction, but I think Jack Leach rather more purposefully.
Yep, I do too. He's still got his cap on there. The cap is obviously the key thing, but he is hovering and he's taking his cap off. Oh well, there you go.
Spot on, Vic.
But will it make any difference for him? I mean, the good news is it's quite difficult to bowl a new ball, and I've done it a few times from distant memory, and it's sort of a bit slippery.
Mm-hmm.
But Jack has had experience of it, mostly overseas.
Maybe there'll be a little bit more fizz with it.
Well, a bit more bounce, perhaps, and if it does turn, it might turn a bit more quickly. It's more or less in the right direction. He's still got a big offside field.
That turned.
Yeah, but it's sort of he needs one now. He needs one not to turn, and in fact to just somehow hit the seam and come back in. We'll see.
Once a run, we'll get it.
Yeah, slightly frustrating that getting those little ones. But they've got one. Now then, Allison, he might be tempted. This large ball, it travels if you middle it.
Not this time.
Yeah, well, it's just a fraction wide, isn't it? I mean, it does spin from there. He's going to be tired tonight, Jack, but he won't mind. He likes bowling, I think. Just as well.
Quicker ball.
That might have just been the straight one, but it was not straight enough. But pretty good over with a new ball. So this one coming up, is this going to be the last over for tee, or is the tee at 20-4 come what may?
No, it's 32 overs remaining.
Even if you've bowled them more quickly?
No.
I think they'll go to 20-4.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, beg pardon. Yeah, they're 6. It's that 6 over the over rate.
Well, that's good.
So they will get in a couple more, won't they?
Well, they'll get this one and probably the next.
Jake Ball will bowl this one.
And then probably Leach.
A moment of gardening.
They've got to have 2 more whether they like it or not. It's looking at digital clock, 15:34.
Yeah.
I think it makes sense, actually, to give Leach the new ball for a variety of reasons. One is he's still probably as much a threat as anyone else.
He was hit on the thigh pad in the end by that delivery, yeah.
And the other is James Rew hasn't got many seaming options. And so he wants to keep a little bit up his sleeve with a newish ball so he can have Pretorius maybe following ball.
That's well wide of off stump. Moving further away.
He's looking a little weary, Jake Ball, doing his Angus Fraser impressions as he walks back.
That's on target and
It's on
comfortably enough.
Yeah, on target, but hitting the middle of the bat, as it has done most of the time when Critchley's at the crease. I mean, I've admired this innings, Critchley, because he was quite very free in the first innings. He's a natural stroke maker. But here he's almost holding himself back, playing the situation. Letting the wide ones go. I think he'd been smacking that for 4 in the first innings, or trying to.
He's had a couple of them in this over. Still a cloudless sky above us.
Yeah.
Beautiful day. There is a patch of cloud over the, well, actually more than a patch over the Quantocks. They seem to have attracted a row of clouds.
Harmless ones, though, in the deep distance.
Yes, nothing threatening about them at all.
No, it's a long way away.
Nothing particularly threatening about the new ball at the moment.
No, just a different mode of attack. More or less on target. Jake Ball, but not much happening. 2 batsmen who are in.
Well, he's walking off, but I don't think it's quite done yet.
No.
Martin Saggers has called him back.
Yeah, he's like you. He's not.
He's thinking 32 overs left.
Yeah,
I'm off.
Yeah, yes. That's Critchley. He's been around a while. Oh yeah.
Of course.
Of course it is. 22, 15:37. I don't think there'll be one after this.
Well, I'm glad it wasn't just me who was being premature then.
No, you and
if the batsman was doing it.
You and Critchley, we've got so much in common.
Jack Leach then is going to bowl what will almost certainly be the last over of the session.
Yeah.
Although you never know. 15:37 the clock says.
Yeah, I don't think even Jack. I think Somerset would probably be quite content to get off and have a rethink, or have a cup. I suppose they have a cup of tea probably. In fact, they make sure now it's going to last us. What's happening?
Something's being brought out. Not sure what that is.
Well, there's a helmet.
It's a belt. Oh, it's a box, I think.
Oh, it's a box. They're sticking. They want dear old Josh Thomas to.
Or possibly they want to make sure there isn't another over.
Well, no. You are so cynical. They want Josh Thomas at Silly Point.
That took a while, though.
I know. I do remember being invited by probably my captain at the time. He might have been Bath. I was bowling just before lunch. Oh dear, that's going to be a couple, I'd say. And he was desperately keen to get off his lunch as quick as possible, but it looked like they were going to get one more in. So I did as instructed and bowled an intentional no ball. I don't think I counted against the bowler in those days.
Allison props forward. There's no question that with 4 overs left and
4 balls.
4 balls left and 15:39 on the scoreboard.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
This will be it for the session. played comfortably enough behind
So
square.
just remind me, this is the younger or older Allison we've got here?
The younger.
The younger.
21.
Well, he looks a prospect, doesn't he, the way he's played today?
Yeah. He's 5 years younger than Ben.
Okay.
He looks like we'll see quite a bit more of him. Defended.
Okay,
again.
well, I think now you can have some tea.
Yeah, it's allowed.
You and Mr. Critchley. You may have tea now, Stephen.
Off they go. They must be feeling a little bit tired, the Somerset fielders, having toiled away without reward for the entire session. 3 wickets in the first, but nothing to show for the second. The new ball is, well, it's only 4 overs old, so will still be pretty fresh when they come back on in 20 minutes' time, and chance to take stock before they do that. We're going to have a cuppa ourselves, and hope you can join us in 20 minutes.
Hello everyone, welcome back. Play is about to resume. Jake Ball's got that ball in his hand, and it's still 232 for 3. Essex had a wonderful mid-session, not losing a wicket. Critchley's still there, Alice on 39, off 126 balls, which is quite unusual for him. Allison's got 60. He's played some exotic shots and then tempered that as the partnership's built. A new ball's just been taken. We've had 4 overs with that. Stephen and I are here.
And we've switched seats.
And we this is I mean, it's a sort of equivalent of that Stuart Broad switching bales round. But, we're just here to enjoy the game, really. Actually, that's not quite true.
It's still a beautiful afternoon.
It is. Here we go. He's bang on target, but so is Critchley, who showed a lot of self-restraint. He's a natural attacker, but he's also an experienced campaigner now, and he's defended with great poise. We haven't seen so many big shots from him. We saw 1 or 2 from Allison, who looks a real talent. He's only 21. He played some glorious shots, particularly against Vaughan. Modern reverse sweeps, but also some crisp, straight drives.
So Somerset will have taken stock, no doubt, over the tea interval and discussed tactics, strategy.
Not sure there's anything wrong here. They haven't bowled too badly. There's one nick that went via the gloves up in the air off Leach that parried. First slip, got a hand to it, but no, I don't know, but I think I spotted Lewis Gregory at first slip.
I think you're right.
Obviously, that's what we need. We need his leadership. I don't think he's going to bowl.
But it's certainly, first slip is moving less easily than he was before the tea interval.
No, he's there. He's there to pull some strings. Not that, I mean, actually, I thought James Roux did all one could have done during that middle session. But, mate, Lewis Gregory, first slip, hands in pockets at the moment. We'll see how gingerly he moves. We know that his hip injury has been assessed, or that's been going on today.
A lengthy assessment.
Yeah.
Played firmly, fiercely back to Jake Ball. That hurt. Ringing the right hand. Struck with some power.
From what we can see, he's still moving pretty gingerly, really. I hope he can catch. Mind you, there haven't been many slip catches in this match, but I'm watching him now. Over 8, Lewis, over 8. He's walking with a limp. There's no question about that. It'll take him a while to get from the bowler's end, one end to the other. It's going to be, I think, Pretorius. I think they're going to have an orthodox, if you like, new ball attack. He's having a chat with Pretorius about the field. After which he will make his way with a bit of a limp to first slip. I'm surprised to see him, really. But it'll be somewhat magical if he makes a massive difference and suddenly 5 wickets fall, and he'll be looked upon as if he was a West Country Brearley.
He is actually moving a little bit easier.
Well, yeah, but not. He's not I mean, it's marginal there.
Yes. Looks marginally less uncomfortable.
Well, yes. But I was surprised to see him. But anyway, here we go. He's at first slip. Pretorius is back on. And Allison defending well.
Yeah, this
push drive straight to mid-on, right off the meat of the bat. Nothing much is happening. We've seen this happen before at Taunton, of course. The pitch, somehow it just gets deader as the days progress, and the grass on it just turns brown and seems to just disappear. Won't be long before we see the spinners back, but certainly Leach will be on again from that river end. Ooh.
Trying to run that down to third man and almost run it down to James Rue.
Yeah.
This is Pretorius' first hold of the new ball. Jake Ball took it earlier, but along with Jack Leach.
Yeah, well, I thought that was a reasonable idea. But they're giving Jack a bit of a break.
Again, played with some comfort by Charlie Allison, as you'd expect of somebody who's on 60 not out. It's been a heartening stand for Essex, this. Well into three figures now. 105 to be exact, they've put together. It's a good opening stand. There have been two excellent stands, making up this total of 232. But Essex still 79 behind. Runs here, out to deep square, just one. They were interested, but it wasn't there, a single that time.
No, no point taking any risks. Partnership, 106 now.
Solid from Critchley to conclude the over, and that's something to look forward to, As You Like It, to be played here Sunday, September the 13th, 3 o'clock on the outfield here. You can buy a ticket for that, and there are some splendid lines in As You Like It, including the 7 Ages of Man. Vic.
I'm looking to you for inspiration here.
Well, I can do.
I know there's a lot of players knocking around, but tell us about it.
I can do All the World's a Stage and All the Men and Women Merely Players. They have their exits and their entrances, and one man in his time plays many parts. That's as far as I can go without reading from my phone.
Well, that's hugely impressive.
And we actually, I'll see if I can find the rest of it.
Can you get a few exit for these Essex players, please,
Yeah.
Simon?
His acts being 7 ages. At first, the infant, mewling and puking in the nurse's arms.
Well, one can only consider Craig Overton's plight at the moment, but carry on.
Then the whining schoolboy with his satchel and shining morning face.
That's Tom Rue at the moment, he's injured.
Creeping like snail unwillingly to school. Yes, detention. And then the lover, sighing like furnace, with a woeful ballad made to his mistress' eyebrow. It's interesting. Then a soldier, full of strange oaths and bearded like the pard, jealous in honour, sudden and quick in quarrel.
Hang on, there's a 4 here, Stephen.
I'm halfway through.
Oh, good. Oh, good.
Even in the cannon's mouth, that's the end of the soldier. And then the justice, in fair round belly, with good capon lined, with eyes severe and beard of formal cut, full of wise saws and modern instances. And so he plays his part. How are we doing? Any more boundaries?
No, keep going.
I started that bit. The sixth age shifts into the lean and slippered pantaloon, with spectacles on nose and pouch on side. His youthful hose well saved, a world too wide for his shrunk shank, and his big manly voice, turning again toward childish treble, pipes and whistles in his sound. Last scene of all, probably to your collective relief, that ends this strange eventful history, is second childishness and mere oblivion, sans teeth, sans eyes, sans taste, sans everything.
Yes, that's us, I think. Well, I think that's probably added a few to the gate there, Stephen. On September the 13th, Sunday, September the 13th, As You Like It. I feel that's a first. Shakespeare at the County Ground. Well, apart from what you've heard just now.
I can't think of any other occasions when it's been here.
Well,
we're going to try and find a way of working it into our commentary as well.
Well, you'll do that very well.
I've been kindly given this double-sided sheet of paper by Ben Warren.
Okay, right. Hang on.
There are things that we can say if there's a single or an appeal or whatever.
He leaves no chance, old Ben, does he?
If someone drops a catch, sweet are the uses of adversity. That's great. But let's not see a drop catch. We've had a couple already.
Well, it says if there's a wicket, and he's gone. We've used that before. Every man in his time plays many parts. Blah, blah. Well, we don't know whether we can use that one if there's a wicket. Anyway.
We'll do what we can.
We will do what we can, but I think Stephen now has made it unavoidable that you've got to come on September the 13th if there see all As You Like It at the County Ground. We got it. It's a lovely venue here, and obviously there is obviously an impetus to try and make sure that this venue is used for whatever suits as often as possible. We don't want it laying idle. The stage, we were assured, is actually on the pitch, right, just where we are now.
Well, it should be an excellent stage.
And well, I tell you what, it'll be an excellent day if we get weather like this. It'll be a glorious day for Shakespeare at the County Ground.
I suppose it wouldn't be particularly like a forest. I think most of As You Like It is in the Forest of Arden.
Yes. Oh, look, I'm watching Gregory now. He's hopping. Anyway, he's there at first slip alongside Abel and James Rue, who's got a very blue cap compared to the other sort of faded brown ones. Oh, it's well fielded. Yeah. It's just a little sort of pick me up. I think that's Nichols, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, he's 34.
Nicely done.
Well, I'm not sure we've had that much comedy. We've got John Bishop coming, who is a highly regarded comic, of course, and Shakespeare, the same. Oh, he's beaten the bat.
Haven't seen too much of that today.
No, it's a moment. Let's have another look at that, because we haven't seen that happen for a while. It's just left him a classic forward defensive, but it's moved just enough. Too much, in fact, from a Somerset perspective.
Some encouragement, though, in its way.
Yeah.
They picked up very much from where they left off before the tea interval, these two.
Well, it's another dot ball. Or, as you might say, much ado about nothing, really.
Very good.
I did actually, that reminds me, I remember covering a tour in Pakistan, and Inzamam was captain, and he gave this wonderful sort of press conference from a wicker chair on the outfield the day before the match. And one of our press corps was asked, what do you pick up from that press conference with Inzamam? Anything useful? No, he said much ado about nothing.
Love it.
Okay. Your turn. Good luck.
I'm still recovering from reading the whole piece.
Yeah, well, no. Well, so is everyone else, actually, Steve.
Not quite on target there from Pretorius, just a little bit wide outside off stump.
No, but just shows how Allison has kind of reined himself in. I mean, an hour ago, he was full of vigor going after the ball, particularly after Vaughan's off breaks. But there, he gets away with delivery. But no, I'll let that one go now, because I'm sort of feeling secure. I don't need to impose myself, because I don't feel like I'm going to get out. So sometimes when you feel like that, you play a little bit more defensively, because you don't, you feel you're so trusting in your defence and your eye and the pitch that you take fewer risks.
We've got a magnificent row of seagulls on top of the Lord Botham stand. They tend to like being there at this time of day.
That's right, they do, don't they?
It's got to be at least a couple of dozen, I think.
At least, yeah. I wonder what they're doing there, why they're there. I mean, you often think seagulls are great scavengers, but I don't think there's that many empty fish and chip, or not quite empty fish and chip baskets there.
It's strange, isn't it? I think they're mainly young ones. Seem to be, because they tend to be grey for their early months.
Yeah.
Before developing the white and grey plumage.
Yeah, they're the same size as their parents, but they're grey, aren't they? Well, I don't know why they should come at about 4:15, but they do. Quite a long way from the sea, really.
Jake Ball starting a new over. 1 for 49. Reasonably tidy figures. I mean, they've stuck to it.
Oh yeah. No problems with that. How way Somerset have gone about their business. You got, I mean, the odd chance has gone begging perhaps. And on this surface, you've just got to take every one that comes your way. Otherwise, it's a long slog. That's nice shape. Clap from Gregory. First slip. I'm surprised to see him.
Yeah, the need to be involved and on the field captain obviously outweighed the discomfort of the bruised hip. And he's certainly fielding in the right place.
Well, provided he catches the nick if it comes, but he hasn't got any running to do there, that's for certain. I don't think he could do any running. Just getting a little bit of sort of shape away, Jake Ball. But Critchley's in, and I think he's relishing now playing a long, slow innings. I remember many years ago, I interviewed Derek Randall, and I was doing it, I think, for a book that in my favourite innings or something like that. And you would have thought he would have picked the innings he played in the Centenary Test.
174.
Yeah, that's right. And, you know, magnificent, doffing the cap to Dennis Lilly, all sorts, playing some glorious shots, scored pretty quickly. Epic innings in a epic Test match. But he didn't pick that. And he picked a century he scored at Sydney.
150.
That's right. In which he batted, I don't know the precise details, but he batted for hours at a rate that far slower than its normal Randall. And England, at the start of his innings, England were in strife, and their first priority was to save the match. So he batted for, you'll look it up, I expect, but a long, long time for his 150. And he loved that innings because it was an innings that people thought he could never play, and he seldom did play. Now, we aren't quite in that category with Critchley's 40 of 144 balls, but it's an unusual innings from him. But in one sense, I'm now starting to feel that he's actually quite relishing, demonstrating that I can play another way.
'78, '79.
That's right. Australia were without their packer players in that series, but they still had they had Rodney Hogg at full blast, and there was certainly a tight test at Sydney that England came back to win.
Yeah. They overturned a first innings deficit of over 100 to win the match.
Right. Yeah.
And that was his 150.
It always tickles me. I've told this before, but he had quite a partnership with Brearley, I think. And in the Sydney heat, they decided that they were working 15. If we've got to survive the next 15 minutes, got to still be here in 15 minutes. And then I think Brear's had a rare play and miss there. Brearley was going through a bit of a tricky patch, and Randall gave him the encouragement. Don't worry, Skip. In 10 minutes' time, there'll only be 15 minutes till tea.
It's inventive.
Yes.
Yeah. His 7 Test centuries. We've mentioned the 174 and the 150.
Yeah.
And got 126 against India at Lord's in 1982. Got one against Pakistan, also 82. 115 against Australia in Perth, 82. And then 2 against New Zealand in 1984.
Oh, right. I would have watched the 100. I was on the tour and got 100 at Perth. I'd all forgotten that.
And all the while, a wonderful fielder.
Yeah. Huge hands. Huge feet. Caught everything. You'd have... in one-day games, I guess, you'd have Gower on one side, say, at mid-wicket, and Randall at cover. And...
2 in the over.
Yeah, it's a good spell. He's not had much luck today, Pretorius. He's bowled much better today. Batted well yesterday.
Yeah, he could have had 3 or 4. He's only got 1.
Yeah. So I say you had Gower one side, Randall the other, and their routine... in that ring, if you like, was totally different. And that Gower would walk in, I don't know, about 3 paces. That was enough. Whereas Arkle would be bumping up and down. He'd walk in about 5 or 6 yards or more as he walked in as the bowler bowled.
He was always on the move.
Yeah. And he was a lovely player. He was an unorthodox player, but he could time a cricket ball. In his own way. Well, he ended up as a coach at Bedford School. He coached Alistair Cook. And I'm sure he'd been a good coach. He had a good cricket brain. Still does, I'm sure. Oh,
That's hit him.
Don't know whether there's any glove there.
Shoulder, maybe? Have another look.
We'll have another look, but it's a rare miscalculation. I don't think it can have hit him on the helmet, otherwise we'd be having a long delay. But this will tell us a bit more. Short ball, taken by surprise, really. I don't know if it does. It might have hit him on the helmet or maybe on the shoulder. There's no rushing on of physio.
Which is what you would definitely have if you had hit him on the helmet.
Yeah.
No sign at all.
So who is the Minister for Education then? It's a tricky one, isn't it?
It is.
Well,
it is.
There have been times when who is the Prime Minister has not been straightforward. No, you don't have to answer that.
It's Louise somebody.
Is it?
The Education Secretary.
Is that right?
Yeah, it changed when Burnham came in.
Okay.
I can go that far.
Can you? Well, that's very impressive. If it's Louise Haigh, I can't remember. I thought it's not Bridget Phillipson then.
It was Bridget Phillipson.
Oh, right. Okay.
And then Burnham took over from Starmer.
To be fair, I think at some point all the players were invited to offer questions that they should be asked if hit on the head whilst batting. Okay. So when they make that choice, they obviously do know the answer.
Jake Ball must be getting a bit tired. He's bowled 19 overs in this innings.
Yep. And he is actually just getting a little bit of shape, I think we call it, rather than exaggerated swing. He's walking back like a man who's bowled 20 overs, which he just about has. Bounding in now, though. That's
good-looking drive.
Good-looking drive, but it's not gone anywhere. Yes.
Is that Tom Lammonby loosening up?
I think he is, elaborately. Careful. Well, he might have a little bowl, I think. He might have been alerted. It's nicely played. You'll get a couple for that. It's calmly, open face, glided it down. Yeah, well, I imagine Lammonby must be coming on to bowl. He's doing some elaborate warm-ups there. Now he's holding his back. But I think he's had the call.
Looks like it, doesn't it?
I imagine he'll come at oh, that's nice. He wanted. He's frustrated because it's sort of a play and miss, but that has swung. Oh my goodness! Now what's he doing? He's doing some elaborate sort of back stretches, touching his toes. He sits on the ground, no, side to side.
Talk about variations on a theme.
Wow. Hope he's going to stay fit enough to bowl after all these. I presume that's what he's preparing for. That's also well played. The ball is swinging just a bit, and that's why you might bowl Lammonby. But this pair, they've been in a while, and they're watching it, and in that instance, Allison, increasingly impressive, playing late, watching the swing, just going with it. It's not massive, the swing, but there's a bit of movement there.
It's been enough to take the ball past the bat on several occasions since tea.
And I think I've got a feeling that Jake Balls, he's just going off the field now. It looked like he was not moving too well. Anyway, he's just left the field. Langridge has come on, we ought to be able to recognise Langridge. He's as tall as Overton, but not so wide.
And he's got longer hair.
Yeah.
And he's going down to long leg.
Yeah. had his moments in the Metro Bank. And no doubt we'll see more of him.
As indeed did Tom Lammonby.
Oh, well, yeah. More with the bat than the ball this year, though. But I would have thought we might see a bit of Lammonby from this end, unless he's been making an elaborate request to bowl by doing all sorts of stretching exercises. I think they think it's this new ball swinging for the moment, so it might be worth a bit of Lammonby.
Yeah, well, they've been unlucky not to find the outside edge.
Yeah, it's been a pretty good spell from both Ball and Pretorius. And he's got the ball and he's doing some polishing.
Well, given that Jake Bull's gone off, there will have to be a change.
Well, there will have to be a change, and I think, well, we'll wait and see what happens. But
driven firmly. I think it might be pulled in.
Yeah, I think Pretorius got something on it.
Couple.
Yeah. But once again, this Allison, he is impressing. He's only 21, and I think we'll see more of him for a long time. From what I can glean from this innings, once he gets in, he got a duck in the first innings. We couldn't really judge him on that, but he's played some exceptional shots, and he's also defended quite well now.
That's off the outside edge, down to third man.
Yeah. But I like the way he's sort of changed the tempo of his innings. It worked quite well, actually. He went after Vaughan, and the whole feel of the game changed. As sort of 20 runs came very quickly. And then he's kind of reined himself in. He hit one big shot off Leach as well. Was it? Yeah, just one.
Yeah.
And then having made his sort of mark, he didn't carry on. He just reined himself in as the field retreated a bit. Oh, he's done
again.
If we can have a look at that, just see what the movement is. Is it off the pitch or just in the air? Let's have a look. Becomes perfect length. It's actually gone off the pitch, hasn't it? Which is more difficult for a batsman because you've got less time to see the movement, but it's avoided the outside edge.
Got full bat on that.
Yeah.
But, won't get a run for it. He's bowled really well today, Pretorius.
Yeah, I think both of them have, both Pretorius and Ball,
yep,
on a pitch not helping much, but they're just a bit of assistance with this new ball.
And pretty similar figures as well.
Yeah, but they've got nothing to show for. Well, they've got one wicket each to show for it, but that's it. Somerset desperate that this good spell actually produces something. Round of applause. Now then, we've suspected Lammonby. Are we going to get confirmation?
I think we are.
Gregory's hopping. No, he's almost hopping. It's not a pretty sight watching Gregory move around at the moment. It's like watching me walking around. He's having a chat with Lammonby. If he can get that ball swinging into the right, the pads, it's less likely to be effective against batsmen who are in. It's the new batsmen when they're tentatively just playing around that front pad that you can get excited. Anyway, let's see what field he's got. He might need a bit of protection on that leg side, that square leg. They've got a very square, long leg, I think. Is he part of the fielding? Yes, he is. So he's going to have two slips, I think. Just a shortish mid-on. I'm sure that's... Lammonby's follow through might take him to where Nichols is at short mid on, but we'll see. Has he got any protection on the offside? No, it's just 2 slips and a ring of 3, and then 3 men on the leg side plus the deep square leg. Here he goes. He's just tickled that. He's got a bowl. He can't bowl that straight.
It needs to be further around off stump.
Yeah. I think I might give him more protection myself. I think if he's going to bowl a bit wider off stump, you'd want a man out at cover. He doesn't do much bowling, so it's quite an ambitious field.
That's nearer to it.
Yeah.
Just a little bit too far outside off stump. And take a ball or two to get the radar.
Yeah, well,
right.
That's not too bad. There's something different that's being offered. The question is, will you get the odd one to swing? It's quite tough when you're an irregular bowler. Oh my goodness. well, I'm not sure Alison think this is, he's going to treat this with too much respect.
Yes, he was unfortunate to find the fielder, really, because either side, a yard.
Oh, he absolutely cracked it. But
but JT Langridge was
lurking. But he's decided to shimmy down the pitch. So they bang one in. Don't you do that to me? Well, I don't know if he did, but...
Single eventuates. It was off the bat or the bat handle.
Yeah. He was surprised by the extra bounce, though. I'm not sure I like the short mid-on, really. Because I reckon Lammonby finishes up about there anyway.
Yes, when he's bowling over the wicket.
Yeah, so I think I'd quite like him, I don't know, somewhere else. Tempting, but not tempted.
Yeah, I think he might be better placed at square leg or...
Yeah. Anyway, if we keep brabting on, we'll get a catch there. Well, actually, no, it was just trolling. It never happens. It doesn't. There's nothing to do with us.
Slanting it across the right-hander again.
Well, not the most venomous as overs, but it's worth a try. And, he needs a little bit of time to just get into a bit of rhythm.
I actually saw Tom Abel turn an arm over for a moment, but nothing more than that.
What, this morning or this afternoon?
Just now.
Oh, right.
But
he hasn't bowled in first-class cricket since he's had injury problems, really. And it's about a couple of years, I think. But he was, before he had that serious hamstring injury, he actually would, if it was his day, he was capable of getting wickets in little bunches, because he did swing the ball. But it's quite a long time ago that happened. Oh dear, it's painful when I'm watching Gregory. Look, goodness me, I still don't quite work out what he's doing there. He's, over 8, he's hobbling. Having had a quick chat with the bowler, he's hobbling to first slip. He's there now. That's well bowled.
full and straight.
Yeah. There's just a glimmer of movement with this new ball, but the batsmen are in and they're seeing the ball well. Jack Leach is just starting to Go through his action again. He knows he'll be summoned before too long. Just wants a fresh batsman to bowl at.
Good looking stroke.
It's nonchalantly fielded by Lammonby at cover. He hit that beautifully off the middle of the bay. He just took it as if it was nothing. Lammonby there. He's in the game now.
And the fielder again, different one this time.
Yeah, he wasn't quite in control of that. He ended up with almost one hand on the bat.
Yeah, it was slightly, well, it was to Lammonby's left and fetched up with Lewis Goldsworthy.
Allison, has he got a first class 100? Can you fire up that laptop there?
I can research that. Yes, he has. He has 3.
Oh, right. Oh, biggest part, yeah. Well, it doesn't entirely surprise me.
21 matches.
Oh, right. So that's a good strike rate, if you like.
Yeah, averaging 36 and a highest score of 140. That's pretty good.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I think could be around for a long time, I think.
Got 450s as well,
All right.
which this is 1. Only made his debut last year at Chelmsford against Surrey, start of last season.
Well, I think he's pretty well established in the team now.
I wonder whether that's the end of Pretorius for the time being.
Well, we've seen Leach go through a sort of warming up exercise. I think he might come on at that far end again. It's a good spell.
Yeah, and a slightly unlucky spell.
Yeah. Both Ball and Pretorius have been on target and have got just that flicker of movement away from the right-hander, but no reward. Now it's Lammonby. I think Allison
Keeps finding the fielder.
Yeah, and I don't think James Rue would. He's coming down the pitch at him, and I don't think James Rue. I understand why James Rue would not particularly want to be standing up, because his left arm over, it's difficult because it goes down leg side. You can't really see it coming. I mean,
No, you're unsighted.
It's quite hard when the bowlers are coming from over the wicket, I would guess, although I'm not the wicket-keeping expert here. He keeps hitting the ball like a rocket, but he's hitting the field just at the minute.
No, it is awkward because you're unsighted.
Yeah.
Briefly.
He's just getting loose. He's going through his action mid-on.
Up in
That's
the
coming
air.
towards us.
And 6.
Well, it's a glorious strike. I mean, he's shown this inclination to run at Lammonby, run down the pitch, and he's just hit an absolutely magnificent straight drive. Nothing wrong with the ball, if we're honest.
That's the shot of the day.
I think probably is. We'll have another look at that if we haven't already. I expect Lammonby will want to watch it. Allison might.
More runs here. They're just one more. Sweetly timed again. Down to...
Here he goes. This is that 6. I mean, that's glorious. Free. Beautifully timed. Not trying to hit too hard, but it's gone far enough. It's fair to say it hasn't really swung for Lammonby as we'd hoped.
No, I think this may be a short-lived experiment.
He's bowling okay, but I suppose there is the thought that Allison is playing very freely against him, which he might get too ambitious, might fancy him too much. Sometimes that can undo the batsman. We'll see what Gregory decides. It's a perfectly respectable over, and the ball that was hit for a straight 6, there's nothing wrong with it really, but it was going. It was a length ball just outside off stump, which he absolutely cracked. Beautiful timing.
Just didn't look particularly threatening.
No, I think that's fair to say. It's fair to say that. I think it's almost an understatement. But, you know, there's a limited number of options. It's quite difficult. He gave... Oh, hang on. He's going to give Pretorius one more. I think Leach was all set to bowl, but they decided maybe against Allison. He's going to put a man out there. Maybe they're going to... Well, I don't know if they're going to bounce. Well, they're going to bounce a ploy or not, but...
They've got 2 men out deep.
Yeah. Got 85 now. He's zoomed past Critchley. They've almost faced the same number of balls. But look at that. Measured forward defensive. Didn't get very far forward again. That's how he was out. He was out in the first innings actually playing the forward defensive right from the crease with no foot movement, but a little bit more there perhaps. He's seeing the ball extremely well.
That's 4.
He saw that one pretty well. It's quite interesting to watch him. He's very still as he waits for that ball. He doesn't have much of a trigger move. He just stands. Well, in that case, and stands and delivers.
And admires.
Yeah, well, with all every right to.
Yes, 2 glorious shots.
Yeah.
Either end of the wicket.
But yeah, there's not much movement, no real trigger movement, but he looked beautifully balanced there. Head very still. He's annoyed with himself there.
Yeah, it wasn't much of a stroke in the end, was it?
Well,
really?
he was looking for a little uppercut. I'm sure he's been playing that well on the T20. And it could have had him perish. It was a perfectly legitimate delivery from Pretorius. He's done it again. And now he's furious with himself, but he couldn't quite stop himself. Hadn't played and missed for ages. Critchley's going to come and have a word.
A settle down some type of word.
Yes, I would have thought you're playing really well. But I suppose you could leave those if you don't, just for the minute.
He's chatting to the square leg umpire.
Who's he?
Charlie Ellison.
Or perhaps he's chatting to himself.
Mm.
Some batsmen talk to themselves. Carlisle Best, the West Indian, used to commentate while he batted. I don't think I played against him, but I heard a lot about it. You can't bowl there to Carlisle Best as he sits another 4. And then I was told by I told Harry when he played for Barbados, I think. He was a gifted player, like he played for West Indies, quite a few test matches.
Mm.
Anyway, he got out badly in 1 catch for Barbados, and it was Gibson who told me, the old England bowling coach. I've forgotten his first name.
Otis?
Otis Gibson. But he told me how he came back into the dressing room just after Best had got out, and he plonked his bat down in the chair opposite him. And he was berating his bat. What do you do that for? What do you do that? Why do you play that shot? Right.
Still to be Lammonby.
Yeah.
Nicely played. That's going to be 4.
That is beautifully played. I mean, there was just a flicker of... I was just thinking, it's just come in, but it's just come into the middle of Critchley's bat. Beautifully played away. He's had a very quiet period, Critchley. But hasn't hit the boundary for a long time, but that is just caressed through mid-wicket. I think it's going to be all change in a minute. I'm afraid Leach has to come back.
The deficit's below 50 now.
Yeah, and it's only 3 wickets down. We've game on here. Game on.
Nicely played again, but this time finds Archie Vaughan at mid-wicket. Well stopped.
Yeah.
It's Josh Thomas at cover.
Okay, well, he's going to come around the wicket. It's not swinging for him over the wicket. He's going to come around the wicket. And I think, where's Tom Abel going? He's going into a short mid-wicket. And I think it's also an indication that Lammonby recognises that I think this is going to be my last over unless I do something clever here. Because I'm sure he wants to bowl, even though... However, that's beautifully stroked. Look at that keep going, but he should stop it. And he's quick, so it's only a couple. But it's sort of caressed square of the wicket.
Yes, and it seemed to speed up as it
did.
went over the practice pitches.
Yeah, it's fast going over those. This massive square at Taunton, of course, but lots of potential cricket pitches, about 50 yards wide, but you couldn't actually play a game there. You could have a good net.
Staying round the wicket. Again, finding the middle of the bat, and they take a comfortable single. They haven't really had any significant value out of this new ball as yet.
No, well, there's no reward. I mean, they've beaten the bat a few times via ball and especially Pretorius, but
16 overs with it now.
Yeah.
Down the leg side.
Okay, well, it's worth a try. Thanks very much, Tom. But mind you, it's not obvious where he turns next. I mean, does he want to bring Vaughan back? Probably. But I would have thought we're bound to see Leach now. Off comes the cap.
Striding purposefully in the direction of the River Tone.
Yeah. It's always a bit disheartening if you've had a long spell and then you have a break and then you come back again and you're confronted by the same players. Leach and Gregory in conversation. He ended up bowling to a 7-2 field, offside field. I wonder whether he's going to do that again. The problem for Leach in a way was that he got the ball to turn, but it seemed to turn from outside of that off stump. And when they were playing discreetly, they just let that ball pass. And if you pitched it on, say, middle and off, it didn't seem to do quite so much. They had, as I say, a big 7-2 offside field when Leach was last bowling. Are they going to do the same again?
Two batsmen have enjoyed a well-earned drink. Critchley is just 3 off his half-century. It's been a lengthy but immensely valuable one.
Yeah, very good one.
He gets there.
He's faced 161 balls for his 47. Allison has faced 164 for his 89.
But they've put Essex back into the game.
Absolutely, just at the minute. There's a way out, and who knows where this game's going. There's still, 114 overs left in this match, minimum, if I've got my sums right. 96 plus 18, I'm gone. It's just a slip, short extra cover. Mid-wicket, he didn't have a mid-wicket earlier, and I think that gives him freedom to perhaps to bowl more at the stumps, i.e. not give them that option of leaving that turning ball outside the off stump. There's no one protecting that leg side boundary so the sweep is on, but there's risk attached, and they'd quite like the batsman to take that risk, maybe.
Lets that one be. It's nicely played, gave himself room to run that down to deep backward point. Jake Ball is back on the field out there. Went off for some running repairs earlier.
So that's Josh Shaw there. So presumably, who's he on for now?
It's Jake Ball who's out at...
Oh yeah, but Josh Shaw's a backward point, I think. Anyway, won't worry about that too much. Question is, who's Gregory going to bowl from this end? Is he going to keep going with Lemmerby? I would have thought probably not, but the options aren't many and varied.
They're not multiple, are they?
No.
Maybe Archie Vaughan?
I would have thought it must be, but...
In fact, it's still going to be Lammonby for the moment.
Okay. It's not the ideal time to be bowling, but he can help out.
Josh Shaw is going off. I think it's Josh Thomas who is coming back
on.
on.
Perhaps he was getting... Oh, I don't know. He's putting his shin pads on again. I don't know. I don't think Lammonby will want anyone with shin pads. Lammonby and Pretorius discussing. The fielder, I think, is wasted. Well, I don't know. The straight mid-on. They're moving him. I like that. I prefer to have him somewhere else.
You've got your wish at last.
Well, yeah, I don't know if I want him there, but I think he's better off. I think that's a better option.
That's about the right angle and line from Lammonby.
Yeah, it's not doing much for him, but he's bowling because someone's got to bowl, and they don't particularly want to bowl Vaughan again just for the moment. I think they probably sense that Allison will take to the attack, and he didn't bowl badly at Allison, but he did get some stick. And quite like to have a fresh batsman for him to bowl at. Was fielded by Leach. He's got that. He's become, as the years went by, he's become a better fielder too, apart from anything else. Leach worked hard with his fitness, and when he was with England, he made himself a perfectly adequate fielder, not a natural gazelle.
Rather like Derek Underwood did years ago. He improved as a fielder.
He wasn't a natural either. But a great pro. He's coming around the wicket too.
Oh, well fielded. Diving stop. Is that Thomas?
No. I think Thomas is at extra cover. I think that might be Nichols, but we'll turn around. When he turns around, we'll know.
It is, you're right.
We're allowed to get Henry Nichols right. We're still adjusting.
That's a great stop. Still 42 behind Essex, but...
only 42, I think, is the point.
Yeah.
It's a long time since the last wicket fell.
It's pretty clear Somerset are going to be set some kind of target.
Well, I don't know whether they will, actually. I mean...
that's 4.
That's dismissive. I mean, he's come down the pitch, and it's a beautiful shot. It's a slightly alarming, it's a dismissive shot, isn't it? Up comes Rue. Got to come up to the stump, stop him doing that. And it's easier for him if he's bowling around a wicket. He's not unsighted. But there was a touch of disdain in that shot. Pretorius is worried about the ball, giving it a great big polish on the bottom of his shirt.
Which has gone very red in consequence.
He does time the ball beautifully, even in those little defensive pushes. It's speeding off his bat. Yep, well, Lammonby he's done nothing much wrong, but it doesn't look like he's imminently going to take a wicket. But Gregory doesn't have many options. As I say, it's Vaughan. It's hard for him to turn back to Pretorius and ball just at the moment. They've done a lot of work already. Tom Abel's just bowled one to mid-off. But I don't think it'll be him.
No, I think we'd have seen more loosening up from him if he was...
I think I've watched Gregory just put his hand up to Lammonby. And he's waving to Vaughan. If Vaughan's not looking in his direction, though, but he's going to have to in a minute. I think he's just been alerted that it's your turn. And that would make sense, I think. I mean, he just might have to have a fairly... It'll be interesting to see how Allison plays against Vaughan. He reverse swept him with amazingly earlier on. And that sort of started the rot. Bowled a couple of good deliveries, both reverse swept beautifully for 4. Pummeled him down the ground in the same over. Playing him off the back foot at the moment, just fresh, and he's sort Jack Leach, and because he's been in there so long, seems to have a lot of time, even if it does turn to adjust.
This is going to be his 50, Matt Critchley.
Oh, I tell you what, it was quite close. Hands on head. It was a tight one there. Oh, hang on a minute. My television's going. Disaster. Oh no, it's not a disaster. We've got my engineer, Stephen, who's not only, capable of Shakespearean monologues, he's also going to fix the TV, I reckon. Direct hit, he'd have been out. Yeah, it wasn't far off. It was a good piece of fielding, but it didn't hit the stumps. Well, it's the nearest England. Somerset have got to a wicket for a while. He was searching for that one. He was out if it had hit.
50 from 170 balls.
Oh, that turned. And they were just wondering whether it brushed the glove, but not even James Rue thinks it did, really. But a little bit of encouragement. He just got his back out the way in time.
His 50 in the first innings only took 88 deliveries of 6 and 6 fours.
Yeah.
And this time, 170. But what value he's provided for Essex in this game. Those
Absolutely.
2 half centuries.
Yeah, he's played 2 contrasting knocks. In some ways, this one's even better than the first one. Well, it is while he's still not out. So, Archie Vaughan, this will be a testing spell for him because particularly against Allison, he got some tap. And it'll be interesting to see how Allison plays him and also what sort of field Gregory sets for him. Critchley's been more restrained, partly because he feels so confident he's not going to get out when he's defending.
We have an imminent change in the commentary
well,
box.
I tell you what, shall I go and lie down for a bit?
Indeed. Come back when you wake up, Vic. No.
Okay. Well, we've got
be that laid back.
We've got an Essex guest.
We do, indeed. Mr. Don Topley is going to join us, which will be a pleasure. Well, it will for me, anyway. How are you, Toppers?
Well, I am so pleased that I've seen Essex fight. They've been brilliant today because they haven't been so good for the previous 2 days, and Essex have even won a session. They won that afternoon session outright. We'd lost out of the 8 sessions, 7 of them in succession, really. Maybe we shared one on the second evening. But it's been a difficult watch at times. It is. I'm delighted to be with you as an Essex with an Essex flavour.
Reciprocated.
Because this is really important. Essex have played well today.
Yeah, well, they started well in the morning session and then lost those 2 quick wickets, rather set them back. But then the afternoon session, as you say, or the middle session, was entirely theirs, and no damage since before lunch.
No. I thought Pretorius bowled really well. I thought his he's got a nice action. He's a strong South African, probably grown up on biltong and steak.
Yeah.
But generally speaking, I thought he was the most dangerous bowler. Look, we've had not one catch caught at slip
Yeah, it's extraordinary.
in 3 days. That tells you there's a distinct lack of pace in the wicket. It is the second time it's been used. I don't know if Vic is aware what cricket's been played on this. It is a used wicket. So what game was played on this before? Whether it was T20s, whether it was in the centre of the square, whether it was T20s, Metro One Day Cup, or indeed a championship match, just to understand how many days cricket is had on it. But it looked used. The footholes look used. Not a problem. It's played pretty well, but it has a distinct lack of pace. And for me, it's the odd one's turned. I don't think it's particularly easy to score on quickly. So, look, we're still adrift Essex here at the moment, but we're getting slowly closer. These two have played so well. The question I'm going to ask you, Stephen Lamb, is was Allison dropped or did it not carry to backward point off Leach earlier in the day? Do you remember?
That was the Goldsworthy.
Yes.
I think it looked like it just about carried.
We are arguing next door.
Aha.
I said it did. Mr. Gibson said no.
Okay.
I thought it. He was dying, but he had to dive forward.
Yeah, we felt it was a chance, but
I
a
did.
very difficult one.
Yeah.
Unlike the one that he missed yesterday.
Oh, gosh.
When he got himself into a perfectly good position.
On the hook.
Yeah.
That was a
And
terrible
then
miss.
Couldn't complete the catch.
Yes.
But that's driven very nicely by...
Have you been
Charlie
impressed with
Allison.
this young man?
Oh, absolutely. Tell me more about him. We looked him up. We were
Went
wondering...
to my school. Went
Okay.
to my school, Royal Hospital School.
His debut was at the start of last season.
Yeah. He scored 300s, 2 of them in succession. His first 100, I'm sure, was at the Oval. I commentated on 2, and I don't do all the games, but he used to look upon me as his lucky commentator. But he's plays a bit of cricket, or has played cricket at at Colchester. He's gone through the academy. He is a very level-headed young man. He is a proper cricketer. He's got a great temperament, and I believe he has a quite a high ceiling. And he is the brother of Ben Allison, who plays at Worcestershire, but he grew up obviously through the Essex Academy as well.
Right, is he permanently at Worcestershire?
Yes, he is.
Okay.
He had a loan period, 2 years ago?
Right.
And that was made as a proper signatory signing for a longer period of time.
Yeah, and he's 5 years older.
He is. He is a genuine all-rounder. He bowls what we call over the top. In other words, slightly like Ben Stokes, where he bowls sort of over the perpendicular, where he angles the ball in. Tall boy, can bat, good 8 or 9, but he just couldn't get a regular game at Essex, with Porter, Cook, Snater, etc., etc. So he moved on, but Charlie doesn't bowl. He doesn't really bowl in the nets, to be fair, but my word, can he play? I'll tell you who was a great influence on him was Graham Napier. Because Graham Napier took over from me at the Royal Hospital School as cricket professional master in charge of cricket.
He was a splendid all-rounder.
Wasn't he? He's probably the very best player that I always say who never played for England. We're going to see an introduction here of Archie Vaughan in bowling his off-spin from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end here. He's bowled pretty well. I mean, Somerset haven't bowled badly at all. There's just a lack of pace. Edges don't carry, as I said. Not one catch at the moment in the 3 innings has gone to slip. Pretorius, I thought, bowled really well for Somerset
he was
today.
a bit unlucky.
Yeah, he was. And he's not necessarily right over the top. He's slightly round arm, slightly, so that accentuates his swing. Down the wicket there, this is in the air, it's gone high, it's cleared the man on the inner ring. They're going to get 2 for that. And Charlie Allison moves to 97. 97 runs. How fantastic for this man. Will he be on course for his 4th first-class century?
Yeah, he's got a career best of 140.
He has.
Looked him up earlier.
Did you? Yeah. and do you know what about him? He is a lovely young man. He's calm. He's very thoughtful. He's a good chap. Reverse lap here, played a bit of hockey. Oh, and he's gone over the infield just. There was a little bit of risk with that as he backpedaled. Who was that fielding? Was that 64?
That is Henry Nichols.
Henry Nichols backpedaling. It wasn't the sun in his eyes because he is facing east and he was looking up and he couldn't move back quick enough to get in position, and he ended up sticking out a hand and it went over that hand. And to be fair to Charlie Allison, he has survived that and he's taken the single and gone to 98. Critchley plays into the leg side, finds the short mid-wicket, no run.
And what value he's brought in both innings,
Well,
Matt Critchley.
Hasn't he? He got 50 in the first innings. Wasn't that a good 100-run partnership with Water?
Very much
But
so.
we only made 158 and those two put on 100. Archie Vaughan bowls, they cuts into the outfield. Slightly dangerous shot there against the spinning ball coming back in, but nonetheless, Critchley gets a single and moves on to
98.
98.
Critchley 54, and Allison is on strike on 98.
Is he getting closer to that
Well,
century?
I think being from
Wow.
Essex, you should talk us through this next ball because
Well,
it could be the one.
We all will be rooting and so proud should he get there. Number 66, Archie Vaughan comes in, bowls slightly short, which Allison on 98 goes back and across, steps across, manipulates the ball with the bottom hand into the leg side with the spin to 99 and keeps, most importantly, the strike. Essex 286 for 3, Critchley 54, but Allison on 99. The partnership is worth 159, but that's not enough. Go big. Don't go home. Go big. Keep batting. Keep concentrating. Take your guard again. Everybody in the Essex County over the other side of England are rooting for you. Those in Suffolk, in Norfolk, they all know Charlie
East Anglia,
Allison.
throughout East Anglia.
Throughout East Anglia, absolutely. Well said, Stephen Lamb.
So he's on 99. Jack Leach is about to bowl to him.
There's
Don,
6.
I'm staying with you, Don.
Are you 6?
Take us through it.
6 are on the inner ring, saving the one, tight on the one. They've actually taken mid-wicket across to short extra cover. So there's 4 on the leg side, 2 men round the bat at gully and slip. And there's a quicker delivery where he's not interested as Charlie Allison. The keeper runs quickly to the ball on the leg side in case Allison wants a single, but he's calm. As I said, he's calm personified.
Well, he had a brief word with Matt Critchley. I'm sure he had words of encouragement and calmness.
This time he comes in and he bowls a quicker delivery, which Allison looks to cut, even late cut, but he gets something on it. It just avoids the gully, but backward point stops the single.
Yeah, he'd have wished he'd got it just a little bit finer, and that could have been it.
Yes, absolutely. Charlie Allison is facing, will he be on for 100? What kind of a pace of delivery will Leach bowl? Leach bowls, he's into the leg side, he runs and he gets his ton. Many, many congratulations. We can see the dressing room and they're up and about, and he takes his hat off. He salutes everyone around the ground, including his mates, including the Somerset faithful who do appreciate the effort here. And he raises his hat and his bat yet again. His 4th century for Essex in really his 2nd season. What a day for him. What a day when it matters. Essex have to bat deep and he's doing it for his team. Well played, Charlie Allison.
Well, he's obviously got a great future.
Leach in again, this time to Critchley. Critchley still there. He's scored half the runs that his mate has scored, and he's faced a similar amount of balls. This is so different to the normal match Critchley, but the situation demands this. Leach in again. He's driven into the leg side, maybe with a bit of bottom hand against the spin. He takes a quick single, and that is all. 287 for 3. 288 for 3.
So have you seen all 4 of the
3?
Okay.
He does call me a bit of a lucky commentator.
Well, it's obviously worked again.
Yeah, very pleased for him. He really is a terrifically nice man.
On strike again now to Jack Leach, and that'll be just pushed up to short extra, end of the over, and a memorable one for Charlie Allison. Well batted.
Yes, absolutely. And I think, one of the great batting giants of yesteryear, Graham Gooch, would say, go and have a drink. Go and have another drink. But just make sure you now don't give it away. 100 is no good for Essex in this situation.
Still 25 behind.
Yeah, that's right. Look, I've played in games and I've seen games where Essex have fallen on in the 80s or 90s. I remember one particular game, I think it was at Bournemouth against Hampshire, where our spinners won it in the fourth innings, having followed on. I think there was a Nottinghamshire game we followed on as well and won. Possibly a game at Ilford. But listen, look, 100 in this situation, well done, but it's never enough because your club, your teammates need more from you and go and make a match-winning score. If he got a career best of 140-odd, then you never know. Simon Harmer facing our seamers who bowl straight. Our seamers bowl very straight. You never know, there might be an uneven bounce somewhere on day 4. You never know in this great game of cricket.
Don, I must inquire after your son. How's he doing, dear Reese?
Yeah, he wanted to play in this game, but he injured himself in the 100 with a side strain, which is not a great thing for a bowler, and he wanted to play against Nottinghamshire. But unfortunately, he's out, and I don't know when he'll be back. But you may see him at Taunton in the last game of the season.
Okay.
When Surrey play down here in an important match against Somerset.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Maybe to stop Somerset winning the county championship, batting at number 11.
It's an exciting run-in, isn't it? With such a tight table.
It is. It's very difficult. That's why this innings is so important. He's cut this. He's sort of going to run away across the outfield and the square, and it crosses the boundary for 4. So Matt Critchley moves to 59. Essex 292 for 3. I mean, look, I was talking to various people for interviews and off. They were so despondent, so disappointed themselves. And, as a commentator, you're willing them to do well, but you've got to be honest if it doesn't happen. We didn't bowl well with the new ball on day 1, and we didn't bat well yesterday. We batted poorly yesterday. There were some poor dismissals. But what the lads have shown today and last night in that 59 not out without loss last night was a huge spirit, determination, concentration, management of their game, having game plans against individual bowlers, and it was just full of spirit last night and today, so it's pleasing.
Well, there's a huge difference between the first innings and second innings scorecards, isn't there? This one reads 43 for Paul Walter, 56 Dean Elgar, then 22 for Tom Wesley. That's the lowest individual score so far. Charlie Allison 100 not out, and Matt Critchley 55. That's got a very, very strong look to it, that second innings scorecard.
It has. And as I say, the wickets, listen, there's nothing wrong with the wicket. It's a used wicket. It might do a bit more tomorrow, might turn more, might be uneven. But my word, I've played in games where we followed on. Maybe, and I'm praying, it's Sunday tomorrow, I might go to church, if Essex could get 140, 150 lead. What about that? What a game we've got on our hands. And do you know what? Chasing low totals you find there's a little bit of nervousness around.
There can be, absolutely. Between 100 and 150 can be very awkward.
That's right, that's right. Well, it looks to me, is it a drinks break?
It is, I think so, yeah. Drinks for all concerned. And I don't want to, I mustn't keep you, Don. You've got other work to do.
No, let me just do an update
But
for the Essex into their sports programme.
Don is just going to head off to do an update for another outlet. But good to see him, former Essex player, of course, and latterly commentator. And good to hear that Reese is on the mend. So 293 for 3, 23 runs behind only now. And it's been an absolutely terrific stand between these two, Allison and Critchley. Got 10 overs remaining in the day. And Somerset enjoying, will be relieved to be having a drinks interval. It's been a tough couple of sessions for them. So just taking stock, the Somerset players and indeed the two batters, and the batters will be feeling that inner warmth that comes with a big partnership.
It does, but here we go. We've got to be honest. I wish I had a little radio to the batsmen's helmets and just say, hey, you've got a drinks break. You've gone off concentration. And can I remind you when you were probably commentating after lunch and after tea, Miguel Pretorius bowled well. He was positively a little unlucky, but credit to the Essex boys, and in particular Charlie Allison played and missed quite a few, and there was even a couple of balls where he tried to loft over the slips. And I would just say to Charlie, as I said, you've made 100, well played, mate. Forget it now. Your team needs you. You need to score more. So just take your guard, start again, and for the cause, for today's cause, they need it. He'll be shattered. He'll be mentally tired, but he's got to carry on for the team. It's really important. We've got to keep Somerset out there, because Somerset now have been out there. We only batted for 42 overs yesterday, and this is 100. So you've been out there for 147 overs so far. We've still got 7 men to bat.
He changes gear effectively, doesn't he, Charlie Allison?
Yeah, I don't think that's always by design. He plays some flamboyant shots. There was a great 6 down the ground. He hit one into the car park. Pritchard looks for a single, but he can't get it. That's wise. We don't want a silly run out. He likes to lap properly, sweep properly, but he also plays a reverse lap. He played a bit of hockey at school. So listen, he's been really good in the T20 for Essex as well. So he plays proper cricket shots in white ball cricket. He's a cultured player, Charlie Allison. But the job's not done. We're going to see how he responds now after this breaking concentration where you all had a drinks break, which often causes an upset or a wicket, doesn't it?
It can do, like an interval, like a tea or a lunch interval can do that.
Yeah.
But there's batting to come, Don. Noah Thane, who's in pretty good form after the 50-over comp.
Oh, he was promoted to open. Paul Walter was away. Dean Elgar was given a bit of time off now. I don't know if that carried. I don't know if that carried.
We'll have another look at it.
But it's your injured captain at slip, isn't it? Who's got probably a sore thigh. I don't know if it carried. We're looking. Yes, it's in the bread basket. He spilled it, the injured captain. Gregory has spilled it, and there's another one. This time it avoids the captain as it runs down to find a third man. I think it's going to go for 4. It's out of eye shot here, and they score the boundary. So 4 more, 297. Gosh. Now, from an Essex point of view, that genuinely was a drop catch. And of course, he's got an injured thigh.
Hip.
And
bruised.
He rolled over onto the ball yesterday evening. And he went off last evening, and he's got an injured hip where he fell over onto the ball when he did a dynamic stop for 4. Leach in bowls, and this is played with an open face bat into the offside, no run. So Leach's figures, well, they're brilliantly economic. 32 overs, 9 maidens, 1 for 50. Vaughan 21 overs, 3 naught for 78. But it's been an exhilarating day. A goodish crowd.
We've had 2 exhilarating days in a row, really, haven't we?
We have.
All sorts of ebbs and flows in this match, and plenty of interest still tomorrow.
The question will come, and I'm sure it was discussed to the death yesterday, about whether you should enforce the follow-on. Following on in cricket today isn't necessarily popular, fashionable or in vogue. But I am very old-fashioned, and I often would like to follow, make the team follow on. As Vaughan comes round the wicket and Charlie Allison dances down the wicket, plays it into the leg side and takes the single, 298 for 3. I quite like asking people to follow on, but yesterday was the case in point where I thought it was worthy with both teams. Somerset's bowlers have just come off one-day cricket, and so from that point of view, I generally felt that Somerset could have done with 40, 50 overs rest and set Essex 480, and then spend a day in a session, maybe as long as you wanted, to try and bowl Essex out when the wicket, in theory, should be a little more difficult tomorrow.
Well, it looks certain that they're going to be in positive territory by stumps today. They're only 12 runs behind at the moment. Another single here taken by Allison. He goes to 102, and the 300 comes up for Essex.
Yep.
Well batted.
Well, yeah, thank you. They have batted well. Well done, the chaps. I would have batted yesterday afternoon. So did Mark Davies, Somerset's left arm seamer, fast bowler. He would have, but Anthony said no. He would enforce the follow-on. What did you say in this box?
We felt enforce.
Did you?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, it will all be revealed at the end of this game. But 106 overs, nearly 107 overs now they've been in the field. And then add the 42, 43 overs from yesterday, Essex's first innings, gives you, well, nearly 150 overs. And, that's, when they haven't been doing that, that's a big ask. That's hard on the mind, hard on the body, and especially when you're a seamer down.
Still plenty of company for Charlie Allison, despite the fact that he's on 102 not out. Slip and a leg slip and a short leg.
Very good for defensive. Get through that. Yep. You have to make inroads with the new ball, I feel, whenever anybody bowls on this next. And Essex will just bat on. But gosh, if this game organically pans out, can you imagine if there is a chase of 150?
Well, it could be fascinating. And you're needed next door, Don. But many, many thanks indeed for dropping in. Don Topley's going to disappear, but nice to have some points of view from Essex from him. So 8 overs remaining in the day as Leach bowls to Matt Critchley. And Essex will, if they can get through to stumps, these two, they will be buoyed up. I'm sure they're buoyed up already, as that is a play and a miss from Matt Critchley. Vic's had a lie down, and he's now standing up.
Yeah, I saw the drop. It's a big moment, I suppose. It's a good piece of fielding from Tom Abel.
He's still very good in the covers. We don't see him there so often these days.
No, but he's once against the paceman. He's a regular slip now.
Well, Don Topley has seen 3 out of 4 of Charlie Allison's centuries and speaks about him with great enthusiasm.
Well, not surprising. He's a bit unlucky, isn't he, Leach, not to have got more than one today.
It's not the only one either. Pretorius as well.
Yeah.
Only has one. Might have had more.
Just sort of, I think, Critchley was dropped, wasn't it?
Yes.
I think he's just lost a little bit of rhythm, Critchley. I mean, he's played a long innings, and I think in any long innings you go through patches where you slightly lose your rhythm. Maybe, and I think he's probably, by now, he's a little bit frustrated. He's been so becalmed. He's batted for 200 balls, which equates to about 4 hours, I would think. Just mistimed a few and sort of showed signs of just a bit of frustration that he's been so bogged down. But in fact, he's done a terrific job for his side, as has, with more fluency, Allison.
Still to be Archie Vaughan. Still spin at both ends at the moment. And still this partnership continues. 127 for 3 when they came together.
It's not the first time we've seen this happen, is it, at Taunton? Oh, and that's gone over middle stump. I mean, if I were Critchley, I think I might go down, actually, and I know he's played beautifully, Allison, but I'm thinking, actually, it's 25-6 now, 7 overs to go. In fact, he is marching down. He didn't actually have a word. Oh, he might be now. In the modern way, I don't think it's, don't you dare do that again tonight. I don't think so. That's all a bit 20th century.
Were you ever told that, Vic?
Well, I was actually, and you'll enjoy this because it involves one of your heroes. I remember playing down here against Kent, and I expect Notty was playing, but Underwood was definitely playing. I'll just let Vaughan finish this over. And hang on, he's still going. It's not that exciting, don't get it. but I'm picking up your point.
Last ball of the over coming up now. Won't be a run. There might have been a single there, but they're not taking it anyway.
Okay. So, playing against Kent in my youth, certainly in the 70s, Underwood's bowling. I think I'm batting quite high in the order. When I started at Somerset, I was a batsman, I was regarded as a batsman who bowled a little bit. Anyway, I'm facing Derek Underwood here, batting with Brian Rose, who I think is captain, and I think it's after closest finish.
Okay.
And I kind of leaned back, and I've late cut Derek Underwood for 4. Well, isn't that wonderful? Umpire signals 4. I go down, tap the pitch. Rosie comes up to me. Don't try that again. Whatever you do, don't try that again. Because Underwood, of course, had a wonderful ball. He had a wonderful quicker ball.
Yeah.
So I sort of tried to take note, but I was really still quite pleased with myself. And, you know, within the next 10 minutes, up comes Derek. I think I see another one to cut, but it's that fizzing arm ball. Zoom, comes at about 10 miles an hour quicker. Anyway, so my stumps are splattered. so Rosie had warned me, but I fairly succinctly. But somehow I couldn't quite pay attention, and I was, I think, duly bowled underwood.
So
with that.
Did he have any more?
I don't think afterwards, no, he just raised his eyebrows. I think.
Yeah, probably felt that was the best way to make the point.
Yeah. I was so pleased with myself when it scuttled off for 4 as well.
Jack Leach must be a little bit tired. 33 overs.
Yeah, well, he still had excellent control. And as I say, he's had a few chances that haven't quite either gone to hand or one's been dropped. And now, hang on, was all change here. Oh, he's going to bring another man in as we get towards the close, and they're thinking more of survival. I think they're almost trying to induce Allison to play a more exotic shot by bringing an extra man in. There's another man coming in at was not quite silly point, just behind square on the offside. Allison looking round. There's more gaps there. Should he want to exploit them? Let's see what happens.
Archie Vaughan is fielding that at cover point. It's almost a silly gully, that third fielder.
Well, there's 3 of them. There's a first slip, a sort of second slip, and then a wide gully. I've seen the odd dab go in that direction, but he's seeing the ball well now, Allison. He's not trying, hadn't tried so much the exotic against Leach. He's got that reverse sweep out against, it's just dabbed towards Thomas there with the helmet, that very wide gully.
We might get a couple of extra overs in this evening. It says 6 overs remaining, but I think we play till 6.
We do.
There's spin on at both ends. Who knows? Probably it'll be close to 6.
Yeah, they usually sort of stretch it out somehow, but
end of Jack's 34th. 1 for 51, tidy figures.
Well, very tidy, and he will be quietly grumpy that chance went amiss, but that's life, isn't it? But
Tom Abel is turning an arm over again.
No.
Just a couple of times that time.
No. I mean, you want to keep Leach going, I'm afraid.
I think you probably want to keep both these two going to stumps. I'll take a single for that.
Yeah, nice. Easy single. Just waited for it and gently opened the face. Big gaps on that offside. Even more gaps, actually, because they've got a man protecting that reverse sweep. They quite like him to play. He almost got bowled playing it in the previous over, but I would have thought Critchley might have quietly somehow passed on the message to Allison that now, at this stage, maybe not the reverse sweep.
Now that drop catch by Lewis Gregory must have felt like a blow on a bruise, really.
Yeah.
Literally as well as metaphorically.
Yeah. I mean, I was surprised he came back out, but anyway, that's...
Ooh. Turn there, and an appeal, but not out. I think it was too far outside the off stump.
Well, it turned a lot. Hello, Allison, is he going to get up? I think he's fine. I'm just wondering whether... he's so good, Allison, that I would have thought he must have played England under-19s, and therefore he might know.
That's a big turn.
It has big turn, and it's kind of... He's not playing a shot, and they're having a big shout, but I would have thought there's too much bounce and too much uncertainty there. I think it bounced too much. Would have gone over the stumps, possibly. Let alone whether it turned enough to hit off stump, but it was a venomous delivery. That's a nice shot That's he'll be happy with that, Critchley. As indeed will Addison. Man coming up, because Critchley's not so keen on that reverse sweep. But he is keen on the little dab on the offside. An easy one.
Yep, finding the gap between the two fielders there. Lewis Goldsworthy, Miguel Pretorius.
I think I think. I'm just thinking from. I'm not quite sure how I would adjust the field, but I just feel that he might, if he's going to bowl this line wide of off stump, he can still get dragged onto the leg side, but I think I'd like a bit more protection on that offside to encourage him to bowl wide of off stump because it turns from there. Not a good piece of fielding, but another single.
Yeah, good running as well from the two batsmen. That deficit is almost erased.
What is it, 5 more needed?
Yeah.
Well, then we really have got game on. I mean, I think we've really only probably got game on if Essex are bowled out. I don't think Essex will, when you've worked so hard to save a game, and they will have done if they get into, if they bat until, well, certainly near, well into the second session, almost till tea time. You don't want to necessarily, even at this stage of the season, you don't want to throw all that work away with a cavalier declaration. You want to get yourself safe before you contemplate a declaration. But there's still plenty of time tomorrow for stuff to happen. But they could have done with one more wicket tonight for certain. And there's still 15 minutes, but somehow, the way it's gone, now that catch has gone down, you don't necessarily see it coming. I think.
Yes, 2 catches have gone down today, 1 yesterday.
So there's the Gregory catch, and there's the one that sort of cannoned. You thinking the one that cannoned off the gloves and went to slip, or the Goldsworthy one?
Sorry, well that actually makes 3, doesn't it?
Yeah, I've never. Was not quite sure if the Goldsworthy one carried.
It was difficult to see.
Yeah,
that one.
But yeah, that's the trouble at Taunton. You've got to take every. As the match progresses and the wicket deadens, you have to take every chance that comes your way, it seems. I think if you get one more wicket, Somerset could get one more wicket, I'm thinking almost for the neutral, there is scope for an interesting day. If, just say the score at the close is more or less parity with 4 wickets down. Essex get another couple hundred. Once they get beyond that, I think there won't be much time left to get it. And then you've got a delicious equation where anything could happen. 200 to win with 37 overs, 34 overs, I don't know, whatever it is, on a pitch that's not misbehaving, but it's turning a bit. And if you start taking big risks, lots of left-handers, Harmer bowling, there's all sorts of possibilities, frankly. We will wait and see. One thing's for certain. I mean, when I stupidly mentioned to my partner, well, it could end today. Well, I should have known better.
Archie Vaughan then. This is 25th over getting underway. Hasn't taken a wicket in this innings. Had a couple in the first.
I don't know. What must Josh Thomas feel? He's been fielding bat pad. I don't think I've seen a catch, barely seen a catch go to bat pad all summer. He's been fielding there for the spinners. Bowled a fair bit, but never seems to get there nowadays. Now what's he doing? He's shuffling around.
Bringing another man
Gregory,
in.
he's bringing a man into the leg slip. He's going to come around the wicket.
Critchley just wants a moment to reassess that field. Ready now.
It's a familiar little pat into that gap.
Yeah, he knows that gap well.
Yeah.
Very good at finding it.
Yeah. It's a slow pitch, so even if it's just a fraction short of a length, you can get on that back foot and just watch it plop. Double declutch. I remember you saying it used to double declutch on landing, you know, in Pakistan, so slow. And adjust and just angle the ball into the gap. And it's not really a risk. That's short, and he's kind of felt him coming and dragged it down. He's still got a single.
Yeah, Tom Lammonby is at mid-wicket. Set a bit deep. Been a long old day for Somerset, this.
It has. And I know this sort of sounds a bit parochial, but they haven't done much wrong, Somerset, except for not taking those well, one was not a half chance, it was a straightforward catch, really. Apart from that, I mean, you know, Wood Leach has bowled well, the Seamers have bowled well, Vaughan's been okay, he got a bit of tap from Allison, but that was more through Allison's brilliant improvisation rather than Vaughan bowling poorly. So it's hard to be critical of Somerset, and very easy to applaud. Actually, terrific, contrasting pair of knocks, really. One from Critchley, who's now, he's not gnarled old pro stage, but he's pretty experienced. He's been around the houses and he's played a very mature innings, which is slightly out of character. Everyone's stopping for a drink. It's only 10 minutes to go.
Yeah.
They're just trying to make sure that there's no more than the statutory 3 overs. And I think I'm not sure the umpire should allow them having drinks just at this moment.
Yeah, they're not looking interventionist.
No,
the
they're
umpires.
not. Well, they're too keen to get off too, I expect. They've had a long day of concentrating. This spin bowling, you're all the time. You've got to keep your eye on it. But yeah, contrasting innings in that Critchley, slightly out of character, but very appropriate to the circumstances, has played really well. And so has Allison in a different way. But I like the way Allison has checked himself after that period of excitement where he went after Vaughan and he hit Leach for a big 6. And then he sort of thought, well, I'm in charge now. I'll just rein myself in. I don't think I'm going to get out. Just occasionally playing a glorious shot here and there. But also now joining in the crease occupation that is vital to get through this day with just 3 wickets down. I mean, it'd be a great achievement. They're 3 runs short of equality and only 3 wickets down. I mean, it's the win predictor's been zigging and zagging a bit. We haven't consulted him or her.
We may well be tomorrow.
Maybe. They'll be loving this around the counties too, because Somerset with a victory would be right up the top there, but a draw kind of suits everyone else who've got championship ambitions. I think there'll be results in quite a few of the other games. I haven't looked lately, but
yeah. Win predictor says
what? Say again. Yeah,
draw
well,
the odds-on favourite.
Yeah, well, that would... for once, me and Win, we're together.
Yeah, it looks like Notts are probably going to beat Surrey, who are 111 for 5.
Yeah.
They need another 218.
I should think they will then. So that's Notts potentially, if Somerset don't win, extending their lead at the top.
Then Warwickshire, 156 for 7, need another 47.
Ooh.
That's a cliffhanger.
Yep. Sussex have won a lot of games this year. Remember, they had those points deductions at the start. They've had a pretty good season, Sussex.
And Glamorgan, 83 for 3, needing another 174 against Leicestershire.
Well, anybody's game there.
And it's a bit similar with Hampshire. Then 88 for 3, they need another 190 to beat Yorkshire. So that's still possible for them. That could go either way.
Indeed.
Back here, defended by Allison. End of Jack Leach's 36th. And just 1 over remaining technically. The clock shows 17:56. I'm pretty sure this will be the last one.
Yeah, there's no one's rushing around. I think even Somerset are thinking, well, one more will do us. Let's go and sit down. Jack Leach, I don't know how many he bowled last night, but not much more than half a dozen, I would have thought, maximum. He's probably bowled at least 30 overs today, I would have thought. And he's bowled perfectly well, but just that one wicket, a bit of frustration, a couple of drop catches.
Yeah, where it looked sort of just before the lunch interval as though the turn was coming back.
Yeah,
it's now reverted to flat.
Well, that's true, but it's partly once batsmen get in, they kind of make it look flatter. They adjust, and they're quicker to adjust. I'm pretty sure that Essex have decided they don't want to have another over.
Well, a minute has gone by since they changed ends.
Yeah.
Which leaves only 3.
Yeah, and I think he's been told to get ready. Critchley is now ready. Vaughan's now ready. And this could be the last 6 deliveries. England, Somerset, we're hoping it won't be 6 deliveries. They're hoping it'll be less than that, which means they would have got a wicket. But they haven't got one for about 4.5 hours. Allison, rather ridiculously, is patting down the pitch at this end. Don't worry, there's not going to be another over, I don't think. I think if you're Somerset, you still would like it, because nothing much for Essex to gain with another over, and there's just the off chance that there's an aberration. Critchley's, you can tell he's wandering off, taking his time. Vaughan's ready, Critchley isn't. I think the umpire should tell him to get going. Defends that easily. Wanders off. He's going to pat down the pitch now. It's all a bit...
No, they both are.
This is where I think I would, if I were... This is where the digital clock is actually an impediment, because if you've got an analog clock, then the umpires can interpret it as they like. And if they see what they feel is too much in terms of time wasting, they say, oh, no, it's time for one more. When you've got a digital clock, it's hard to argue with those numbers. But that's just, I don't think that's a chance. But this is why I'm surprised that Gregory came back, because he's not properly fit, and he's going to be handicapped even at slip.
Yeah,
Let's have a look. I don't think that carry, but it's a good delivery. I think it just bounced in front of him, didn't it?
Mm. But you can't help but feel with the previous chance, if there'd been someone fully fit standing at slip.
Yeah. But still, yeah. Anyway, it's easier with hindsight, but he's hit that before. It's a frustration. Vaughan looks a bit despondent, staring at the turf. Just had a little edge that didn't quite go anywhere. And then Beautifully struck. Over pitched. Deficit is cleared.
They're 3 runs ahead now. Essex.
3 for 3. So this is going to be the last ball of the long day for Somerset, and Vaughan's going to make him wait. He's just doing a bit of polishing of the ball. And there we go. Well, it's Essex Day. Terrific partnership. And we're all back tomorrow for what, well, it could be a fascinating day. It's an exhausting one for Somerset. A chastening one. They've been here before, to be fair, on this ground. Where that pitch, it just dies, but also they come across 2 batsmen who've played excellent innings.
Yeah, and applause for them from the Somerset faithful as they walk off.
Yeah. Well, it was good to hear the warmth of the applause for Allison when he got his 100, actually.
Yeah,
that's what happens in cricket. It doesn't seem to happen in football when the opposition score, does it?
And Matt Critchley's applauding him now as he walks off in front of him.
They've both played splendidly, and they've got Essex right back into this game.
And the bottom line, which you can see on your screen, Essex lead by 3.
There we are, 3 for 3.
And all sorts of things possible tomorrow.
Yeah.
And we will be back. And very much hope you can join us to see the denouement of this game, whichever way it goes. We were hearing about the draw being favourite, but there are other possibilities. So I hope you can join Vic and me.
All's well that ends well.
Well done, well done. Thanks, Shakespeare and Vic Marks. From me, Stephen Lamb, a very good evening.